There's no time.
The time is
13
o'clock.
Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. Here we are again. Don't sound so enthusiastic, Thomas. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm enthusiastic.
Yeah. Look this.
I'm pissed off. Can't find my motorcycle key.
Yeah.
I can't find the key to the Lightning.
Yeah, he has more than one motorcycle. But yeah, he was going up to the man clinic this morning and he was going to take the bike and he's like, where's the motorcycle? I'm like, I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Couldn't find it.
I suspect
I think Pookie took it.
that Pookie took it somewhere
Yeah,
because it has like a little rubber
Soft rubber.
thing on it, and that seems like the thing that she'd be like, ooh,
Yeah.
toy for me. I'm gonna
likes to
take
chew
that
on shit.
somewhere. And probably like pushed it behind a fucking table.
Yeah,
or something.
I've been turning the house upside down. I can't find it. I know it's in here, or the motorcycle wouldn't be here. I usually leave them in the ignitions, but sometimes I'll put them on the nightstand.
Yeah, you either just put it in the nightstand or like the
in front
long
of the
table
TV.
in front of the TV.
Yeah.
Which are the two places that Pookie really, really likes to fuck around.
I've checked all my gear in the pockets, everything. I just can't find it.
Yeah.
I got two Buells. I got a Lightning and I got a fucking Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
I had to take the Thunderbolt. Actually, it's a Firebolt.
Yeah.
Custom Firebolt.
Yeah. And
But
you
I
have
wanted to take
have
Lightning.
another one too that's like a old that was your dad's bike.
I got a 1972 Honda CT70 that is
It's
now
bright-
140
it's bright
race
green.
bike. Little monkey bike.
Yeah.
It only weighs 43 pounds, I think. Goes about 70. Maxed out at about 70.
Yeah.
But the range is like 4 miles. It only carries like half a gallon. Of
Yeah,
fuel.
it's really little.
It's just a toy.
It's cool looking though.
Yeah.
Like it was your dad's and you brought it back.
Yeah, repainted
and repainted it
rebuilt
and rebuilt it and everything.
Yeah,
It's
all
cool
new,
looking.
All new wheels and suspension and brakes, and it's a cafe racer now. Little mini cafe racer. And then I got an RD350 two-stroke. Just that it needs a new crank and a new top end on it. I rebuilt a new frame, different wheels and inverted front end and dual fucking suspension or dual front brakes, fucking extended swing arm and shit. It was gonna be a badass fucking RD. It was gonna be an RD 350 or maybe put a 350 Banshee top end or out of a fucking four-wheeler, race bike four-wheeler. Yeah, maybe a 400.
DJ Maniac says they now have a mobile clinic called the Man Van.
Oh yeah, it comes and brings you your drugs. Huh?
We need a man van around here. Somebody needs to bring the man van.
Yeah.
It'll have truck nuts on it, obviously.
Hell yeah.
Have some fucking Frank Frazetta looking shit on the sides of it.
It's looking funny.
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious if they did that. If they just had like all this Conan like barbarian shit on the outside of the van that had truck nuts tackling from the back. Big old like jiggly cock on the top.
Yeah.
Why not? Just go all out.
It's funny because the clinic that I go to, fucking the dudes that own it. The dudes that own it are fucking players, man. Fucking all the technicians that work there are all fucking fitness chicks. And you walk in, you know what I mean? They're, how's it going? You feeling good? You looking good? Take your shirt off. They want to, yeah, you're looking good. Yeah, a couple more months, you're looking good. Yeah, shit like it. Trying to get you to take your shirt off.
Well, also they're trying to like upsell more services.
Yeah.
Flattering the ego. That's always good for us.
Yeah, well, they kind of look like that too, though.
You should know that.
Yeah, they look like that too, though.
Jenny's shirt is awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I know it is. I just got this like pretty recently. I think I've worn it on the show before, but look, there's several other Catzilla designs, but I got this one from I think bustedtees.com or something like that. But yeah, see, that was like my favorite one.
Yeah.
Because I just really like the pause on that where he's going, it's just like fucking crack me up. Oh my god. All right, so we think that maybe Mr. Roboto asked if you were a fan of the sidecar.
No.
No. Okay, well that was easy.
No.
Care to justify that opinion or just no?
Motorcycles aren't supposed to have three wheels. Yeah.
All right, but yeah, we do suspect that Pookie has stolen your motorcycle key.
I think so. Yeah.
I can't really imagine where else it could be because, I mean, you have the last time you rode your bike was when? Like a couple weeks ago, right? And
No, not even that.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay, so, yeah.
5 days, 4 days, maybe?
Yeah. So it's like when you came back, you must have just, like, put it down. Because it wasn't in your motorcycle pants. It wasn't in the dryer.
Nope.
It wasn't, because I already looked in there because I did laundry today.
Wasn't in the floor on the fucking closet. It just wasn't in the garage. It's just not anywhere.
I mean, it is somewhere. We just don't know where.
She ran off with it. It's only...
I kind of think that maybe. Because... Yeah. But the thing about Pookie is that... she
couldn't have taken it far.
She didn't take it far, probably, because unlike Beijing has a thing where it's like she comes in and likes little stuffed toys, and she will carry them around the house in her mouth, and like take them kind of far. Like she'll take them out of my office and like go way out into the dining room with them and stuff. Pookie doesn't really do that. Pookie will carry stuff for like 2 feet, and then she'll be like boring, and then she'll just like drop it or just kind of push it around with her paw or whatever. So I feel like she couldn't have taken it that far. Did you look underneath the table, like where the TV is?
Yeah, I moved all that stuff. Tore the bed apart, looked underneath the bed, pushed the bed out.
Is it in the closet someplace?
I took parts of the closet apart. I looked where she sleeps, underneath your clothes, underneath the rack. You know what I'm talking about? Wasn't there. I thought maybe she'd take it there and chew on it.
Yeah, because she likes to play in the closet,
I couldn't find it.
Because I find her sleeping in there sometimes by the little rack with the towels on it, like...
Yeah, I don't know where it is.
She's got, like, her little spot.
I'll eventually run into it, I guess.
Yeah, it'll turn up. It's just, there's a million places. If Pookie took it, it could be like a million places. Yeah. It could be in that closet, for Christ's sake. It could be lots of places. But like I said, if she carried it somewhere, it's probably not far from where it was originally.
I looked in her apartment complex. It wasn't in there.
It wasn't in her apartment complex.
Yeah.
She doesn't carry stuff up into the apartment complex.
Yeah.
She usually just goes up there unencumbered. Because she just goes up there to nap. You know what I mean?
I can't find it.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, it'll turn up. If Pookie was a dog, it would get buried, so it will turn up. Yeah, it's got to be in the house someplace. I just can't. I just don't know where.
And getting a motorcycle key is a fucking nightmare.
Shit, man. I just had to get another key. Remember how the key broke for my fucking ancient 2004?
Yeah.
What is it? Ford Taurus?
Yeah,
for
it's like $100.
It's like $100.
Yeah.
Because even back in 2004, like the tops of the keys have like chips in them. So it's like it's not like the old days where you could just go to Walmart and pay like $4 and like they could just cut a new one like in 10 minutes. Yeah, that's not how it works anymore. No, now you have to get it fucking programmed and all this other kind of crap.
On a motorcycle, you need the VIN number and everything.
Yeah. How did I get because I think I did actually go to, where did I go to get the replacement keys?
You called a guy and he came.
That's right. I had to call the mobile. It's not the man van. It was the key van. And the mobile guy came to the house and it ended up being like $200. It was 3 keys though. No, he gave me 4 keys, 2 ignition keys and 2 door and trunk keys. So that's not too bad. So they turned out to be like $50 to $75 each. Yeah. But he came back and he had like a thing in the back of his van and he had to like program the keys and everything. I was like, I thought because my car was so old, I thought it would be like really easy and cheap to get a key cut because my old one broke. But nope. Because when the other key broke, it's like it wasn't working anymore. Like it wouldn't work in the ignition, the car wouldn't start. So I had to get a new one whether I wanted to or not. Yeah. So 13 o'clock Zach was saying too that he really liked when we do mental health topics, and we should probably do a show on autism, which I promise we will one of these days because I want to do one about that too. He was asking, would you guys ever own a dog? I'm not a big dog person, but I guess it would depend. I don't know. I feel like if you have a dog, it's better if they have like a big area to like run around, which I guess they kind of do here, but I don't know. I kind of feel like that's more of, unless it's like a little bitty yappy type dog. I don't know. I've never been a real big dog person. They're too needy, I guess. I like dogs. I just don't think I'd want to have one. It'd be like having a kid. Having Pookie's kind of like having a kid, but she's pretty happy, like, left to her own devices most of the time.
Yeah, evidently, Munchausen did beat incels, I guess. That's what they're asking.
The what now?
Munchausen syndrome beat out incels.
It did, yeah. But I'm going to put incel... I put, like... Here's the thing, though. I'm pretty sure that Munchausen syndrome... I think it was in a poll, like, a long time ago. And I think it tied with the topic that won. So we did the other topic, but we talked about Munchausen a little bit on the Sidetrack show. But I feel like because it was a Sidetrack show, we didn't talk about it the whole time, and we got, sidetracked. So in a way, I kind of forgot that happened. So I put it in the poll again, and then it won. And then I was like, oh wait, shit, I think we already kind of did this. But then I thought, well, a lot of people don't listen to the Sidetrack shows, one. And two, I think that we didn't devote the whole show to that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which we're probably not going to do this time either, obviously.
No, Roboto, you can't hotwire a motorcycle. The ECM won't allow it. It's got a computerized brain in there. And the ignition the chip has to be near the ignition and everything, or it won't start. The fuel injector won't run. The computer won't run. They know what they're doing. They've had that technology going back forever.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm super behind with all that stuff. Like I said, my car is super old.
Yeah.
It's a 2004, but it's still going.
Yeah. An older carbureted motorcycle, you could, but no, not a fuel injected one.
Danny Rolling Ghostface talking about dogs. It's a pain in the ass to have to go walk them at all hours. Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, I go for a walk anyway, but it's like, I don't want to like have to walk every time they're like, hey, can I go outside? It's like, go use a litter box like a kitty. Get your shit together. But you know what I mean. I don't know. I was thinking about it the other day because my sister, her doggy just passed away. And she's had that dog for like shit, man, as long as I can remember. And it's like I was seeing her Instagram post and I was like, oh, it was just making me so sad because that dog is like so cute. But I don't know. I've just never really been a big dog person. We never really had dogs growing up. We had one when I was a kid. And it was like the stupidest dog ever. And it was a husky, but it was a puppy. Yeah. He was super cute and everything, but I don't know. I was always, when I was little, I was like afraid of dogs because I don't want them like jumping on me and drooling on me and stuff, and I don't like it.
Yeah, David June saying you're getting big, you're starting to get trolls. Actually, those aren't trolls, those are bots. It's not a person, it's a computer doing that. Look at how fast they can post. No human can post that fast.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, but in a way, like, it's annoying, but I'm kind of like, well, maybe that means that our channel is, like, actually big enough to get some, like, fucking notice. So, that'd be...
It's not a human doing it, though.
No, I know.
It's an aggressive computer program that does it.
Those aggressive computer programs on, like, fucking...
Yeah.
Skynet's coming for us.
It's like cyber attacking.
Like, to what end, though? Like, what do they hope to accomplish?
Could be anything. If you have enough hate speech in the comment section on your channel, it can get deleted. I think that's probably what it is. Either that, or it's another platform trying to cyber attack this platform. In other words, that might be... Like
a smaller one that's trying to...
Yeah, that might be BitChute doing that, or that might be a foreign platform trying to get people to come to theirs to get off of... YouTube.
Yeah. Well, good luck with it.
It's corporations doing that.
TB Drigger says, I have 2 huskies. Hell of a lot of work. Yeah, we didn't have that dog for very long. Like, we moved and we had to, like, give him to somebody else. And he was just little. I mean, he was just a puppy. And I was just a little kid. And I was just kind of like, I don't want dogs. They're just like, they jump on me and they're licking me and they're stinky. So, I was kind of like that. But like I said, I like cats because a lot of times they can kind of take care of themselves. But they're still, like, friendly and affectionate and sweet and everything like that and do cute shit. But they are not, like, constantly up in your face. Although Pookie is more in your face than most cats, I feel like. Because she's not... Because, like I said, Beijing is, like, super aloof. She's just like, fuck off, don't bother me. But Pookie is just like, hey, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing? Like, he'll sit on the floor and be playing, like, video games, and she just, like, walks around and around him like that. Yeah. Like, trying to, like, walk on the... What are you doing, Daddy? What are you doing? What are you doing? And she's, like, walking on the keyboard and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, TB says the fur is the worst. They shed a lot year-round. Yeah, what are you going to do? We have, like, little balls of cat hair all over the fucking place.
Well, Maniac, it's not that we didn't really say that Arnold didn't want to kill other people in movies. He didn't want to be the villain. He never wanted to be the bad guy.
Yeah, I don't think he had a problem with killing people per se. I think it was just he didn't want to be a bad guy.
He didn't want to be the bad guy.
So if he could kill bad guys, that was fine.
Yeah.
But he didn't want to, like, be a villain.
Right.
Because, and like I said, I can understand if you're an actor.
Here comes Tila.
You don't want to get typecast.
Yeah, here comes Tila. What's up, Tila?
I get it. Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria. Yeah. Happy Friday, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Yeah, Zach also says, do you like tea or coffee much? I love putting ice in mine. I'm a big coffee freak. I like all different kinds of coffee. Tea, like, I can take or leave. But every now and then, you made a very nice chai the other night. Yeah. Which is really weird because I had been thinking, because we were just like sitting around watching movies or MST or something like that. And I thought to myself, I'm like, man, it would be good, like some kind of like hot tea or hot chocolate or something like that, even though it's fucking summertime. But we have the AC on, so I'm pretending that it's winter. And then like 5 minutes later, he was like, I'm going to make some chai. And I was just like, bitch, give me some of that. Although you drank like 2 things of it, and it's like too sweet for me. I couldn't even like drink a whole thing, but it was like really good. Yeah, I have, let's see. Mine is cherry vodka and Sprite is what mine is.
Mr. Roboto is asking how much is the cookbook and where do you go to order?
It is $35, and you can go to lulu.com and search 13 o'clock or search like time to cook with 13 o'clock and you should be able to find it. I think in all of our new videos there should be a link to it. If there's not, then I'll add a link to it after we finish the live stream. So, but I'm pretty sure that there's a link to it because I have that thing like YouTube, you can have all of the like regular, like all the credits and shit, you can have that already in there. Esther said iced coffee. You love it. Yeah, I also love iced coffee. I like hot coffee, iced coffee. Pretty much any kind of coffee, I'll fucking drink it. You know what I mean? Yeah, Tila says still technically at work. No libations for me yet. Well, that's something to look forward to. I had a drink last night too. Only one though. Because we were watching, who was it that sent me the link and told me about that documentary that just came on Netflix about fucking Dennis Nielsen, the Dennis Nielsen tapes. Yeah, I watched that last night, and that was some fucked up shit. We might talk about that on Sunday. Holy crap. I don't think I'd ever heard Dennis Nielsen, like, talking to any, like, great degree. Like, even though I read some, like, quotes of his and stuff. And the one thing that struck me while I was watching that documentary, I was like, look, it's bad enough that you're a serial killer and like a necrophile and stuff like that, but do you have to be like a pretentious douchebag on top of it? Holy crap. It's just kind of like, you know what I mean? It's like just the way he talked just came across, which was like, oh my God, he's like so into himself. It just, I don't know, for some reason that really made me mad. It's like, I don't know why, just like his whole like, his whole like fucking tone of voice, like, oh, I'm obviously so much better than all of these people, blah blah blah. He was kind of like that type of dude, and I was just like, oh boy.
He's asking if anybody's seen Don't Breathe 2 yet. She's thinking about.
See, I've been wanting to see that. I haven't read any reviews of it because, like I said, if I want to see it at some point in the future, I don't really like to be tainted. From what I've seen, because I subscribe to like all the horror shit, like on YouTube, right? So a lot of times I'll kind of see, I kind of hate this. I kind of hate how a lot of movie book review channels, they'll have like a thumbnail on them, and I do this too on my book review thing, but usually I'm just kind of smiling. It doesn't really mean anything about how I feel about the book, but they'll have like a facial expression that will suggest like how they felt about the movie. So like sometimes you'll have like, a screenshot of the person to be like, hey, this new movie that came out, and they're just like, and they're making a face like that, and I'm just kind of like, oh, maybe it's not good. You know what I mean? So if you see enough of them like that, you're kind of like, I get the impression that maybe the movie isn't good. I don't know. I've been seeing kind of like mixed shit on this, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I really liked the first one, but I don't know. I don't know who we'll see. But I want to see Candyman before we see that, though. And I think Candyman comes out next week because I'm super jazzed about that. And the new trailer for it is like really good. It looks really good. So I'm hoping that it doesn't let me down because it looks awesome. And like I said, it's not a remake. It's a sequel, Like, it's that baby that was in the fire that grew up. You know what I'm saying? And so they have, like, a lot of the same actors and stuff. So, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. All right. So, yeah, No Need for Me Too says, they made him sympathetic, though, despite his nasty way of getting justice from this. See, that's what I was kind of hearing. I was hearing they're making him a sympathetic character, which I don't know how I feel about that, because even though you kind of felt sorry for him in the first movie because, like, oh, these jackals, like, broke into his house and he's, like, getting back at them. But then you found out that he was also a shithead. So, you know, I'm trying not to spoil too much, like, in case you haven't seen the first one. But, you know, and so I don't know how I feel about them making him a sympathetic character.
Is Todd going to be in Candyman?
I don't know. Like, in the trailer, it sounded like his voice. And I had heard that he was coming back for it. I don't know if he's actually going to be in it or if it's just going to be his voice, or I don't know what they're doing with it. But like I said, the trailer looked pretty badass. It looks pretty cool looking, at least. And I don't know. I'm really kind of like excited about it. I really want to see it. When is fucking Antlers ever coming out, for Christ's sake? I've been wanting to see that for like a year and a half.
T says Todd makes an appearance, but she doesn't think he's the main actor in it.
That's what I thought. I thought he was just kind of like gonna be like a sideline kind of, which is understandable because it's been like a long, you know, it's been a long time since the old one. He's like an older dude now, but although we saw the Hatchet movies and he was in those, but that was like a long time ago. It isn't. I was just like, oh, we just saw that movie, but then I was like, oh, that movie came out in like 2006. So, you know. Thank you, Dom the Bomb. Another great retrospective this week in Witchfinder General. Yeah. I think a whole program on Matthew Hopkins would be interesting. Yeah, that actually might be something to do. Because we did one on the Salem witch trials, but I don't think we really did one on, like, European witch trials, which is a whole different ball of wax. And like I said, Matthew Hopkins being like the most famous witch finder, but there was a bunch of other ones too. So it's just kind of like interesting, the whole cultural framework that led to all these people going, hey, I'm just going to wander around the country and torture and kill women. Won't that be fun? You know what I mean?
Original release is 8/27 for Candyman.
Yeah. I just saw the new trailer for it like a few days ago, and it said it was out the 27th. So yeah, like a week from today. So next Friday it's out. Zach says, because I'm a big-time photography nerd, what's the best-looking movie you guys have seen? Ooh, best-looking? As from a photography standpoint, or just from, like, just cool as shit looking? The first, the original Suspiria. The original Suspiria. I love all of that, like, super saturated color.
I thought Blood Machines was fucking cool looking.
I did as well, actually. Yeah. That was very cool. I like that whole, like, retro wave aesthetic, and I like that a lot of people are redoing.
That's still on Shudder, isn't it?
It should be. It's in the series section though, not in the movie section. So I'm not sure if it's still there. Yeah,
go in there and look at Blood Machines. It's kind of like 4 music videos back to back, but they're not music videos. It's sci-fi, but it has like a music video kind of vibe to it. It's weird, real weird. A lot of good imagery.
Tila says Antlers will be out 10/29, so October 29th, so a few days before Halloween. Okay, so finally. Because like I said, I saw the trailer for that, and I'm just like, God damn, I was like, we need more Wendigo movies in our lives. A lot of people said Blade Runner, Color Out of Space. That's another good pick. I mean, there's so many, really. Best looking movie, Jean Cocteau, Beauty and the Beast done in black and white. Yeah, that's a good one too. Like, yeah, there's so many. It's like really, really hard to pick. It's just, you know, the original Suspiria from 1977, which is the first one that I thought of, just because I just love that. I love that over the top, super saturated color type of shit. Amanda Marie says, "Hey, Tom and Jenny in chat." Hi there, Amanda. What's going on? All right, so are you ready to get into?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you ready to get into?
Of course, I'm ready.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I don't know. Sometimes you gotta like ease into stuff, you know. Sorry, I made like a kind of a dirty gesture then. I want you to like ease into stuff. So like I said, anybody that didn't tune in for the sidetrack show where we sort of kind of talked about Munchausen syndrome, now we're talking about it again. But what we're gonna do is I wanted to go like a little bit into like just the general shit about it, and then I got like some cases. If we don't get into the case, because I think we talked a little bit about the Dee Dee Blanchard case, which is kind of like a real famous, probably the most famous case of like Munchausen syndrome by proxy, at least. So I put that last. So if we don't get to that, then that's fine, because I think we talked about it some on the sidetrack show. But if we do get to it, that's cool too. But I have like kind of a handful of a bunch of other cases. Most of the cases that we're talking about though are Munchausen syndrome by proxy, I guess, because those are the ones that are more likely to turn up in the media. Because if you just have Munchausen syndrome, which we'll get into in a minute, that's just like the popular name. That's not like the official name. If you just have that, you're usually just like hurting yourself. Whereas the proxy version is more akin to child abuse. So that's more, likely to like turn up in the media because your ass gets arrested. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. Yeah, Danny Rolling Ghostface brought up Ravenous. That's also about the Wendigo. That's actually a really good movie. I've been wanting to do... I don't think we ever did a retrospective on that, and I kind of feel like we should, because I feel like that's a really underrated movie. I remember seeing that in the theater, like back in the fucking 90s whenever it came out. When did that come out? 1999? Something like that. Have you ever seen that?
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen it.
Oh, it's good. What's his face is in it? Like, Guy Pearce is in it, and like some, yeah, but it's really, really good though. But yeah, it's like a Wendigo story, but it's like, it's a Wendigo story about like a guy, like he resorted to cannibalism and turned into a Wendigo, and then he comes and like starts eating people. But it's like, it's almost kind of like a black comedy, sort of, but it's a really, really, really dark comedy. You know what I mean? So it's not like zany over the top comedy. But yeah. So no Need for Me Too says suicides probably get misdiagnosed because of it. I do kind of feel like, and I was listening to, if you guys are not, I'm a big fan of this dude. He posts like so many videos. Dr. Grande, he's like a psychotherapist, and he's always talking about different mental health issues, even like stuff that's in the news, like, celebrities or whatever, they're having nervous breakdowns or whatever. Like, people ask him about it, and then he just kind of like does a very sober kind of layout. He's like, I'm not diagnosing anybody, I don't know them, but it's just like the, from the outside, this is what it looks like to me. And he's so fucking funny because he's just so he's just very dry, and he's very matter of fact. And he'll just be talking about like some really serious shit, and then like he'll make a joke, but it'll be like in the exact same tone of voice as like the shit that he was, like the serious shit that he was talking about. So sometimes if you're just like listening to it in the background, you're just like, oh shit, that was like so funny. And it's just like he has like the driest sense of humor, and it just like for some reason that really like abuses the shit out of me. But I watched his Munchausen syndrome video earlier, which is actually really good. I think it's only like 15 minutes long, but it's worth watching. He's just like really interesting. I don't know. But yeah, so if you guys don't know, like I said, now Munchausen syndrome is not what they call it anymore. That was a name that was coined back in 1951. And as of the DSM-5, like the new Diagnostic Statistical Manual or whatever, they're actually now calling it factitious disorder imposed upon self, which is Munchausen syndrome, or factitious disorder imposed upon another, which is Munchausen syndrome by proxy. And the reason they did that was because, which I'll kind of get into, because Munchausen, it's not really like a super accurate name considering like the nomenclature. You know what I mean? So if you guys don't know, Munchausen syndrome is when you essentially pretend to be sick or make yourself sick for reasons of getting attention or something. It's like a pathological reason. Because the thing about it is that some people make themselves sick for monetary gain, for example. It's like, I'm trying to get like medical benefits. I'm trying to get drugs. That happens a lot. I'm trying to, I'm trying to start a GoFundMe or something like that because I have cancer and I'm like making all. So like people that are trying to make money out of it, or I'm pretending I have cancer so I can do like the, the Disney what do they call that when the cancer kids that go to Disney, like the Make-A-Wish Foundation or whatever? So like, you know, there's shit like that, but you're trying to get something out of it, like some kind of monetary gain. That's not the same thing. That's just called like malingering. This Munchausen syndrome in particular is one where you don't really have any obvious motive other than attention. You know what I'm saying? And it's usually people that are very, very troubled. It is a mental illness, but it's also a very hard mental illness to diagnose, because one thing that people with it will do is that if they start going to a hospital, for example, and like presenting with this disease, that disease, blah, blah, blah. And if somebody, like, if people start questioning what they're doing there, or like, you know, why you don't have this, what's the matter with you and stuff, then they'll start like hopping around to like other doctors or other hospitals. Just because they don't really know exactly like why. I mean, they have some suspicions about what the pathology is, but usually it's for some kind of attention, because they like the attention that comes with being a sick person. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So there's that whole thing. So that's how they differentiate it between somebody that's just doing it for, you know, reason, like money or something like that. It's just, if you don't have, you're not getting anything out of it, really. Like, you're not getting any material gain. So now originally, like I said, this disorder was first, it had been identified prior to this, but it didn't really have a name. So the guy that kind of named it back in 1951, his name was Richard Asher, and he was a hematologist and an endocrinologist. He was British. And he basically came out like in a paper and said, you know, I know, like, he called it a common syndrome, which most doctors have seen, but little has been written. And he's the one that called it Munchausen syndrome. Now, this is what he said. I don't know if you guys know, but like Baron Munchausen was an 18th century German aristocrat. And his whole thing, he kind of got famous. And the reason people still remember him is because he used to tell just like these crazy fucking stories about his travels, and it's like some of them were obviously impossible. You know what I mean? Like, he would just tell these fantastical tales of like all his exploits, like he did this, that, and he like fought dragons and all this other kind of shit. So he would like say that kind of stuff. So he kind of got famous for being essentially a liar, a bullshitter. Yeah. So when Richard Asher decided to, you know, name this disorder, he called it Munchausen syndrome, because he's naming it after him, because what he said, and these were his quotes at the time, he says, like the famous Baron von Munchausen, the persons affected have always traveled widely, usually to go to different doctors or hospitals or whatever, and their stories, like those attributed to him, are both dramatic and untruthful. Right. But as time went on, I kind of feel like people were like, well, yeah, but that guy, Baron Munchausen, from what they could determine, was probably just a pathological liar or just liked making stuff up. You know, he was just like a bullshitter, like I said. And the motives for people that have Munchausen syndrome or factitious disorder are not the same as that. No. Because he was probably just making up stories like, to entertain people or because it made him feel important or whatever. It wasn't really the same motivation as they think for people that have this disorder. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like, so that's why they decided, yeah, we're not, they still call it that, like in popular culture. And like, I've seen, like, I watched a bunch of videos that were like, you know, doctors, psychotherapists and stuff talking about it. And they said, you know, that's not the official name, but since that's the name that most people are familiar with, you know, we can just use both the names interchangeably, because most people, if we say Munchausen syndrome, most people know what we're talking about. If you say factitious disorder imposed upon self, which was what its official name is, then no one will know what you're talking about. So they do actually still use the popular name, but that's not the official name. So, you know, like I said. So what ends up happening, now these are people, like I said, Munchausen syndrome and Munchausen syndrome by proxy are it's sort of the same thing. They're two variations of the same thing. There's also Munchausen syndrome by internet, which we'll get into in a minute, which is kind of a new variant. But they're essentially the same thing, but it's just the object of the disorder is different. Munchausen syndrome is people that do it to themselves, whereas Munchausen syndrome by proxy is usually they do it to somebody else, usually a child, not always, but in 90% of the cases, it's usually a caregiver, usually a mother, doing shit to their kids to get attention, or sometimes like someone elderly in their care, like their grandma or something like that. There is some cases where that happens too. So people that have Munchausen syndrome, not by proxy, but just Munchausen syndrome, what you will see is that they will pretend to have physical symptoms. So a lot of things that are kind of like non-specific. It's like, oh, they have chest pains, or they have a fever, they have a stomach ache, or, you know, something that is vague enough that it could be attributable to like a lot of different things. Another thing they will do is that they have been known to do things like if they go to a doctor or a hospital, like, and they're not like monitored every second, they'll do something like, you know, give a urine sample and they'll like somehow like put blood in there. So it looks like there's blood in their urine, you know, shit like that. They'll give themselves things like they'll deliberately try to get sick, like they'll you know, rub poop or dirt like in a wound so it'll get infected. They'll take like Ipecax to, you know, to like throw up, you know, or take, you know, because a lot of them have like, you know, are in nursing or have medical knowledge. So a lot of them will take like stuff like anticoagulants or something like that, like to make, you know, so their blood doesn't clot, like that kind of shit. There have also been cases where some of them pretended to have psychological symptoms, to an extent of saying, oh, I hear voices, like they want, you know, to be diagnosed with schizophrenia. You know, I see things that aren't there, stuff like that. This isn't quite as common, but it does happen. It's usually physical symptoms, but usually physical symptoms that are vague enough that could be attributable. And like I said, the real hardcore ones will actually go to the lengths of like trying to produce those symptoms by taking various things, you know, making themselves sick deliberately. Now, another thing that they do too, and like I said, this is kind of why, like it was called Munchausen syndrome, because of the whole traveling thing, is because, as I said, if they turn up at enough doctors and hospitals like around their area, people are going to start to get suspicious, right? Why does this person keep like turning up with all these different maladies or whatever? So they have a tendency to kind of go like far ranging, like they'll go to this doctor, that hospital, they'll go there a bunch of times, and then like if somebody starts like questioning them, then they'll start going farther and farther out. I saw this one show, like one YouTube show about this, where he was like one doctor, I think he was from India, and he was like giving a class on those, or a lecture. And he said, we call these hospital hoppers or frequent flyers. That's what they call them. Like somebody that just comes in all the time. And like I said, you have to differentiate because, you know, as most people know, and I'm sure everybody in the medical profession knows, you do have a small percentage of people who will come in and fake symptoms to get drugs. But these people are not doing that. These people are faking symptoms. They don't care about getting drugs. They're just faking symptoms because they want to be seen as a sick person. That's kind of like their only motivation. You know what I mean? Which is weird when you think about it.
Must be a kind of hypochondria.
It is, but the thing about hypochondria, I kind of feel like
they think they're sick.
It's
These
similar.
People don't. I think they know they're not sick. They just want to be seen.
They're not entirely sure if they know, because the thing about it is that they think a lot of the shit is maybe to an extent subconscious. I don't think they're subconsciously putting blood into their urine sample, because obviously you know what you're doing, but I don't think, I'm saying it's subconscious in the sense that I don't think they know the reason why they're doing it. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of one of the things that differentiates it from, well, I mean, hypochondria is just like somebody's like, you know, it's like somebody goes to WebMD and like every disease you read about it, oh shit, do I have that? I have this, that, and the other. And then they're like, you know, going to the doctor and like freaking out about it. Whereas I feel like people with Munchausen syndrome, it's like a much deeper issue. I think they really, really have a lot of, because there, I mean, you know, we'll get into it in a minute, but there are a lot of like red flags or like types of people that have this type of thing. And I feel like they go more all into it. Like I said, to the extent where they will give themselves medications that will make themselves sick or will make themselves like produce the symptoms that they want to produce. And a lot of them are really, really good at it because a lot of them, like I said, are either in the medical profession or they know a lot about, you know, they kind of spend a lot of their time learning about it. So they know about like all this, you know, what symptoms do you need to present for this diagnosis? Like what drugs, you know, will produce this symptom. So they're really, really good at doing that. So it seems like something they devote a lot of their time to, which I feel like a hypochondriac, it seems like kind of the same mental state, but hypochondriac seems a little less severe.
What gets me is that they present all this shit. What if they fucking convince somebody that they have liver disease or something? Would they actually go through the operation and get their livers removed?
Well, you can't remove a liver, but
you know.
Well, they can remove some of your liver.
Yeah, would they remove something else?
Oh yeah, they will. They will absolutely.
They have a perfectly good body part.
Yeah,
Damn.
If they can get somebody to do it.
Damn.
Or they will, you know, take some shit that will fuck it up.
Yeah.
So they can. So like I said, now in severe cases, there have been cases where people actually did do that, where they, you know, where they personally like went through, they said they had this disease, that disease, and went through various, you know, before somebody caught on. And a lot of times they have to like doctor shop to find somebody that's actually going to do that. Or like I said, that they actually have to take some kind of drug that will produce like the symptoms they want in order to get the result that they want. So some of them will go through some like completely unnecessary surgery. I was thinking to myself when I was reading about some cases of these people, I was kind of like, these people, if they're American, must have some real badass insurance because shit, man, I don't even go to the doctor when I am sick. I can't imagine because I can't afford it. So I can't even imagine going to doctors like over and over when you don't even need to, and like getting surgery when you don't even need to. It's like, how the fuck do you even pay for that? I don't even know. Like how does your insurance company be like, nope, and like cut you off? Because I don't know. I don't understand it, but maybe they have some kind of workaround for that. I'm not really sure, but you know, so yeah. So, and another thing that's kind of difficult about, again, like diagnosing this, it's kind of hard to diagnose because it's kind of all about deception. And a lot of the people are savvy enough to know that when the doctors, hospital, like whatever, in one area gets suspicious, they'll like move away or they'll go to a different one that's like farther away where nobody knows them, because they know that there's not going to be like a huge, you know, coordination necessarily between like the old hospital and the new one. So they, you know, for a while they can get satisfaction at like a new place. The thing about it too, and there's not, I hate to say, because there's not really any, I don't want to say there's no treatment for it, but treatment for it is very difficult, and it's really not, it's not a case of like, oh, you know, you have, you know, this mental illness, we'll give you this medication. Medication is usually not, prescribed in this situation. They're like, really, all you can do is, you know, cognitive behavioral therapy, stuff like that. And the fact about it is that it's really, really hard to diagnose, and it's really, really hard to get people to even admit that they have it, because it's a whole disorder that's based around deceiving other people and deceiving yourself. And people that have it are really, really resistant to being told that they are not sick, or, you know, that they're like wrong.
So it's personality disorder.
It is comorbid with, interestingly, it is a little bit comorbid with narcissistic personality disorder, but not as much as you might think, because this does seem like a narcissistic type of thing. Right. It's actually more comorbid, at least from what I could determine, with antisocial personality disorder, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I kind of wanted to get into that a little bit later too.
I was thinking almost like histrionic almost.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know. Well, the
Where
thing
you constantly have to be high levels of fucking panic and fucking ultra drama queen bitches. You think that they would want to be the center of attention of all this fucking... It's a medical emergency.
There is some aspect of that, but they're pretty sure, just from looking, because this is a pretty rare disorder, I gotta say. But just from looking at the people that have it, yes, a lot of times it is for attention because they want to be the center of attention, but not always. Some people, they think it might have something to do. They said now, to a large extent, people that present with this usually had some kind of like traumatic, like were emotionally, physically, or sexually abused as children. A lot of them had a lot of terrible medical problems also when they were children. So they associate being sick with getting attention or getting affection, being cared for. So there might be that kind of thing. There's also maybe they think that it's people that think that they deserve to be sick or they deserve to be punished. They don't deserve to be well. There's another kind of, they think maybe that might have something to do with it as well. So it's not really as cut and dried as people just want attention, because I feel like that's a big part of it. But I definitely think that the psychology behind it is a lot more complex than that, because some of the people really do. I mean, a lot of them had really fucked up like childhoods and stuff like that, and they might be associating, like I said, being cared for in a hospital or being like with the only happy times from their childhood, which is really messed up. But there does seem to be some aspect of that. So yeah, so like I said, that's a red flag for people that may present with that later, is if they had some kind of trauma, like I said, emotional trauma, physical trauma, sexual abuse, something like that when they were kids, or if they were very, very ill as children, spent a lot of time in the hospital or bedridden or whatever, and they got a bunch of medical attention when they were kids. That's a big red flag. Like I said, there are some personality disorders that are comorbid with it, which I'll get to in a minute. Also, there's kind of an aspect too going through it where a person has like a grudge against authority figures, healthcare figures in particular. So there was a strain of that in there as well. That turns up a lot. There's also an issue like when they were younger, if they were like abandoned or neglected by their parents. So as I said, some of the psychiatry behind it, like I said, nobody knows entirely what causes this or what exactly. Like I said, this kind of stuff is always like way more complex. But as I mentioned earlier, some people feel a compulsion to punish themselves by literally making themselves sick because they think they deserve it. Again, maybe they need to feel important or be the center of attention. Or they don't want to take responsibility for their own healthcare, their own well-being, and so pass it on to other people so they can be kind of like helpless and be cared for. They think there may be an aspect of that too. So like I said, it's pretty, I don't want to say it's common in people that had like real bad medical problems when they were children, but that is something that they look for, like if they suspect that somebody is presenting with that. Now, as I mentioned, there are some other like personality disorders that are associated with this. The big one being antisocial personality disorder, which, a lot of serial killers have that too. So, you know what I mean? Just saying. That's where if someone has antisocial personality disorder and also presents with Munchausen's, that's probably more like an anti-authority type of thing, and they get off on manipulating doctors, which kind of gives them a sense of control, sense of power over what they deem authority figures. So that's usually what that goes along with. Also, Munchausen is also comorbid with borderline personality disorder, which is somebody who is kind of like, I don't want to say it's like, it's kind of like somebody that kind of vacillates between real positive feelings toward others and real negative feelings toward others. Like they don't really they can't really control their emotions. And again, as we mentioned before, also comorbid with narcissistic personality disorder, which often presents as someone that either they kind of go between seeing themselves as worthless or seeing themselves as like super special and better than everyone. So you can kind of see how that kind of all goes along. Now, so like I said, it kind of feels like this is a person that wants to play this particular role. They're not getting anything else out of making themselves sick other than attention. And like I said, in some extreme cases, they absolutely have undergone completely unnecessary surgeries, completely unnecessary procedures. It's rare that it would get to a point, unless they produce the symptoms themselves somehow, that a doctor is going to be like, hey, we're going to take out this, that, and the other thing. I think there have been some where like people's gallbladders were removed and stuff like that when they probably didn't need to be. So they absolutely will go through completely unnecessary procedures just to satisfy this strange, like, psychological disorder that they have.
Yeah, now Jenny's talked, we've been going on about psychiatry a lot, about personality disorders. I remember the woman who lived across the hallway from me in Boston, she was in mental health. She was a psychiatrist, and she was like a mental health worker. She was taking care of all these outpatients, and she had all these books, and she'd loan them to me. And there's a lot of overlap in those personality disorder stuff.
There are, yeah.
There's a lot of overlap. Well, we were going to do a show on this other guy, this German dude who infiltrated psychiatry. He blamed psychiatrists for killing his mom. He thought it was all a bunch of fucking horse shit. I don't want to say it's a whole bunch of horse shit, but I'm not sure it's totally a science all the time. When you look at those personality disorders and the way they lay it out, yeah, it's accurately describing certain kind of personalities that do exist. But it also kind of reads a little bit like a horoscope. You can fit anybody into some of those sometimes. And it's just kind of... It's hard, I think, to come up with a hard science that explains personalities and the mind. It's always going to end up being kind of hokey, I think.
Well, it's necessarily broad and vague because people are complex.
Yeah, people are too complex, I guess.
Which is normally why, I mean, when everything I was reading about Munchausen syndrome, there's certain things that have to be present.
Yeah.
And, if those things aren't present, because there's lots of other reasons why somebody might show up at the hospital with a sickness that they don't really have. Like I said, the most common one probably being, I want to get some drugs. But, like I said, this is very, very rare. But there has to be certain things. And honestly, it seems like because they're so good at, people with this disorder, because they're so good at like working the system, going from hospital to hospital, going from doctor to doctor, even changing their names sometimes, back in the old days when that was easier to do. They would do shit like that so, no one would look into their history. So it's really, really hard to diagnose because a lot of times, doctors, nurses, stuff like that, they see a lot of patients. So it's kind of like, you see this person showing up like every few months for whatever, and it's like it doesn't seem that weird. It'd be different if the person was like showing up every fucking day being like, oh my God, I have this. Oh my God, I have that. Then everybody would know, okay, get the fuck out of here. But they're smart enough to kind of work the system to their advantage.
You can read that literature and you can say, yeah, there are personality types and there are people that fit kind of a mold kind of like this. And you can put them into a group. And that's kind of what that literature was doing. But what was funny is that their version of normal would be called the well-adjusted individual or well-adjusted person, but they really can't really define that. They're only really focused on mental illness, but codifying it, describing it doesn't really explain it, and it's weird. I think a lot of it sounded more like philosophy to me, but I tell you what, borderline personalities, you can find them. People that have Munchausen syndromes like this, they actually exist.
This is obviously
they actually exist.
There's something the matter with you.
And they do have something in common. And if you know anybody that has histrionic personality disorder, it's like you're talking to the same person over and over again. It's two different people, but they have that disorder, but they're so similar personality-wise.
Yeah.
But it may just be that that's the way humans are. Humans aren't that much.
Well, the thing about it is just kind of like, and I mean...
People are pretty much the same.
I mean,
There's types.
People are complex, but there are types. But those types kind of bleed into one another. So you can't just, like, make definitive lines.
Yeah.
This person's like this person's like that. Because it might have, there might be some, like, fucking gray, fuzzy area in there.
And that's what she would, and... She did it for a living, and she was like, that's just the book. It's a lot more amorphous.
Well, it is. That's why you kind of have to, like, work with every individual person, because it's like, what's this person's deal? You know what I mean? And honestly, like, I took a lot of, like, psychology, abnormal psychology, all that kind of stuff, like, in college. And the one main guy that was, like, the professor, I took, like, most of his classes. He was a psychotherapist, and he's like, basically, there's no hard and fast rules, but, the difference between, like, because you were saying before about, like, a normal person or a well-adjusted person and a mentally ill person, he's like, well, the main difference that we look at is, like, is this problem that you have bothering you enough to, like, come and see us? Yeah. Because obviously well-adjusted people don't feel like they need to go there. Right. So, you know what I mean? Right. So he's like, that's kind of like the first, line of defense, because it's like, you came here, so obviously it's bothering you.
So when we're talking about this science, psychology and psychiatry, you have to be kind of lenient with it. It's not a science in the way physics is science.
Well, because people aren't numbers or planets or,
And there is no real, like, they can describe personality types, and they can describe certain type of mental disorders. There's a lot of stuff in common. But they may treat them in different ways. There is no set way to treat it. A lot of times it's just basically chemical lobotomy. If it's real serious.
Well, like I said, it depends on the person.
Depends on
too.
What it is,
which is why, I mean, ideally, if somebody has some kind of, like, mental illness, you're supposed to find a therapist, psychiatrist, something like that kind of, like, fits with you, and you're supposed to, like, work together to, like, figure some shit out, whether it's medication, whether it's talk therapy, whether it's a combination of several things. You're supposed to, like, work together with that person, because, like I said, everybody's an individual, which is why you can't just, yes, they have a big giant fucking book, the DSM, which is full of all the disorders, but not everybody fits in every category, but they know that. It's like, you just have to, like, meet the person.
And then another thing is, it's part of the medical industry, and just the medical industry, if you got any friends that are involved in that or have ever dealt with it, it's a for-profit business, and there's an element of snake oil in a lot of that shit, like like diabetes and fucking erectile dysfunction and weird shit. They can make an alopecia, losing your hair. There's a bunch of different ways to fucking make money off of that, which really doesn't address sometimes the core issue that caused the problem in the first place. Because solving the problem might be cheaper than treating the problem. There's a lot of fucking shit that's weird. The medical care that rich people get are not the ones that you get at the hospital.
Well, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, I was saying, I think when you were out there making drinks, I was just like, how can you even afford to have Munchausen syndrome in the United States? I can't, like, I don't have insurance, so it's just kind of like, even if I am sick, it's like, I'm just like, fuck it, I'll just power through it. But it's like, so I can't imagine what kind of insurance these people must have to just go from doctor to doctor to doctor and be like, hey, sure, like, take one of my kidneys out. Fuck's sake. How many thousands? What's that? Like $200,000? I don't even know how much that goes for nowadays. But the fact that you could just do that, like, cavalierly. I mean, I know it's a mental illness; they can't help it. But you know what I mean. It's just kind of like every time we watch Hoarders, and it's like those people make me, like, super mad. But it's like, I understand it's a mental illness; they can't help being like that. And it's the same thing with Munchausen syndrome. They can't help being like that, and to a large extent, they're not super aware of it. Or they're not super aware of, like, the deep-seated reasons why they're doing it. They just want like a result, and that's all they're worried about. So they're not really thinking about, why am I doing this? They don't have a lot of insight into that. So you kind of have to give them like some sympathy in that regard, but it's still like infuriating. It's infuriating to like see from the outside, because you're like, obviously, so why are you putting blood in your urine sample? Why are you like injecting yourself with whatever? Like, why are you taking all these Ipecacs so you can just go in the hospital like, oh my God, I'm so sick, blah, you know what I mean? But like I said, they're not doing it for the same reasons that somebody that was just like looking for money, like, hey, I'm going to start a GoFundMe and like make $100,000 for my cancer treatments when they don't have cancer, because some people have done that.
Yeah.
But like I said, that's shitty, but that's more understandable, because it's like, hey, I'm trying to scam $100,000 out of some well-meaning people. Don't do that either. But they know what they're doing. They're very aware that they don't have cancer. They're just like making it a scam. These people, I think they're, to an extent, it seems like they're aware that they're not sick, but not to the same extent that someone that's doing it just for monetary gain. You know what I mean? There's an element of like subconscious fuckery going on.
Yeah, no need for me. He says there's no snake oil, my sugar's out of whack. Yeah, but there's a lot more to it than you think. There's a way to cure diabetes. You can do it. You can do it with. There's a gene replication is one thing, and you can fucking inject healthy fucking replicated DNA. I forgot exactly what it was, into your kidney, and you can piggyback that with a virus, which will reprogram or rebuild a kidney. That's one thing you can do. Another thing you can do is the production of insulin is usually dependent upon fucking like your endocrine system. Sometimes things like pituitary gland stimulants can help you fucking overcome diabetes. Also, being thin, like if you get overweight, you're gonna be prone to it. Also, if you've had a high carbohydrate diet early on in life, it'll fuck you up. Especially if you're Caucasian or black. Asians, no, they're a lot more resistant to diabetes. They got a system that can make a lot more insulin, and they make it easier. That's because for thousands of years, they've been in empires built on rice, which is high carbohydrate. There's a lot of ways around things that, like for instance, when I started HRT, never had heartburn again, never had fucking acid reflux. Could eat anything, and it's because my endocrine system's running a lot harder. So I make all those digestive enzymes better than I used to. So I don't have heartburn. All my joints feel good. You never need anything else. So a lot of times there's an underlying issue. But these little drugs that they sell you are little fucking Band-Aids. They will fix that one particular problem, but the real problem was further up on the damn chain. And they know it. Rich people don't take those things.
Yeah,
they take the real shit.
And like I said too, I kind of feel like sometimes people, and this goes on both sides, like the medical profession and patients.
Yeah.
It's like sometimes you just want the problem solved with one thing. It's like you don't really want to keep going back for test after test after test to determine like what the root cause is.
Yeah.
So, because, I get that. Like if I just had heartburn or something like that, I'm like, yeah, just give me some fucking Prilosec and like just leave me alone. I don't really want to like know if there's some other fucking issue that I'm going to have to keep going back and get tested and then maybe get surgery and do this and just cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Well,
and I'll go broke.
Real problem is as you pass 40, your endocrine system just doesn't run that well. So you're not producing the same hormones and the enzymes that you used to produce that help you digest and do all this shit that you did when you were young. That's why you get fatter and fatter. You just can't fucking... Metabolism's not running right. Take some HCG or Clomid, which is a fucking just like kicking that damn pituitary gland. All your shit will just boom, it'll just wake up. Now you can't do it all the time, but a couple times a month. But they don't want to tell you that. Clomid doesn't cost anything. It's cheap.
Camp Guy says, I don't like to take anything daily or regularly. Yeah, I don't either.
Nah, you take a pill.
I want my own body to keep doing its thing.
It's like, when you're older, it's different. And if you take a fucking Clomid pill, maybe 2 a week, fucking shit, that fucking solves a lot of it right there.
I mean, honestly, like I take 3 aspirin or ibuprofen like the night after I drink a lot, so I don't have a hangover the next morning. But other than that, I don't really like to take it. I don't even like to take a multivitamin. I don't know. Yeah. Just like I don't really like to. It's just kind of like I've gone without it like most of my life, so it'll be all right. It'll be all right. Yeah. So where was I? All right. So like I said earlier, people that have this disorder, even though it seems very much like they're deceiving people on purpose, which to an extent they are, but I don't really think that they're fully aware of like the reasons behind what they're doing, which, like I said, is one of the reasons why it's a disorder. And as I mentioned, they usually have a lot of medical knowledge. Used to be, back in the old days, before the internet, before everything was on the internet, one of the red flags, like if they suspected that somebody had Munchausen syndrome, they would look into, is this person a nurse or is this person in the medical profession? Because that like upped the likelihood that they had Munchausen syndrome a lot, because you saw it, not a lot in medical professions, but people that they suspected of having it, if you were in the medical profession, then they would suspect you even more. It was like a red flag, because they're like, oh, well, here's somebody that can go to a doctor and describe exactly, the symptoms, and because they know exactly what that would entail. Nowadays, it's not as much of a red flag, obviously, because everything's on the internet and everybody can find out everything. So somebody who is determined enough wouldn't even have to be a nurse or anything, because you could just go to fucking, like I said, WebMD or something like that, and you could just like read all about whatever disease you wanted to present as. What symptoms do I need? What drugs can I give myself to produce that? So it's not as much anymore. Interestingly, too, and this is not all of them, but it's very, very common for people with Munchausen syndrome to be super, super friendly to hospital staff, particularly like if they want to like come to the hospital all the time, like they have some lingering disease or something. So they always like want to come to the hospital. They want to make friends with all the nurses and the staff and everything like that. Like they want to hang out like it's a social event. However, if they are challenged or somebody says something like, hey, I don't think you have this, or I think you're lying about this, that, and the other, then they will go full fucking Karen and they will have a fucking meltdown about it. And they'll start becoming abusive. I'm going to sue you, blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of like one or the other. But they say that's another thing that they see very, very often. And usually if they are challenged, they will just be like, oh, whatever, I'm going to sue you, blah, blah, blah. And then they'll take off and then they won't come back because they'll go to another place. So that's like pretty common as well. Now, like I said, this is kind of hard to diagnose. Basically what they do, and when I get into like talking about some of the cases of it, it's kind of sad because particularly, cases of Munchausen by proxy, which I feel like are maybe more like a little bit easier to diagnose than somebody that's doing it to themselves. It's obviously it'd be more suspicious when you do it to somebody else, particularly a kid. But I kind of feel like what ends up happening is that you have to like suspect it, and then if you did suspect it, you'd actually have to go back through their entire medical history, and that would usually entail going back, let's discover what all of the doctors and hospitals that they went to in the past, you know what I mean? You would also have to like do a bunch of checks to find if there was like some drugs in their system that would produce some kind of symptoms that they were presenting with that maybe they shouldn't have been taking. That's another thing that they look for. And doctors will also want to like rule out any other possible motivations. Like I said, most common one is people that want to get painkillers. So they come in complaining about stuff, hoping they get drugs. So they're trying to rule that out. So like I said, this is a very, very difficult thing to diagnose. So the only time that they will actually say this is probably a case of Munchausen syndrome, if they find evidence that this person is definitely inducing symptoms or fabricating them, if there is no other reason that they're doing it, as in they're not trying to get drugs, they're not trying to make money off it, anything like that, like there's no reason that people would understand like why they were doing it. So that's kind of like, so it seems like the only reason that they're there is because they want to be seen as a sick person. You know what I mean? That's like the only way that they would determine it. And as I mentioned before, very, very difficult to treat. And there's really not any consensus. Like I said, not really a lot of medications prescribed. I don't really see anything. It's like, oh, give them this and it'll be fine or anything. Most of it was like needed some combo of like cognitive behavioral therapy, family therapy, something like that, depending on what the situation was. And psychiatrists are kind of of two minds about it. Some of them think that you should just like confront them directly, like, hey, you're a big fat liar. You know, you don't have this and that. And some people like more like a soft shoe kind of approach, think works better. But like I said, I think that's probably on a case by case basis. I'm sure that different things will work for different people. And like I said, I'm going back to like the hoarders thing again, because people with like OCD, because sometimes you see that on the, you know, just from that TV show, sometimes confronting the person directly and being like, you are a filthy pig, you need to clean this stuff up, like sometimes that works better. And then sometimes being kind of like soft pedaling it, sometimes that works better. So it just depends on the kind of person that you're talking to.
Victor
I guess
showed up. What's up, Victor?
Hey.
Sandra didn't show up.
Oh yeah,
We
didn't see what her funny name was. She must be going to get peanut butter.
No, she must be going to get plastic surgery. After she saw my mental image of her, she went out there to go match that. That's what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure that everyone cares. Everyone in the world cares how much cares what you think about their boobs.
Yeah.
And immediately went out and spent thousands of dollars.
Yeah, to go get some
boobs. That's his fantasy, anyway.
Yeah. It was cool, though. It was
he has a whole
idea.
Imaginary life.
It was a cool idea. Victor just showed up.
Thank you, Victor.
What did he say?
Jenny, I love your shirt. Thank you. Oh, and start over. I'm late.
Yeah. You should see what's in these things, man. I ain't gonna grab it. I'll get too much money.
Well, I mean, people can like imagine what's in there.
Just imagine that shit.
Yeah, you told me about OnlyFans.
Yeah, they shut OnlyFans down. No more nudity.
They didn't shut it down.
No more nudity.
You can't have like, you can have nudity like within parameters, but you can't have like porn anymore.
Yeah, you're gonna watch what happens to that. That shit's gonna go out of business.
Probably, because I kind of feel like that was like the only.
That's what that was for.
I mean, yeah, there was other shit on there, but I kind of feel like that's where they made all their money.
And they said, well, we have to. We are being pressured by the banks.
Well, and by PayPal and stuff like that.
Man,
because,
fuck them.
No, PayPal and shit like that, they intervene with all that kind of stuff all the time because they're, you know, that's kind of like you have to have some kind of like way for people to pay, like on the website.
This is the time these fuckers need to start dropping their nuts and go ahead and get involved in fucking Bitcoin. Banks should not
They might actually.
Banks have no business in what you buy. Banks are corporations. Fuck them. They're in no business. They shouldn't even care if you fucking buy a ton of cocaine. That's none of their fucking business. And that's not illegal in every country. All right? Fuck those banks. Get into Bitcoin. Get those old school banksters out of the fucking system. They're obsolete. Nobody needs them. They got kicked out of a lot of those northern European countries for those fucking predatory practices. Now they just have little apps on their phones. Their government put a little app and they have their own bank. Even our Constitution says that the Congress prints the money, not these fucking banks. It should just be an app on your phone. They need to put these guys out of business. Fuck them.
Zach says, Tom, I have boobs and I don't even need to work on them. Where's my my attention?
Zach, see, here's the thing. Zach wants to jump in here, okay, trying to get my attention because he knows I've had some few drinks.
Yeah, a few.
And I know what's going on behind the scene. Zach chicken hawking. He's fucking chicken hawking, swooping down on all these straight guys in the damn comment section. Zach, leave those straight boys alone, Zach.
Hey, he's just like looking to like.
I know it's in your nature. I know it's your nature. Leave them straight boys alone. They're straight for a reason. Stop trying to fucking dirtify these motherfuckers. You're what do they call it, Jenny?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
When you fuck up the sanctity.
Thank you, Victor. He says, here's 0.0001 Bitcoin for the show.
There you go. Yeah.
Thank you. That's pretty funny. That was a good one.
He's trying to defile. That's what it is. Zach's trying to defile the sanctity of the straight man. Leave it alone, Zach.
Are straight men are sanctified?
It's sanctified. Talking about, it's... Who
knew?
The sanctity. Yeah.
What,
don't defile them.
What, your butthole?
Don't defile... Yeah. They're virgins. Leave them alone.
Aw.
They're virgins. Leave them alone, man. Yeah, fucking right.
Y'all bitches never been pegged.
These women have these fucking weird-ass fantasies.
I don't know if it's so much a fantasy. I just think it would be funny.
That's what the Spartans thought.
I would get a lot of like sadistic pleasure out of it, probably.
Yeah.
More than fantasy.
That's what would happen if you lost the battle to the Spartans. They raped the enemy fucking soldiers.
Well, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, we saw that was on Spartacus too, wasn't it?
I don't know if they raped him. Did they rape anybody?
Yeah, did one guy raped Caesar? Remember that?
That's right. Yeah.
What's his ass? What?
Yeah, that's right. That was
shit, man.
Yeah. It didn't happen in real life, but
well, no, but on
it
the
happened
show,
on program.
on the show it did.
They raped Julius Caesar. Yeah, that was fucking.
Julius Caesar got butthorked.
Yeah, wasn't that Pompey that did that?
It was the son of the.
That's right. It was the
main.
It was the son
antagonist in that season.
It was Pompey's son.
Yeah. That's right.
Tila, did you finish?
That dude was a douchebag. I hated that.
Tila,
kid.
did you finish Spartacus? I know you've been truant on your homework. That bitch gets really good, man. Every season.
You can't even have a conversation with him. Everything's like a test.
It's a test in these bitches.
It's like a pop quiz.
Yeah, I know.
We need a pegging.
It's almost time.
We need a pegging show. Let's make it happen.
Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit.
I agree. We should do a whole pegging show.
Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. Time has come.
What movie is this? Spartacus the Kirk Douglas? No, it's the Spartacus series.
Yeah.
It was on Stars, I want to say.
Yeah, it's now on Amazon.
But you can watch it on Amazon Prime.
You can watch most of them free. I think only the last season you got to watch. You got to pay for.
Yeah, did we watch? Okay, it has ads, but like Amazon Prime, I think you can watch the first 4 seasons. Yeah. You watch the first 3 seasons, but then you have to pay for the 4th season, maybe, or maybe the 3rd and 4th ones we had to pay for.
I don't remember.
I can't remember.
But it doesn't matter. They're good. They're well worth it.
Did Tom say truant? This motherfucker.
Yeah, I said truant.
LOL.
Yeah. Who said that?
Tila.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, the one.
I guess the show has begun.
The one with the Xena. Yeah, that one. Well, she was just in the first.
Oh, she was bad in that, man.
Yeah.
Bad.
But
did new scenes.
So bad she was good.
Yeah, she's real good.
She was just in the first 2 seasons.
First 2 seasons, yeah. Lucretia.
Yeah, she was a great character.
Yeah, a lot of good drama in it.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked that show.
A lot of good action scenes.
I mean, the 3rd and the 4th seasons were good too, but I feel like the first 2 were better because they had Batiatus and Lucretia, and those were like the best 2 characters, I thought. Yeah, so
I guess T said fuck it. She stopped watching it. She just said, "Did Tom say truant?" Yeah, I did. I said truant. I fucking.
You put on your pretty curly hair.
I went full white boy with that one. Full white boy.
He's like a teacher.
Yeah.
That's your teacher wig?
Yeah.
You need a little like graduation cap.
No, this is my Michael Caine wig.
Did I tell you guys that like Pookie has become obsessed with that severed hand that I have back there? Because remember he had that like when he had the Halloween costume, he had that severed hand that sat on his shoulder. Pookie has become like really, really interested in that severed hand. Yeah. For whatever reason.
She's scared of it.
She'll come in here. Well, yeah, but she's also like really interested in it. She'll come in here and like sit in front of it and like look at it.
Yeah.
And then like she'll put her little nose up to it and it's like she'll kind of like take her paw and like do the thumb like that and kind of pull it and then she'll be like, oh.
She's like, it moved.
And then like a couple of times she's pulled it hard and it fell off and she's like, ah! And she like jumps away from it like. I think she thinks it's your hand.
Yeah, she knows it's a hand. Is that Dad's hand?
And then it's not attached. Yeah. And she's like, what the fuck is going on with this? But it's like, it's just really funny. I was watching her like... Yeah, I was like watching her the other day. I don't think she knew I was watching her, but she was just like fucking... She was just like poking at that fucking hand. It was like so funny. Tila says, if Tom breaks out a whip and threatens me, I will tell Jenny to break out a dildo.
Damn. Yeah.
You can't fuck with us, seriously.
Fucking T's in there pretending to be a woman. I know that's a white man. That's a white man on that account. It's a white drag queen.
How do you know that?
I just feel it.
Oh, okay.
I just feel it.
So
it's spiritual.
Oh, all right.
Spiritual. Remember we went to that drag restaurant?
Yeah.
Remember that? Fucking
Hamburger Mary's.
Hamburger Mary's and the fucking and the drag queens were serving and shit.
Yeah. That's been there, like, God, as long as I can remember.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
It's downtown Orlando.
Yeah,
Church
it's fun.
It's Church Street.
It's fun.
Yeah, they do drag shows. I don't, that's been a while, but they do drag shows a couple times a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super fun. Food's not bad either.
Yeah, I saw T working there. He was a white man.
Yeah, right. What era is that Michael Caine wig? Looks like his 70s hair. Yeah, it's late 70s.
Late
it's
70s,
from,
early 80s.
he got that. It's
got
actually
it from the hand.
Yeah, it's actually secret.
From the movie The Hand.
It's actually a Willy Wonka wig.
Yeah.
But it actually does look like Michael Caine's hair from The Hand, which came out in what, 1981?
Yeah.
That was 81.
It's a great movie.
I think.
Fantastic movie.
Well, it was Oliver Stone's first. Was it for his first movie or it might have been his first?
Him and Milius were kind of working on it behind the scenes. So it was kind of a John Milius of fucking adjacent dude who did Conan and Red Dawn and everything. But Milius also fucking basically wrote Apocalypse Now too.
Yeah, he wrote a lot of that kind of that manly shit.
Manly shit.
That
manly shit.
Zach is asking if you're into Asian women.
Huh?
No. Zach is asking.
No.
Evan, he says, even as a gay.
Yeah.
I want to show that says even as a gay.
Yeah.
I think some Asian women are hot as fuck. LMAO. Yeah. It depends on the person. Like I said, it's just like anybody else. I don't know.
We're talking about pure physicality. You know what I mean? Fucking. Now you get me sidetracked. Okay, that's for the sidetrack show.
What else?
I know you bitches don't show up. I lived in South Korea for a year. If you guys don't know the show, I was stationed there in the army, and I liked Korea. It's a beautiful place. I liked Korean history was really interesting. I was on Camp Graves, first in the 506th Infantry. I was a DMZ MP on up there on the DMZ with North Korea, right outside JSA. Had friends of mine that were at Liberty Bell. For those of you guys who know what I'm talking about. All that's shut down now. Camp Graves is now a fucking museum on the DMZ tour. So I had the real DMZ experience. Anyway, yeah, man, I was fucking at Hooker Hill when Hooker Hill was Hooker Hill and everything, and fucking Itaewon and Tongdeshan and all that, and fucking the Paradise Club. We used to call it the Parasite Club at fucking old fucking camp. What you call it. But no, don't worry about that bullshit. For some reason, there's like a stereotype that white guys are fucking big into these Asian women, and I think some of them are. I think it's like a fetish, but
yeah, it's weird to like fetishize an entire race of people. That's very strange.
Well, they do have a certain look that's very different. You know what I mean? They do. Some of them, it's not all. I mean, it's just like anything else. There's variation. You know. Some of them are ugly, some of them are real good looking. But the good looking ones do have a certain look. The thing is, though, is that looks aren't really enough. Looks are one of the things that is like the first impression, you know, that a guy gets. That's what he judges a woman's attractiveness based on her looks and her qualities. It's just ingrained in you. It's part of being a male, not only of the human species, but all the other species, you know. Fucking all males that are mammals do it. You know, they look at a woman and they check the shit out, you know. Problem is that the kind of guy that I am, Eastern cultures do not produce the types of personalities that I like. I like kind of rebel women who are creative and to me and have a certain amount of sexuality. To me, that's sexy. Eastern cultures are about conformity and fitting in. They don't produce the kind of individual that interests me. And then the chances are in those cultures, the kind of women that would be suitable for me would be unsuitable for me. In other words, they'd be hookers or prostitutes or something like that. So, yeah, you might want to mess around, but you don't want to fucking marry somebody like that. You don't want to, like, you know, you don't want that as your girlfriend. And that, that's not only Korea, but that's Japan, too. You know, in Japan, those women are boring. Unless there's some kind of...
Well, see, I think, and I don't know if this is...
unless there's some kind of hooker or porn star.
I don't think this is as prevalent as it used to be. But I think that the reason that there was this sort of subculture of like white dudes that were super into Asian women was exactly because they were seen as more submissive than white women.
Maybe.
I think that was a large factor.
I think it was more like they were into these demure type.
Yeah,
women, not so much
they don't want like loudmouth
like,
bitches like my ass, right?
Well, no, they got that
Who
too.
would peg you?
They got that too. They probably have that. It's just a different way of looking at things, I guess. Doesn't really matter. I like I like. There isn't just one kind of woman that I like. There's several different types that I like. I'm not. Most men like variety, and then in the comment section they'll say so. You like. There's a certain variety of personalities and a certain variety of looks that are acceptable or good. You know what I'm talking about? That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm kind of the same.
There isn't just one thing.
I don't have a type.
Right.
I don't think there's. I mean, I know some people do, but I don't have that.
You do have a type.
I have a type, but it's
not. There
not
are things that you will not go for.
Well, yeah, but I don't think that's narrow enough to be called a type. Because I kind of think that it's like, well, I don't like XYZ, but everything else is on the table as long as you're cool. Right. Kind of thing.
When it comes to sexiness, white women, black women, and Hispanic women, and Hispanic is a fucking very inaccurate term. That doesn't mean anything. I grew up in Brazil, too. But the people that you would call Hispanic women actually are they all have their own individual styles, and to me, that's the direction you would want to go. You know what I'm talking about? One of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I always think it's easier to like just, I don't know. Like I said, I kind of go by individual people. Yeah. I don't have a thing. It's like, I can't really think of anything. I don't know. I guess I could think of a couple things that would probably be like deal breakers, I guess they would say, but not that many things. Right. Because depending on the person, it's like, that could work for you, or it might not be that big a deal, or you know what I mean? It just depends on what the person is. So I'm not really that concerned about types or anything like that.
Right. And it all depends on the individual, but the ethnicity is a factor. Ethnicity and race is a factor, because those cultures produce certain kind of people, and the attractive versions of those are going to be different. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. There is some crossover. Like, for instance, Sherry. Sherry Mouse is black, but she's attractive, but she's also gothic. But she's attractive because she's gothic. You know what I mean? So she wouldn't be she wouldn't be the same kind of attraction would be, say, like some attractive black chick that was like into the fucking, I don't know, maybe like the R&B scene.
Yeah, and that's
it's
not
a different type.
Yeah, that's just almost like, I don't like superficial. That sounds like dismissive, but I don't mean it like that. Right. Yeah. That's just kind of like, because a lot of stuff I like is, dudes that are into like goth
certain
shit
things,
or horror shit. It's like, I like dudes like that. Right. It doesn't matter. Other than that, it doesn't really matter like what race you are, if you're fat or skinny or whatever. It's like if you're into
there
like,
be a fucking cool black dude. We know cool black dudes in the goth scene. White women find them acceptable because they're into the same fucking shit.
That's what I mean. It's all like they have shit in common with you. Right. You like this. You have the same interests. Right. Yeah. So it doesn't even like
we're all speaking the same lingo.
And like race and shit like that doesn't really come into it because it's like they're all just into the same shit as you are. So no one's.
It kind of comes into it because they're spinning off of it in a certain way.
But I don't know. It's like it just really doesn't. It never really seemed like that big a deal to me. I guess I don't know.
Well, okay, like goth white chicks wear a lot of black clothing and everything to kind of set off fucking white skin and to look pale like a vampiric. But if you look at Sherry does that, but she'll also wear fucking all white. So then you have that a different contract. So she does play off of that. Yeah. With white hair and white clothes and red contacts and so no, you can play off of that. Yeah. Like T was saying, well, what does a black goth look like? And then T Googled goths of color. And there are black goth female looks that white women couldn't do. They couldn't do it. But
or it wouldn't look the same.
It just wouldn't be the same. Like, Haitian voodoo goth black chicks. They're going to do that. It looks fucking great.
Which our friend Crystal does sometimes.
Right, Crystal does it. Or fucking black girl doing 1970s Blackula goth with the bell bottoms and the afro and everything. That looks great. You know what I mean? A white girl can't do that. It's just...
Yeah, it would look really weird.
Right. So ethnicity is a factor.
Yeah.
It's a positive factor. You just have to know how to play on it.
Yeah.
You look at a lot of fucking white goth girls are playing off fucking European aristocracy motifs.
Yeah.
So that works.
Yeah, because you want some like white ass skin. You want to look like all like Victorian and shit.
Fucking shit. Yeah.
Like I don't have any blood. What are you talking about?
It is definitely ethnic. definitely. So, it works. Ethnicity is a good thing.
But like I said, you can make a lot of things work if you know what you're doing.
Right. And just like that Mexican goth girl, Loretta Vamps, where she did the Mexican goth things with the fucking, fucking Santa Muerte and shit. That fucking worked.
Yeah.
And the Aztec motifs and shit. Yeah.
Somebody, Camp Guy said something about the movie Magic, which, spoiler alert, I just did a review of that movie, which I've seen many times and I love that movie, which is going up. Actually, if you have Patreon, it probably went up this morning. But if you don't have Patreon, then you'll be able to see it tomorrow morning. Victor says, I like dudes, but nice boobs are always nice to look at too. Who doesn't like boobs, right? Boobs are great. I'm a mostly straight woman and I also like boobs. Gramthars Hammer said, did you meet any Korean goth chicks?
No, it didn't exist. That barely existed in the United States at the time that I was there. It was the early 90s.
Yeah.
Tila goes, wait, but she was goth but attractive. Oops. Man, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I probably meant aesthetically the way the goth thing looked on her was fucking attractive. That's what I meant.
Yeah, because like I said, I'm kind of like, I'm kind of more into like what their like whole look is. What's your whole like aesthetic kind of shit going on?
Right.
You know what I mean? Not so much like what your face looks like or anything like that, but how'd you put yourself together? Yeah,
that's what you said. I'm drunk and you're fucking reading into the context. Bitch.
Well,
they got a lot of good-looking black women. What are you talking about? they got a lot of good-looking women.
There's a lot of good-looking women, period.
Of every race, yeah.
You know what I mean? I see good-looking women all the time. You see good-looking dudes all the time.
They got ugly bitches of fucking every race, too.
Well, you got ugly dudes of every race, too. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's like,
They got ugly,
but like I said, even if you're, like, funny-looking, you can still, like, pull some shit off. That doesn't, I'm not saying.
Yeah.
You can be funny-looking and still, like, be sexy.
Yep.
You just gotta work it. Just work it.
Yep.
So,
did you see the Haitian goth look? She goes, I'm gonna fucking Google that. It was in Goths of Color. One of them showed up. And she was wearing brown and black, and she had the dreads and the bones and fucking weird shit, and the neck piece, and it looked really good.
See, that shit's fantastic.
Yeah,
I love that, like, that old school, like,
she
Haitian
looked like a voodoo
aesthetic.
priestess.
I love that.
Yeah. Crystal does that.
Yeah.
She does that too.
Well, she did. Our friend Crystal, she works at Universal, and one year, I think this was a couple years back. You know how they have at Universal, they have Halloween Horror Nights, right? Yeah. Very famously. And one year they had like one of their houses or their sections was like a voodoo thing. So she got to play like voodoo priestess. So she was like the hostess of the area. And she looked fucking great.
Yeah.
Man, she went all out with
she had a bone in her nose, a fucking yellow fucking dress. She had a top hat, didn't she?
I think she did, yeah.
Yeah, it looked good. Look good.
All right, so where was I?
Yeah.
I don't even remember now. And probably I need another drink soon.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. And I might have to also... I'll go to the bathroom soon, but I'll wait until you come back. So, all right, where was I? So, I was going to say, okay, so the most common... At least, like I said, this is a very hard disorder to diagnose. So, they're not sure entirely how prevalent it is. According to Dr. Grande... He said that from his research, at least in the United States, not worldwide, in the United States, they diagnose about 200 cases of Munchausen syndrome by proxy a year. But they're not sure if that's an underdiagnosis or an overdiagnosis because they say, look, this disorder is kind of the whole basis of it is deception. So it could be... It's probably more likely that they're underdiagnosing it because maybe people that have it, are moving around from place to place and are kind of like falling through the cracks. So they don't get diagnosed with it. But he's saying so it is very, very rare, but it could be more prevalent than we think just because it's hard to diagnose. Now, roughly 90% of the cases, of the identified cases of Munchausen syndrome. Not necessarily Munchausen by proxy, but Munchausen syndrome generally.
I accidentally poured that juice in it. If you want, I'll
No, it's all right.
It's good enough?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't care.
All right.
You know how I get. Once I've had a couple, I'll drink anything. I don't give a
Okay.
shit. Well, I don't want to say that. I'm not gonna drink urine or anything like that. But I'm just saying, to some degree, I'll drink anything. 90% of people that are diagnosed with Munchausen syndrome, not necessarily Munchausen by proxy, are women between the ages of 20 to 40 years old, and usually have something to do with the medical profession. Like I said, not always nurses, not always stuff like that, but there are a lot of people that work in healthcare that are into it. The other 10%, roughly 10%, interestingly, unmarried white men 30 to 50 years old. Not entirely sure why it's just these two groups that are affected. Really doesn't seem to be, you don't really see many people of other ages, other ethnic groups, other, anything like that, affected by this. Does seem to be, 90% is women 20 to 40, and the rest of them are usually unmarried white men 30 to 50. Not entirely sure what the overlap is there, but that's the two most common groups. Now, let's talk a little bit about Munchausen's by internet. Now, this probably isn't what you're thinking. This isn't like because I thought it was like hypochondria. Like, oh my God, I went to WebMD and I have every disease that's on there. This is not exactly that. Munchausen by internet is kind of like, I don't think this is in the DSM because I don't think it's like technically, but I think it's like a variant. What this person will do is not so much show up at a hospital and like give themselves like, hey, I injected myself with feces, so I have like E. coli now or something like that, which, we'll get to that in a minute. It's not that extreme, but people who have Munchausen's by internet will basically go onto, like, say, forums or discussion groups or something like that for people with a particular disease, like, people with leukemia or cystic fibrosis or whatever, and will say that they have this disease and get involved in the community, and kind of base their identity around having this disease. You know what I'm saying? So to an extent, this is less harmful because all they're doing, is making up this fucking identity on the internet that's all based around having this disease. And people who actually have this disease are like talking to them and being supportive and shit like that, except this person's like fucking scamming, kind of. So some of the ways that they have said to like determine whether a person has this or not, they said this person will tend to post on forums about the disease or whatever, but their posts usually have stuff that's just like kind of copy pasted from like WebMD or like some other like big medical site. They'll do that. They also tend to say that their symptoms are a lot more severe than most people would experience with the same illness. So there's that. They'll also have like real dramatic kind of ups and downs, like, oh my God, like I had this and like I almost died, but I recovered from it. That kind of thing, just so they can get attention, get like accolades and stuff. A lot of times they'll say stuff about, they'll kind of come up with these elaborate fictions about being at this particular hospital or something like that. And then if anybody looks into it, that hospital's not real. They also kind of extend out to, not only do I have this horrible, fatal, life-threatening illness that I want to tell everybody about, but sometimes it extends out to now your family members have an illness, or your family members were in this horrible car accident and they're crippled and and stuff like that. I said that tends to happen when, when attention on the forum goes to somebody else. So they're basically just trying to bring attention back to themselves by being like, oh my God, my boyfriend just got murdered. You know what I mean? So they'll do that kind of thing. So it's the same pathology. It's just arguably less harmful because they're not harming themselves or they're not harming children or anything like that. They're just going on the internet and making up stories. And, presumably just to get attention because they feel like they want to be a sick person and that's like the way they get attention, which is kind of sad, but You doing all right?
Yeah, fine. Doing good.
All right. So
You take a break?
yeah, I'm just gonna run to the bathroom, and then
Okay.
after that, we were gonna talk about like I got some cases.
Okay, we'll talk about some cases.
Mostly of Munchausen by proxy, but some of these people had Munchausen syndrome themselves and then inflicted it on their children also.
Do we have any commercials we got to play?
Yeah, play that Strange Realities ad.
Okay, we'll play.
In 2019, the first Strange Realities Conference took place in Nashville, Tennessee. The pandemic and turmoil the following year could not stop 2020's conference from thriving in cyberspace as a live streaming event. Now, for 2021, the third annual Strange Realities Conference will combine these worlds into a paranormal hybrid event, live in person in Nashville and streaming online. Join us in exploring just how truly strange our reality can be with an interdimensional lineup of speakers presenting unique and intellectual perspectives on magic, mysteries, and the paranormal.
Featuring Alan Greenfield, Dr. J. Michael Bennett, aka Dr. Future, Tim Banal, Soraya Ascaf, Dr. Stephen Finley, Aaron Gullius, Amy Pachula, Brent Rains, Chris Ernst, Heather Mosier, Michael Hughes, Jose Herrera, Joshua Cutchin, Kiki Dombrowski, Nathan Isaac, P.D. Newman, Steven Snyder, aka Recluse, David Metcalf, Timothy Renner, Steve Stockton, and Bren Collier. Tickets available at strangerealitiesconference.com.
It's gonna be amazing.
See, I didn't see main full screen. I had to fucking scroll up. I'm going, where the fuck is this?
bunch of like black screen with the fucking.
It's only a few seconds.
Only a few seconds.
Yeah.
Look at your silly curly hair.
Yeah. Being
You're
crazy.
just like, I just like cracked up when I walked in and saw your little curly ass like sitting in the captain's chair. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So fucking funny. Looking at her YouTube now. Yeah.
She's looking at Sherry.
Oh, okay.
Sherry's cool, man. She's awesome.
Yeah, I love her.
Yeah. She's been over to the house. Fucking, she's from Tampa, though.
Yeah. Danny Rolling Ghostface says, how about that chick that purposely poured Drano in her eyes to blind herself?
Yeah,
she
that fucking stupid bitch.
See, that's what I
Yeah.
mean. It's like, well,
She's
it's not so much stupid. It's a
fucking
mental
crazy,
illness. Yeah. And it's just kind of like...
She identified as a blind person, so she wanted to fucking make herself blind. That's fucking crazy.
That's you have to be like really fucked up to do something like that, because you can't really undo that.
Now,
man.
somebody commented, I saw comments about that fucking recently, and they said that she killed herself. I don't know if that's true, though.
Oh, I don't know either. But like I kind of know what you're talking about, but I don't know like all
Yeah.
the details, so I don't really like want to.
There's a lot of people that do weird shit, like the dude that wanted to become a lion and fucking just turned himself into a lion using fucking.
Oh well, there's a lot of those. Like there's
Yeah.
like the snake guy that's like
Yeah.
all covered with scales, and it's like
Yeah.
he had his tongue split and stuff. I don't honestly.
The lion guy killed himself, though.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
to that extent,
He
it's
was crazy.
like I said, just like everything else, it's on a spectrum.
Yeah.
I don't really have a problem with these extreme body modifications. Hey, Pookie, where you been? She's down here by my foot. I don't have a problem with these extreme body modifications. Like, if you want to look like a snake or a lion, whatever, man. Like, you do you. But that said, there comes a point where extreme body modification is maybe, not
up?
always, is maybe a symptom of something else. Maybe a symptom of, particularly when you have, because you remember when we were watching like that documentary or whatever, like about these women that just get like bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, like boob implants.
Yeah.
To a point where it's like they can't even really stand upright anymore. You know, it's like up to a certain point, fine. You know, if that's what you want it to look like, then that's, you know, like I said, it's your body, do what you want. But you do have to like take into consideration that past a certain extreme where you're like doing harm to yourself,
Right.
then maybe someone
Yeah.
should intervene.
And there's a significant portion of bodybuilders have body dysmorphia. Guys like Rich Piana, dead by 40 something.
Yeah.
Dead by
So
40
there
something. Just
definitely
nothing but
is.
just beyond steroids.
Yeah.
And he was a good guy. Everybody liked Rich. He wasn't a pro bodybuilder. He was a YouTuber. And he sold fucking health supplements But man, there was nothing close to health with what he was doing. Nothing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That is not health. Jacking yourself up with that
there
many
comes to a point,
anabolic
like
steroids.
up to a point, it's fine. Everybody's
Right.
like, yeah, that's, like I said, that's your body. Do what you want with it. But
Right.
after a certain point,
Right. Oh boy, right there. That is about the max. You don't want to get any bigger than that. Any bigger than that, it's not health anymore. That'll kill you. Your heart can't supply all that.
well, do you
And
remember?
then all the drugs you need to maintain that.
We
No.
might have talked about this on the bodybuilding show, but remember like back in the 90s? Because I
Yeah.
feel like there was kind of a trend for just like monstrously
Yeah.
huge, and it's to a point where they were just like freakish looking. And at that point, it's like, look, you know, a human body isn't really supposed to look like that.
Right.
And the shit that you have to do to get your body to look like that is probably not good for you. Like I said,
Yeah.
it's your body, you're an adult, but there comes a point where someone should be like, hey man,
Yeah.
you're gonna die if you don't stop fucking doing that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, I mean, I kind of see it on the same spectrum as like, you know, I know this is like weird to say, but somebody has like an eating disorder. It's like, you know, you have like anorexia, like you don't eat. It's like, you know, being thin to an extent is good, but
Right.
you know, if you get too thin, you're going to die.
Right.
It's the same kind of thing.
You start going beneath 5% body fat, you're fucking risking your fucking life. And what's funny is that dude right there is maybe at about 8%. So even he would be borderline.
I mean, you
Yeah.
need some fat.
You need some fat.
You do.
Right.
That's what makes your brain work correctly.
Right.
And like I said, I have, you know, a family member that was anorexic and had to be force-fed through her nose, or she would have died. So, you know, but it's like, I get it. It's a mental disorder, but they know that it's a mental disorder. You can diet up to a point, but if you get to a point where your fucking organs are shutting down, you're growing hair all over your body because your body's desperately trying to keep itself warm.
There's a story going live there. On World Star, somebody just posted a video of a dude fucking knifing another dude to death while he was banging the other guy's wife.
Yikes.
And,
Florida.
In Florida, yeah.
Figures.
Walked
This
in,
shit
saw
happens everywhere.
a
It
dude
happens
banging his
everywhere.
wife. He got it on video. Yeah, fucking Florida, man, is a factor because, like I said, we're the kind of like the new California in a certain way.
Well, a lot of people move here from other places, so
move here
you
from other
kind of it's kind of like a, you know, everyone's from everywhere else.
Right.
I'm from here.
It's
but
mostly rural and suburban, and it's hot here. It's not a restrictive environment, and motherfuckers get wild.
well, something
get
that I've
wild.
read. I mean,
Yeah.
from a statistical standpoint, this sounds like it's probably correct. The reason that you get like more of these crazy stories out of Florida is because we have the Sunshine Law, where you get arrested for a crime, it's public knowledge.
Yeah.
Not every state has that. So if you go around like searching for crimes, you're going to find more of them from Florida just because they release more of them to the public, just because that's what the law is. You don't have any, if you're an adult and you've been convicted of a crime, no matter how crazy it is, it's public knowledge. It's up on the internet. You know, it's searchable. So, and like I said, not every state has that. Some of their privacy laws pertaining to crime are more restrictive than ours. So you do kind of see a lot more stories. So I'm not saying like crazy shit doesn't happen in other states. Obviously it does, because people are stupid everywhere. But you just see more of it out of Florida just because everything is automatically public. They don't like,
Right.
unless you're a minor, as far as I can determine. But yeah, we've had sunshine laws for like a pretty long time.
I'm not from Florida. I moved here. I fucking loved it. I lived in California, fucking Mississippi, Brazil, Korea, all over the world. I liked Florida. I found it to be very special. I liked the people. I liked the scene. The vibe here is very positive. It's very fucking fun. If you have money, that helps. But that helps everywhere.
That helps everywhere. Being poor sucks everywhere.
It has one downside. It's fucking hot. Really hot. 3 or 4.
Most of the time.
No, not most. It's really about 3 or 4 months out of the year. It's really fucking hot. The rest of the time, it's hot. But then winter and spring and everything, it's not that. It's not. It's cool. 70s, 60s, 50s sometimes. But
it's like it's more that it's like muggy though.
It's humid.
Yeah.
It's humid, which makes it feel fucking super hot. And then when it gets down to 50, it feels super fucking cold because it's humid. It's just bone penetrating. But you just stay in for a couple months out of the year.
Honestly, most of my childhood,
You just stay in, yeah.
like I said, where I grew up in, mostly I stayed a lot at my grandmother's house, and her house was built in 1958. Her house was built with no central air, and the whole time I was growing up, it never had central air. It had one window unit, which they installed in the dining room. So in the summer, so if you were in one of the back bedrooms, which I was, no air conditioning got back there. You didn't want to leave the windows open because big giant roaches would fly in.
Yeah.
Even though there was a screen, they'd still like get around. And so we didn't really want to do that. And like I said, even with the windows open, it didn't really help because there was no breeze. There's no breeze. Yeah. And even if there is a breeze, it's hot and wet.
Yeah.
So
Amanda says, just like Tom said in other streams, it's Dagobah from Star Wars.
It is very
Dagobah.
Much like that.
Especially in the deep of the summer.
July and August, basically, okay, like you know how when you walk into like a sauna, it's like that, but all the time,
now,
and
Gramthars
you can't
says,
leave.
Does it get old seeing old people everywhere? That's not what you see.
I don't see that many old people.
Maybe a long time ago it was like that. Maybe in certain communities, but no, it's a young. You just
see
crowd.
like everybody,
and it's white, Hispanic, and black. It's
an Asian
and some Asian, but it's mostly whites and Hispanics with some blacks, and it's got a good club scene, and everybody gets along. I didn't see there isn't a lot of hatred here. Everybody's getting along. It's a fun place. It has a resort, a vacation resort / Disney / cocaine cowboy vibe to it. It's kind of like cross between California and maybe like, I don't know, Vegas and Dagobah.
Now
and Colombia, it's just depends, and it depends on where you are. There's a lot of diversity even inside a city.
Danny Rolling Ghostface said, and I'm not sure if this is a joke or not, but he said, "Are the basements in Florida cool at least?" Yeah, we don't generally we don't have basements here.
Right.
You can't really because of the water table.
Water table's too low, yeah.
Particularly it's not as bad here in like Central Florida where I grew up in Daytona. We're right on the coast and we're right at sea level. So honestly, like you'd go out in your yard and dig down like 4 feet and there was water.
Yeah.
So it's like you can't really have a basement. Mm-hmm. I mean, the one place I had that had a basement with my grandfather's house, the basement was actually half above ground. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like the house was like a little bit above and then like half of the basement was like underground. So it's like you don't really see... Because I know, like, up north, like, a lot of houses have... Because, I've been, like, visited friends in Baltimore and stuff like that. And they, like, have, 2-story house and there's, like, a basement. We don't really have that here. Yeah. We don't really have basements. You can't. They would flood.
The whole South has changed a lot. The whole South. I mean, we had a cute little lesbian friend who fucking left here because she didn't like it and moved to Mississippi. To fucking Biloxi. On the Gulf Coast. And she loves it there. I lived there, too, It's because it's not the same Mississippi as it was. The fucking the Gulf Coast of Mississippi is now the high-end neighborhood of New Orleans. That's what it looks like, and that's what it feels like. It's very kind of French colonial looking, but it's all modern. It's all rebuilt now. Casinos everywhere.
Yeah, well, and like I said,
everything's better. It's not the South that you see in movies from the 80s anymore.
Well, and Florida in particular is kind of like different because Florida is, like I said, there's not a lot of people that are from here. Like I am, but I don't meet a lot of people that were born here.
Well, we're in Central Florida, though.
Yeah, and so, Central
different.
Florida, there's people moving here from like everywhere, like all over the country, all over the world.
Panhandle is Mississippi.
Yeah, Panhandle, that's a different, that's like almost like a different state.
Right. Yeah, and South Florida is North Cuba. It's Central America.
That's basically Cuba now.
Yeah, it's Central America. And it works out good, man. That's very good.
Well, it's been like that for...
Been like that forever.
As long as...
Yeah.
As long as I can remember.
Yeah.
But, it's... Honestly, like I said...
Look at Miami. Look at new pictures of Miami. It's a fucking tropical paradise city. Skyscrapers with fucking parks, and it's a green city. It looks like it's in the middle of the jungle, because it kind of is. But it's one of the most beautiful cities in the world.
Well, they're always trying, and particularly because a lot of stuff, and I think I mentioned this before, Orlando, in particular, like the Central Florida area.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know, but 40 years ago, this was a fucking swamp.
Yeah.
Until Disney came and started building the park here, and then like all this stuff grew up around it. But they actually have tried to make everything... like the neighborhood where we live, they definitely try to make it like nice houses and stuff, but they definitely have to try to like surround it with trees and parkland and trails and stuff like that. So you kind of feel like you're in a rural environment, even though we're literally like less than 2 miles from the freeway. But they do try to make it seem like you're out in the woods. And sometimes it does kind of seem like you're out in the woods. 'Cause like I said, you get fucking bears wandering across your driveway and whatnot. But, they've done a good job of, like, trying to make everything. But like I said, where we live is more like an upper middle class
Victor goes,
type of area.
Florida's the Golden Girls in Disney. No, it is not, man. It is not.
Well, in some places,
Florida is porn. Fucking.
Well, yeah.
Florida is a fucking
porn and
industry
drugs.
And Disney and drugs, yeah. And then fucking Gramthars goes, well, isn't COVID running fucking crazy? Our friend Toby works at the hospital, Florida General Hospital. He's a nurse there. That's my leather daddy buddy. And he said he never noticed anything unusual. There was no...
It depends on the place,
There was no influx of any sick people. They had a whole fucking thing when the so-called pandemic first started, in tents and shit. Nobody came. Nothing's going wrong. All right. It's normal. Just normal shit. Nothing's happening. And then somebody else was saying, what about... Oh, and don't be bragging about Florida buildings, huh?
Yeah,
yeah. That particular building.
And also, we have sinkholes.
We have sinkholes that'll swallow up. It's like cenotes. Fucking boom. It's like in Mexico.
And all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And honestly, that can happen anywhere. Because like I said, we are at sea level.
Right.
And so Florida is not like on any bedrock or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's basically just kind of like, sand and dirt. Yeah. And then like there's the ocean. It's like right there. And it's like there's not really a lot of shit underneath, like underlying it. Yeah. So every now and then the earth will decide, hey, I don't really like this particular shoot. And then it'll be like this big fucking sinkhole and it'll swallow like all these. Yeah. So now, you know what I mean?
The building that fell, first of all, that was a cocaine era building. That was a cartel building. That's who built that shit. And they knew that bitch was falling for fucking 10, 15 years. They told those motherfuckers it was falling. They didn't do anything about it.
Well, yeah,
Nobody moved.
I kind of feel like, too, that, like, people that own the buildings, they don't want to, like, pay the money to upgrade it.
Yeah. And evidently rent was cheap there, so people stayed.
Well, a lot of people don't have a choice. Yeah. You know what I mean?
But that building was falling. And it went,
but like I said, put yourself in the point of view of someone like me. Like, what if I was living there and it's like, this is super cheap. It's like $600 a month. It's like, holy crap, this is so cheap. And it's like, well, you need to move because like blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I think I'll risk it because it's like everywhere else is like twice the money or more.
Right.
So it's kind of like you can't really... And, it's not just that. It's not just the fact can you pay the rent, but you also have to usually pay 2 or 3 months rent up front.
Yeah.
And a lot of people can't afford that. So a lot of those people probably didn't have like a lot of choice.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, I would have moved. I don't give a shit. I said, this
you could just like sleep out on the beach.
This building is fucking falling down, and they've got jacks on the outside of it, and they're trying to stuff fucking shit underneath the foundation. They all knew... Everybody that lived there knew that building was fucking coming down, and they didn't fucking hightail it. Although I blame the city. The city should have come in there and said, this building's condemned. You got to get the fuck out of here. But cocaine and money fucking talks in Florida, in Miami. Miami is not the rest of the United States. It's Central America. It just is. And you're not going to change it. They got people running from going from New York and trying to move in there to do those New York scams, paid parking, and all the fucking New York toll bridges and shit. All the scams that New Yorkers do, and they're getting blackballed and kicked out of there. If you go to Florida, understand that that is Cuban territory. That's just what's going to happen. If you play ball with them and you're like them, you know the culture, it's going to be fine. But if you go in there as a hot shot and throw your weight around, you're going to get blackballed. That's just how it is. That's the word on the street. Okay, that's what I've been hearing. But I would love to move to Miami. It's hot, though. It's even hotter there.
I know, I've been there.
Yeah.
Gramthars Hammer says, if the sea rises a few feet from global warming in the next 20 years, will you be underwater? Daytona will be. Orlando, well, maybe 20 feet. Yeah, probably. Daytona definitely would be. Because Daytona is right at sea level. That's where I grew up.
Sea levels haven't changed, though.
Okay.
No, they haven't.
Please shut that.
Yeah.
I don't know where Pookie went to. Did she go outside or... I don't know what's going on. Yeah, Daytona will totally be underwater. Which, no big loss. I'm not being shitty. Like, seriously, a lot of my family members still live there. But it's like, the city is like, it wouldn't be any big loss. I'm just saying. But, you know, maybe. I don't know. I kind of feel like hurricanes, we don't get them as bad, like, in central Florida, because we're, like, you know, several miles off the coast, like an hour and a half off the coast. But, you know.
Victor says Tom denies everything he doesn't like. The same houses on the seacoast have been there for fucking 30, 40, 50 years. The sea level hasn't changed.
That is not the case.
They're still there.
I grew up on the coast.
Everything's still there.
I grew up on the coast. Do you know how much of the beach is gone?
But the
beach was much larger. Yeah, because they built the houses a little bit farther back. And actually, the farther you go up A1A, they were actually smart enough to build the houses up on fucking stilts.
So then you just move the houses back.
You know what I mean?
It's not going to be like you're there one day and all of a sudden the ocean hits you. It would take a long time.
Kanavatsalon says, Victor says, Tom, is the earth round or flat?
I ain't worried about that. The earth is fucking flat.
Yeah, of course.
Kanavatsalon
says,
no, y'all think you're smart. Look, man, fucking, you can't control the weather.
Hush.
No.
Kanavatsalon says, cool shirt, Jenny. Are those the ones you're making now? No, I didn't make this one. I actually got this one from bustedtees.com. I just, you know, I just saw it and I thought it was funny, so I bought it. So we're going to talk about some fucking cases because, like, look how much I still have to do. And you're doing your shenanigans. Mm-hmm. Oh, I know what you timed him out. Aw, are your feelings hurt?
I put that bitch in timeout.
His feelings are hurt.
I put that bitch in timeout.
Do vaccines cause autism, says Victor?
I don't know. It depends on the vaccine, probably.
No, they don't. But thank you.
Everything would depend on.
Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. But no.
All right.
All right. So let's talk about some cases. Most of the cases that I wanted to talk about on the show, like I said, I feel like the most popular case, popular, that's a weird word to use, but you know what I mean. The most well-known case of Munchausen by proxy is, you know, the kind of like Gypsy Rose Lee, like that kind of like whatever, Dee Blanchard case. If we don't get to that, because I think we talked about it on the Sidetrack show like a while back, but I do have that in here, so we might get to it again, but we'll see. I put some other ones in here. Maybe we mentioned this on the Sidetrack show. I can't really remember because it was a while back, but I have more like details about the shit. David June, he's drunk with power. Yeah, right.
Who?
You.
Of course. Look, man, fucking, I went to the fucking coast of Mississippi. The coastline's exactly the same as it was when I was a little boy. All the buildings are still there.
That's so scientifically accurate.
I only care what happens in my lifetime. I don't give a shit about all you little bitches.
Well, yeah, we know that.
Yeah, I don't care.
That's why we don't listen to you.
Yeah. Y'all are going to die anyway.
Okay. Well, you know.
Right, yeah. I don't care about your children either.
That's nice.
If you had children, it's on you.
You're being so pleasant, Thomas. Oh my goodness.
The coastline was the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
The same casinos were in the same spots they were when I was a little kid. They're there. You can sit there and try to rationalize it all you want, man. The fucking casino was still there.
Tom's like, I saw a thing, and
there.
therefore it's true everywhere.
Yeah. Well, I don't care.
Yeah, I know.
No, I don't care.
Well, then why should anyone listen to you then?
No.
No one listens.
They're worried
to
about
you.
things outside the scope of your control.
Yeah. Okay. Can I talk about like the actual topic of the show?
Do what you want to do. No, do what you want to do. Yeah.
You're getting like a little
No,
hostile.
I'm not.
You're getting hostile.
No, I'm having fun.
With your stupid hair.
I got a fucking wig on. What are you talking about?
With your big old forehead.
Yeah. It's not a forehead. It's just a fucking... It's a wig.
It's just a head.
It's just a fucking head.
It's a 5 head. It's a 6 head. It's a 10 head.
It's a 40 head.
All the way back. Oh, now he's going to pull it way forward. Pull it all the way up to your eyebrows. There you
now
go.
all of a sudden I'm a Neanderthal. I'm going to put that shit down here like that.
Well, now you kind of look like a grandma.
Yeah.
He looks like a grandma.
Yeah.
David June says, I wish I could put people in timeout. Do you want me to make you a moderator and then you can put people in timeout? Like, if you're, like, do you want...
Carnivals is a Tom is just projecting masculinity. That's the next good pronunciation. Projecting. That's pretty good, man. Projecting.
Oh, David says, yeah, I thought I made you a mod. So you can be able to, you can put people in timeout if you want
I did?
to. Like, don't, like, no, I'm not talking to you.
Who?
I'm talking to David June.
He can do what he wants.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was pretty sure I'd made him a mod before.
See, I don't talk in there, so they can't put me in timeout. See,
no one wants to put you in timeout.
that's...
If I wanted to put you in timeout, I'd have to like punch you in the face and like knock you out or something. Because you're not going to stop talking otherwise.
I'm talking.
But yeah.
I'm not talking.
Well, yeah, like I said, yeah, he's a mod, so you can put people in timeout if you want to. Like, don't abuse the power though. I mean, you know, you can if you want to. It doesn't like last that long. I don't think. Don't they? When you put somebody in timeout, it's only what, like so many minutes or
projecting. It's international.
You are projecting.
Yeah.
All right, can we please, like, can we get back to the topic now?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I feel
Projecting.
He has this habit of like, this is why I keep going, are you sure? Are you sure? Because like I open my mouth to talk and then he keeps on talking.
Yeah, no.
All right, so can we talk about, okay, so we're going to talk about some shit now, so shh. Thank you. All right, so we're going to talk about some cases of Munchausen syndrome and Munchausen syndrome by proxy, right? So let's talk about Mary Beth Tinning. Now, here's this woman here, supposedly, and this is very common with Munchausen by proxy. Supposedly a very devoted mother, because that's another thing, and I don't remember if I mentioned this or not, but that's another thing they've noticed is that people that have, particularly Munchausen by proxy, they're like super, super like attentive to the child or victim, if you'd prefer, when other people are watching. When other people are not watching, like if you have a camera on them or something like that, they get like super neglectful and maybe even abusive when no one else is looking at them. So all of their stuff is like performative. So to an extent, like I said, they are aware of the image that they're projecting to other people. So Mary Beth Tinning, she supposedly, okay, so from the 13 years between 1972 and 1985, she lived in Schenectady, New York, and she lost, 9 babies who died, babies and children. Now, like I said, I kind of feel like 1972, 1985, no one was real hip to this Munchausen by proxy thing. So, sadly, it took a pretty long time for authorities to like twig onto what this bitch was doing, right? And like I said, I hate to be dismissive. I know it's a mental illness, but on the other hand, you're also like killing your children. So, it's kind of a whole thing. So basically, her daughter, Jennifer, was born in January of 1972. My name is Jennifer, and I was also born in 1972. So, it's kind of a thing there. She was 8 days old and died. Now, this particular death, they did an autopsy on the child. I'm not entirely sure why, because I don't know if they automatically do autopsies, particularly back in 1972. Do they automatically do an autopsy on a baby that died? I'm not really sure. But they did an autopsy, and they concluded that this baby had died of meningitis. Now, because this baby had never been taken home, the authorities retrospectively said probably this baby actually did have some disease and like died of natural causes, if you want to call it that, because in light of what happened later, could have been, but like I said, the mom didn't really have any chance to like take this baby home and like fuck with it, you know what I mean? She didn't leave the hospital, the baby died, shit happens, and maybe it was natural causes, which is sad. But could be that wasn't the case. But I don't know. Allegedly. So about 3 weeks after that, apparently the baby that had been born had an older brother who was 2 years old named Joseph Tinning Jr. Now this 2-year-old, 3 weeks after his baby sister died, he also died. He was actually dead on arrival in Ellis Hospital at Schenectady, New York. Now, at this point, like I said, no one is suspecting anything, right? Even though, like, she just had a baby. The baby died, apparently of meningitis, which can happen. 3 weeks later, her 2-year-old dies of what they think is a viral infection and a seizure disorder. They didn't do an autopsy, though, because, like I said, at this point, they're not really suspicious. Like I said, this is the early 1970s. I don't think Munchausen syndrome was really that widely talked about or known about. And, like I said, it's easy in retrospect to say, like, oh my God, like 9 of her fucking kids died. Spoiler alert. But it's like, at this point, she had one kid that died, and then, oh my God, like a later one died, and it's just like, oh, it's like really tragic. So I kind of feel like that was kind of the issue that was going on here. So I'm not going to shit on authorities for not being real, up on the game of what was going on. So this 2-year-old dies, supposedly from a viral infection or seizure disorder, but they didn't do an autopsy. 6 weeks after that, another child, Barbara Tinning, who was 4, she died on March 20th. Now, they did do an autopsy on her, but they couldn't really find any obvious cause of death. So at this point, they said, well, maybe it was a cardiac arrest. Maybe it was just one of those things. So they attributed it to that. Now, at this point, the hospital was getting a little bit suspicious. So they did actually report this death to the police because they said, look, this woman just had a baby. The baby died, and then her 2-year-old died. And then this kid died too, and that's a little weird. So they did actually report that to the police. But the police kind of looked into it sort of half-assedly, allegedly, and didn't really do anything about it. Because they kind of went and talked to, like, the hospital doctors, and they were just kind of like, yeah, we can't really, we can't find any evidence that anybody, like, did anything to cause it. So there was that. Now, later on, this woman had another baby, Timothy. Now, when this baby was 2 weeks old, he also died at the same hospital. And the doctors couldn't figure out what the cause was. So they said, well, maybe it's SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, which is kind of like, it's one of those kind of diseases where it's like, it's not really a disease, but it's just kind of like, this is what we say when it's like baby suddenly dies and we can't figure out why. You know what I mean? It's one of those. So they attributed it to that. So later on, September 2nd, 1975, another one of her kids, Nathan, died at 5 months old. And they did do an autopsy on this kid, and they said the cause of death was probably pulmonary edema. Now, another kid, holy crap, she's really like racking up some kid deaths. This is like really depressing. So another kid died almost 4 years later, February of 1979. Mary Tinning, she died at 6 months, or she died like after her 3rd birthday, rather. She was 3 years old, like 3.5 years old. and she died. And they also called that SIDS, even though she was 3.5 years old, which that seems a little old for SIDS, but okay. But that was, they couldn't like figure out like what had killed her, so they just determined that. And then another kid died too, like about a year later. Jonathan, who was 3 months old, and he died in March 24th, 1980. And again, they could find no cause of death. Now, at this point, for whatever reason, because like I said, fucking, you know, the kind of like system of adoption and all this other, they don't really like talk to each other and stuff. So somebody somewhere let this woman or this family like adopt more children. So they adopt another daughter named Tammy Lynn Tinning, who was 3 months old. Now, in December of 1985, this baby was found unconscious in her bed with blood on the pillow. Now, the mom takes her to St. Clair's Hospital, but at that point, it was already too late to save her. Now, this is a different hospital than earlier, and like I said, this is several years later, so it's kind of like, I don't know, I feel like I'm gonna, like, when I'm reading a litany of it, like I said, this is like 9 fucking kids, it sounds like, oh my god, why didn't somebody do something? But you have to, there was like months and years like in between this shit happening, so you're gonna get like different nurses, different doctors, different people like working on this, so it's like they wouldn't necessarily remember, like associate shit with the, you know, it's just like shit happens. So she gets brought in, she dies, and her death is also attributed to SIDS. However, at this point, they did actually alert the authorities, because I guess somebody remembered something. Hey, this bitch has been in here like a whole bunch of times, and maybe somebody should like look into it. So they started an investigation. So Mary Beth Tinning, the mom, she gets arrested in early February of 1986. Now, when she gets arrested, she actually did confess to killing Tammy Lynn, who was the adopted baby, by pressing a pillow over her face because she kept like crying and fussing, and she was like trying to get her to be quiet. I guess that's kind of what her angle was. When she was in custody, she also confessed to killing Timothy and Nathan, 2 of her earlier kids, but vehemently denied killing any of the numerous other ones. But Timothy and Nathan, she apparently, you know, came right out and said, and this is a quote, "I smothered them with a pillow because I'm not a good mother." So, you know, yeah, that's what she said. Now, in 87, July of 87, she actually ended up getting convicted of second-degree murder in only one of the deaths, Tammy Lynn's, who was the 3-month-old baby that she said that she had smothered with a pillow. But she did get she only got second-degree murder because the jurors apparently were not convinced that she had deliberately killed the child. They thought that there was something the matter with her, in the sense that, like I said, I don't think they said this at the trial, but they did like kind of imply that maybe she had like some kind of mental illness. Like I said, Munchausen Syndrome by proxy, and that was like making her do these kind of things. So they kind of like gave her a lesser sentence because of that. So it's really weird because they asked the husband about this, and I was reading this article about it that said the husband, Joseph, quote, seemed bewildered by the whole affair. Apparently, like, the media like asked him about, hey, how do you feel about your wife, like, essentially, allegedly, killing like 8 or 9 of the kids, and like, is that weird or whatever? And he said, and this is apparently a direct quote, he said, "You have to trust your wife. She has her things to do, and as long as she gets them done, you don't ask questions." What does that mean?
I don't know.
Like, as long as your laundry gets done, you don't ask questions. As long as the babies aren't crying, like, you don't ask questions. What the fuck does that mean? So it's like, I kind of feel like, I don't think I mentioned this earlier, but they said that one thing that was real prevalent among people, among women particularly, that had Munchausen by proxy, was that the fathers of the children were usually, if they were present, were real like distant or uninvolved in like the children's care. So like they had no idea like what the fuck was going on with the shit, and they're just like, yeah, that's a woman's job. We'll let her figure it out. Which in this case is probably the worst possible thing to do.
Could have been that those dudes are not very attentive to the wife either, so maybe that might have accelerated their desire to grandstand and be the center of
and I think that might be a factor, because a lot of the women that present with this disorder, because like I said, this is like a general, it's like usually like 90%, Munchausen by proxy at least, 90% women, or women that are doing this to their children, and the other 10%, usually unmarried dudes between like 30 and 50 years old. So I kind of feel like, and a lot of the women that present with it had a lot of history of neglect or a history of sexual abuse, emotional abuse, things like that. So it's almost kind of like they're getting attention like the only way they know how, I suppose, or the only way they think they can get attention, either by making themselves ill or by, in the case of Munchausen by proxy, making their children ill and making everyone feel sympathy for them. And also, at the same time, making them seem like mother of the year, because look at this burden I have to bear. And I'm this doting mother that's taking care of this, kid that has cancer or whatever. And, look at how, conscientious I am, like, taking care of it. So it's all kind of like trying to get validation. So I kind of feel like that's where a lot of it is coming from. So like I said, I think that's why it's pretty common that that when there's a family dynamic present, in the sense that there's actually a father there, because a lot of times there's not. But if the father is present, he's usually one of those, I'm gonna let her take care of the kid type of situations, or he's not really around all that much. And so, like you said, it might be a case of she's trying to get attention from him as well.
Yeah. Where's the brush?
What do you mean?
Brush.
There's a brush right here.
Yeah.
I just bought a brand new hairbrush.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, my old one was like really like fucked up, and I was looking at it the other day, and I'm like, oh my god, I need to. You don't think about buying a new hairbrush, but I just thought one the other day, so I just bought one on Amazon because I was like,
well, no, I need that.
Oh, I thought you were done with it.
No. Tammy says, said that you need to brush that wig.
Well, yeah, he never does, though. He doesn't understand that it's not like, you can't just, like, throw that shit on. You have to groom it, just like you'd groom regular hair.
See. David's going to be listening to us, I guess, while he's on his trip.
Okay.
Okay.
Tila says, Tom needs his own brush. He doesn't have his own anything. He doesn't have his own phone. He doesn't have his own brush.
You gotta understand something. A man's success is judged by if he doesn't have a phone and he doesn't have any fucking keys to anything. He's made it. He's made it. He doesn't have any.
Well, you do have keys for things, but Pookie took them.
Yeah, right, yeah. Just for like some motorcycles and shit. But if a motherfucker's got a big old gigantic key ring, he works for somebody else.
I don't know. I can see like a really lot of flaws in that scenario.
How many keys do you think Elon Musk has? Just to his car and his house, probably.
That's one dude.
How many keys do you think Bill Gates has? I could do this shit all day long.
The thing about it is all hypothetical, because I don't know how many keys Bill Gates has. He might have a shit ton. I mean, you would think somebody that was that successful, it's like, I'm not going to farm out my shit to, like, other people because they might, like, fucking steal from me. So I'm going to have the keys of the shit. I mean, that's what I would think. But I'm a control freak, so, I mean, yeah, he doesn't have his own phone. He doesn't have his own phone because he just expects me to do, like, secretary shit.
I had a phone for fucking years and nobody ever called me on it, and I very rarely ever used
now
it.
it's like every time the man clinic calls, and then I have to, like, go all the way to walk around.
Right.
So, hey, they called you have to go pick your shit up now. It's like,
I got this right here.
Get your own phone.
I got this right. I can call another motherfucker, over shit, but if you don't telephone, I'm not that old. Come on.
Well, I don't like having a phone either, but
it's
I
phone.
have to have a phone because
it's an office phone.
Because your people call me.
Yeah,
like the VA clinic calls me. The VA,
It's like an office phone. That's how I look at it. We don't talk on it. It's all a scam. They try to get you to have that damn phone,
Yes,
and
Tom,
you don't
everything's
talk
the same.
on it, but they want you to have a damn number to open up accounts and shit. I says, what do I want a fucking phone for? I don't talk on that, goddamn. I don't talk on the bitch. That shit is fucking obsolete.
Well, like I said, it's obsolete for you because they're all calling me.
Nobody needs it. The next thing that's gonna happen is they're gonna say, what kind of typewriter you have? I don't have a typewriter. Oh, you have a typewriter? We can't do business with you.
See, David June made the same joke I did. Tom
What's
doesn't
that?
have keys anymore because Pookie stole his motorcycle.
No, that's one of them.
Exactly.
It's
why.
just one key.
We don't know
I'll
where.
find it. I'll find it.
We don't know where she put that
I'll
key.
find
at.
it eventually.
I'm
other
convinced
motorcycles.
I'm convinced that she took it and stuck it
I think
somewhere.
she did take it. There's no other explanation.
Like I said,
Everything else
the
has
end
been
of it's
eliminated.
rubber and chewy, so that's
Yeah.
kind of like her thing.
She took it to go chew on it.
She took it to chew on it probably because she likes to
It's
chew
somewhere
on things.
around here.
So yeah, so like I said, we're talking about Mary Beth Tinning, who, like I said, she only got convicted really of the one, even though she confessed to like killing 2 other of her 9 children, if you're keeping track at home. But she did actually get incarcerated in Bedford Hills, New York, and she was denied parole 6 times, but eventually was granted parole not that long ago, July 2018. And got released in August of 2018. So she's actually been out for a couple of years. I don't know where she has been subsequently. If I was her, I'd probably be like keeping a low profile, but you know. But yeah, so she did go to prison for actually a very long time. So now let's talk about Lacey Spears. Now this woman is, I believe this is one that's, this is fucked up, but she's kind of known as Salt Mom. Because they did a whole show like on Investigation Discovery about her. What?
I'm just laughing at what they're saying.
Oh.
Tammy says, look at how pretty he is when he brushes, and fucking T goes, look at all that narcissism and shit.
Well, you know.
Yeah, of course. Look, this is part...
10 years, bitch.
This is part of the reason why y'all watch this show is this fucking stupid shit that fucking I do on the side.
Because you are a ridiculous
I'm fucking
person
ridiculous.
and everybody.
That's just how it is. Just how it is.
You're entertainingly ridiculous.
Yeah, stop this shit, man.
No Need for Me Too says, I saw a video of a dog stealing a phone. See, I wouldn't trust, like, honestly, if something large went missing, I would more blame Beijing because she, like I said, she has a thing. She likes little stuffed animals, and she carries them around the house in her mouth. She doesn't hide them, though. She, like, wants everybody to see them. She lays them out in the middle of the living rooms like, there it is, that's for you. Pookie is more kind of like, hey, I like this, but I don't think she thinks about hiding it. I think she's like, hey, I'm going to take this over here and, like, and then she
Chews on it
forgets,
a while and
and then
drops
she
it.
chews on it a while and then forgets about it or, like, kicks it under the bed or something like that. She's not trying to hide it from you. She's just like wants to play with it, but then she just gets bored. So you know, we'll probably find it one of these days. I just like wonder.
I won't be able to ride that motorcycle until I find it. I mean, I got other motorcycles I could ride, but I don't want. I got that other one, but
Well, it's like I don't know. Like you kept
I can't
coming
go
here
anywhere in
today.
the
It's
fucking-
like, well, where's that? I'm like, what do you want me to do about it? I don't know
I'm
where
gonna
it's
tear
at.
that closet apart. Look for it.
I mean, I didn't take it. I haven't seen it.
It has to be here, or the motorcycle wouldn't be here.
Well, yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
But it's like, that's, I have no idea where it could be. I have no idea. I haven't seen it. Last time I saw it, it was on the nightstand on your side of the bed.
Right.
That's the last time I saw it. And honestly, like, Pookie is really, really into poking her little head up above on your side of the nightstand and being like, taking her little paw and like pulling stuff off just to be a butthole. So I kind of suspect that might have been what happened to it.
I gotta move this up. So to the Caucasian level. See,
I don't know. Your forehead
That's the-
looks kind of big.
that's there you go. That's about it.
Tila said you
I have
should
to
get a
make sure.
metal detector and go around the house with it.
Yeah. No,
do you think that
it'll
might be a
detect
good
anything. No, that'll detect everything.
Well, yeah, but
Everything's metal here.
It's
I'll
not.
find
It's not.
I'll find it.
We'll see. All right. So, like I said, we're talking about Lacey Spears. Let me like do this shit, please.
How much do we have left?
A lot.
Shit. I might have to take my clothes off.
Really? Are we?
We haven't been getting any money.
Are we really at
We're
that
not
stage?
making any money, man. Fucking, I gotta get these gays to fucking pay me, man. Fucking take my clothes off and shit with my fucking wig on.
Okay.
Zach hasn't sent me any money. Victor not sending me any money, gay as he is.
Victor sent some money earlier.
Yo, did he? Okay, that's right.
But that was probably like for my cool
I had
t-shirt.
to put that bitch in timeout.
You didn't put Victor in timeout.
Just for a few minutes.
You didn't put Victor in timeout. That was somebody else.
Oh, okay. I'm fucking just having fun, man. Don't take any of this shit. If I put y'all in a fucking timeout, I'm just fucking with you. I put regulars in timeout. And then they try to put me in timeout. Because some of them... But you can't put a moderator in timeout. Moderators are trying to put each other in timeout. You can't do it. Can't do it.
I could ban you from the chat though.
It's okay. I'll still be here on the screen though. I would still be here on the screen.
Like I said, I might. Well, I could like put roofies in your drink and you would fall asleep.
This doesn't matter. I'd still wake up. I wake up and I was like, "What the fuck was that? Here comes somebody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much." That was Tila.
Victor said a note was. Oh yeah,
Tila sent me some money. Thank you, Tila.
Keep your clothes on.
Yeah, fucking awesome. I love you too.
See, that's all you have to do is threaten to take your clothes off, and people will pay you.
Yeah, they're like, no, keep the clothes on. Keep the clothes on. I love you too, Tila. I love you too. It's just funny.
That's probably like a good strategy. You should probably do.
I know what I'm doing. I'm shaking them up. I'm stirring them up.
Oh my god. All right. So what were we? Okay. I'm talking about Lacey Spears. Like I said, she's better known as Salt Mom, which is fucked up when you hear about why she's called that. So, this happened back in 2014, and this is all about her son, who was 5 years old, whose name was Garnet Paul Thompson Spears, and he basically died from being poisoned by table salt.
Damn.
That was injected in, and they're pretty sure.
Table salt.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So, you know.
This bitch needed her ass beat.
Like I said, I know it's a mental illness. I'm trying not to get, like, angry about it. But god damn it. Like I said, do that shit to yourself. Fine. But you're doing it to a little kid. Holy fucking crap. And it's like, it's sad because it's like, did you guys remember we reviewed that movie? I think it's on Netflix or Hulu. I can't remember. But it's called Run. And it's sort of loosely kind of based on, like, a case of Munchausen by proxy, which is like a mom that told her daughter her whole life that, like, she couldn't walk and she had all these diseases and stuff, except she totally didn't. Which is kind of very, very loosely based on the Dee Blanchard, Gypsy Rose Blanchard case. But it's like a pretty good movie if you like, but it's a fucked up fucking scenario. It's fucked up. Okay, so Lacey Spears was actually from Alabama. And then she gave birth to Garnet, who was her son, when she was only, like, in her early 20s. Now, then she ended up, like, moving to Florida. Yeah, Florida man again. With her grandmother. And then moved back to New York. Thank you, David June. Where's my pizza, Tila? Okay.
Tila says, more where this comes from, keep them on, boy. She's fucking funny. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Zach. I'm just fucking with you, bro. I'm just fucking with you.
He just fucks with everybody. Yeah, like, don't take anything personally.
No, don't take nothing that I do personally. It's all fun and games.
I mean, even though, I don't know.
And then fucking Khan's going, later on, Tom, keep projecting with a Y. Yeah. Projecting masculinity. Yeah. Fucking right.
He's trying very hard. Just
projecting masculinity.
He's trying very hard.
Yeah, I'm trying. I gotta try.
Give him some leeway. Well, you do. Yeah. You do.
Oh, is that what you think?
Yeah. You are trying very hard.
I'm trying. I'm not trying. This is all natural.
Okay.
It is all natural.
You just tell yourself that.
What the fuck are you talking about? This bitch is trying to. Okay. All right. Okay. You want another drink? Or are you good?
No, I still got.
Right.
No,
okay.
I still got some. Right. I still got some.
Where's my brush?
Where's my brush? Do you mean?
It's gonna be my brush when I ask for it.
Why don't you get your own brush?
Ain't that some shit? That's gonna be a fucking shirt.
Get your own brush.
It's mine when I ask for it.
Get your own brush.
It's right there. No, I just want it. It's right there.
Get your own brush.
No,
I just bought that shit.
I know.
It's brand new.
I'm gonna wear this bitch out.
I have seriously.
When we go to the movies, I'm gonna wear this.
I have seriously only brushed my hair with that one time because I just got it this morning.
What would you do if I wore this to a theater?
Nothing.
No. You think I'd pass? You think they'd really think that was my hair?
No one would even look at you sideways.
They wouldn't even look sideways, you don't think?
No.
Because you wear them. Nobody notices.
No.
I think they would know. I think they would go, no, that's not his hair.
I don't think anybody would think about it.
Really?
I think you're overestimating how much people think about you, Tom.
No, I just think it'd be funny to wear this shit in public just to see how many people.
It doesn't look that weird. That's what I mean. It's not like you're wearing a fucking wig that's like a Mozart wig with like a fucking ship or a swan or something.
Yeah, I know that. I know.
Oh, obviously that's fake. That could be your real hair.
So you get.
No one's thinking about it. Everybody's just like, oh well, suppose so. If I said, like, okay, I'm projecting myself into an employee of AMC theaters or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like I wouldn't even like look. I don't even barely look at people anyway. Like in my day-to-day life, I'm just like whatever. Like you're just a blur. So it's like, and if you work in retail, you look at people even less because people are the worst. Yeah. So it's just kind of like you don't even want to look at people. You don't notice.
Do you want to get that AMC fucking deal back again?
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. We might.
All right.
At least they didn't like do it on like, without telling everybody.
Right.
That would be uncool. But yeah, so I don't know. Like like I said, it just looks like your hair. It doesn't really look like. I mean, that one does.
Right, the other one's done.
I mean, obviously, if you wore like the fucking Michael Caine wig, everyone would think you look like a fucking mental patient. Yeah. But that one actually just like looks like real hair. So yeah, so where was I? Okay, so Lacey Spears, like I said, she was in her early 20s. She moves to Florida to live with her grandma with her son. Garnet, I'm not really sure where the emphasis is there. Then she moved back to New York to go to community college. Now, it seems that she kind of got into like telling people falsehoods right when she moved back to New York. Basically, I'm not really sure like who the dad was or what the dad did, but she started telling people that the dad of the kid was actually a cop and he had died in a car accident. And I'm assuming that that is not the case. So that maybe the dad was still alive. She wasn't talking to him. It was a one-night stand. She didn't remember who it was. I don't really know. But she kind of like started fabricating this narrative about like the dad. So basically, what the real story was like the dude that was the dad was like just like a friend of hers, like I said, that she had kind of like had sex with. And it's like he kind of wanted to, hey, that's my kid. And she was like, yeah, no thanks. She didn't want anything to do with him. So she just like started telling everybody that he was dead, which, that's fucked up. So she, to an extent, like I said, I feel like there's a lot of stuff like women that have... Because, like, 90% of the people that they know that have Munchausen syndrome, like, as in they make themselves ill, are women. 10% of them are single men, though, like single white men, from 30 to 50. Not young. They're, like, middle-aged. So she kind of started off with this thing where... Because I feel like some women that have that to start with, when they have kids, then they start imposing it on their children. So it's almost kind of like they're, taking the burden off themselves and like putting it on someone, which is fucked up because it's kind of like, well, like I said, it's bad enough you're like doing shit to yourself, like hurting yourself, but now you're like fobbing that off on like another person who didn't ask for that. So again, very fucked up. So even before he was born, or even when he was still like a kid, her child, she did the same kind of stuff that would be associated with Munchausen. She like faked illnesses. She would do other shit like she pretended like other kids were her kids. Like I guess like in other situations, oh yeah, it's my kid over there, when that totally wasn't her kid. She would do that kind of stuff. And so the thing about it is that so when she had the kid, she started a blog, and I know there's a whole subculture of mommy blogs, which are kind of like, okay, I'm not going to shit on it too much because, yeah, like I understand that, like, women have kids and it's like, maybe sometimes it's like, oh, they're clueless or they want to know, like, what's going on, like, how do I, like, what's the best ideas? Just like everything else. It's just like, you're looking for information. But there is kind of like a subculture of this mommy blogger thing that's really a little bit toxic. Let's give it that word. And I kind of feel like she was definitely in that line. Because she basically started a blog about how her kid had all of these health problems, and she's like writing this blog pretty much, cataloging all of the health problems that he had and what she was doing about it. Spoiler alert, the kid didn't really have any health problems. She was just inventing them and making it seem like much worse than she was, and making it seem like she was this big. It's almost kind of like this weird like martyr complex. I kind of feel like there's kind of some overlap there. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just kind of like, oh my God, my kid has all these problems, and I'm so selfless that I'm like taking care of this. It's that kind of shit. Like I said, I don't think they're completely conscious of it, but there definitely is an aspect of that. Now, sadly, her son, Garnet Paul Thompson, ended up dying January 2014 when he was 5 years old. Now, what they suspected that she had been doing was that they thought that she had been putting excessive amounts of salt in his feeding tube, which, isn't it scary how easy it is to just like kill somebody like that? Holy crap. All you have to do
sodium.
all you have to do is just like take somebody, especially if it's like a little kid or something, but even an adult, it would kill an adult if you put enough of it in there. It's like all you have to do is like sneak into their hotel room and like, please don't do this. I'm just saying that all you have to do is like sneak in their hotel room or their hospital room and like put salt in it, like a bunch of salt.
You could do it with sugar. You could do it with anything.
You could do it with anything, which like I said, humans are so fucking fragile. Yeah. And they probably wouldn't catch you, although they did catch her because they had a camera like in his room, I think because he was having seizures and stuff. Not because they were suspicious of her necessarily, but they just were monitoring him because of other reasons. But they saw her coming in there and taking him to the bathroom, and it looked like that she had a cup in her hand that had like a bunch of salt in it. So maybe she was like feeding it to him, and the kid was like 5. He didn't know any better. Right. So, they thought that maybe, like I said, that was the evidence that they had. And when he died, like they did the autopsy and they're like, okay, well, the level of sodium like in his bloodstream or whatever was like way higher than it ought to be. So they kind of like put 2 and 2 together and said that it's very likely that she was just like feeding this kid like excessive like amounts of salt.
So he was swallowing it.
Yeah.
Poor kid.
Either that or she was like putting it in his feeding tube like when they weren't looking. So, like in his the gastrointestinal, like, the feeding tube. So
I'd kill that bitch.
I mean,
yeah.
And they did think too, they thought it was interesting that the couple times that she took him to the bathroom with this cup that looked like it had salt in it, as soon as he came out, like he'd start having these symptoms. That's another way they diagnose Munchausen syndrome by proxy, as it happens, is, if the kid is sick every time the mom is around, but then when the mom's not around, all the symptoms disappear. That's another thing that's like kind of a red flag. So, that was another thing too. She was like always around because they tend to be, when they bring their kids into the hospital, they tend to be like very like super, super like attentive and super conscientious, and they won't leave the kid alone, which is one thing that they look out for, because they know that when they're not around the kid anymore, like if the kid is, taken out of their custody for a short amount of time, then the symptoms will disappear because, the mom is not administering this shit to them anymore. So that's kind of another thing that they look for. Now, she ended up getting, she was guilty of 2nd-degree murder. Now, she got 20 years to life. It's interesting because the judge, even though her defense tried to argue, it's like, hey, all you have is like video of me taking the kid into the bathroom with a cup that you thought was salt, and then, he had a weirdly high sodium content in the blood, which shouldn't have happened, depending on like the disease that he had. And, the fact that he became violently ill both times, like after she took him to the bathroom, So, and, you know, and like I said, they started to suspect that. But defense attorneys, you know, try to argue that it's like, well, that's not enough evidence to, like, to convict her on. But the judge still did convict her. He didn't give her the maximum sentence because he did really seem to realize that she probably did have Munchausen syndrome by proxy. But he still gave her, like I said, 20 years to life because that's still murder, you know, even if it's second degree. So she is actually, she's 33, she's in her 30s nowadays, and she's still in prison. Earliest possible release date, June of 2034. Even though says that she didn't have anything to do with it, you know, but...
I'd stomp on her head.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck her. Feeding that kid salt.
Can you imagine?
Nah, yeah,
I just can't imagine.
Yeah,
I'm just like, I don't know. It's just kind of like...
You don't normally want to hit on a woman. You don't want to hit a woman, but I'd beat that bitch's ass.
Well, some people, I don't care what gender they are. Some people need their ass
I'd
beat.
beat that bitch's ass. Yeah.
Yeah, Gramthars Hammer said, when I was a cop, we really didn't personally care whether adults killed adults. We cared greatly when adults hurt or killed kids.
Yeah.
Which, that's kind of as it should be.
Yeah, I don't care either. As long as
I mean,
they're both combatants.
Depends on who the adult is.
It depends on what we're talking about. As long as they're both combatants. If they're in the fucking drug trade and they're fucking out there trying to kill
or they're
each
just
other,
like fighting or something like that.
Them.
It's like, yeah, that's bad, but...
That's been going on since the dawn of man. Back on fucking 2001 with the fucking apes with the fucking the monolith and the shit. But they were doing that shit back then.
But, you know, then you have situations where, like, some dude just jumping out from a bush and, like, dragging an innocent woman, like, into the fucking bushes or
there are
something like that. That's
things
something else.
There are certain things that violate the normal inborn human instincts. And this whole thing about murdering children during the nurturing phase, no. You know, especially if it's the mother, you know. I mean, since the dawn of man, back during all that tribal warfare, they'd wipe out entire villages, and children were also in those villages sometimes. Although sometimes they actually saved the children and recruited them. That was going on even in the 1800s, you know what I mean, on the Great Plains. The Lakota Indians, if they would wipe out a damn bunch of settlers, you know, or pioneers in wagons, they didn't kill the children. They usually took them and raised them as their own. You know, they're people. You know, they can be useful. They haven't been turned into enemy people at this point. So the Indians did that a lot. And they did it to each other, too. So, you know, but the mom killing her own children for her own attention? No, come on.
And like I said, I know, I know that it's subconscious. I know that it's a mental illness. Yeah. But
that doesn't.
On the other hand, a lot of serial killers have a mental illness too, and that doesn't really excuse it. Doesn't really excuse it. It explains it. It doesn't excuse it.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't excuse it.
Yeah, a mental illness doesn't exempt you from the punishment, and the punishment should just be liquidation. You don't need people like that.
I mean, like I said, it depends on what the mental illness is. Like, if it can be... Like, some people, I don't have a problem if they're really fucked up. I don't really bother. Like, you know, you can just put them in a hospital and, like, try to treat them or whatever. But it's just kind of like...
Why would you bother?
Well, honestly, I don't know. It's a sliding scale. I'm more of the thing where it's just kind of like, look, if you're so mentally ill that you don't know what you're doing is wrong,
you gotta go.
That's not what I was going to say, but you finished my sentence.
Go ahead.
But you know what I mean? That's not what I was going to say. Okay. I was actually going to say those people can't help it. That's something else. If you absolutely know what you're doing is wrong and you're doing it anyway and you don't give a shit about it, those people, I don't have a problem with, like, wiping those people out.
I'm going to say both of them. Both of them gotta go.
But like I said,
go in some way or another. You can't have them in society.
Right, I know that, but I'm just saying that it's like But like I said, it's just like we were talking about earlier. It depends on the individual. It depends on the individual. And like I said, it's, you know, I was watching that documentary about fucking Dennis Nilsson earlier, who obviously knew what he was doing was bad. and then tried to like pull some self-aggrandizing narrative about, you know, like exaggerating how, I don't know, he was almost trying to like make himself a romantic figure in some way. And that dude, I don't have any problem just like hitting that dude in the head with a brick and just like fucking not even worried about it anymore. Like I said, if you have a mental illness, if you have some kind of like, but that's not your fault. I'm not saying like the outcome is good. I'm just saying it's not your fault entirely. So that should be a mitigating circumstance. That's all I'm saying. If you absolutely know what you're doing is bad and you do it anyway and you don't feel bad about it, then I don't feel bad about like fucking just, you know, shooting you like a rabid dog, honestly. But you know what I mean? So it's kind of like I said, the gray area. So let's talk about this woman.
Let me say something before we go. Part of the human condition is there have to be people in this fucking world. And Gramthars going to tell you this. You know, I'm from the soldier class. He's from the law enforcement class. There's a certain class of people in this world who they were born in a way to where you have to fucking regulate. You know what I mean? And the average person has to understand regulation. And you must regulate. You know what I mean? You can't have these random motherfuckers doing shit like
well, everybody can't just run around doing whatever they want to do.
It's an internal instinct, though. You know what I'm talking about? To regulate. You're talking about a very sophisticated system that we have here in the United States. It's not like this in other countries. In other countries, they'd see that, they would just fucking kill that person. All right? And that's the way it's been for thousands and thousands of years. You just can't let that exist. Here, you're going to fucking involve all these professions and shit to okay it, to make it official. As if they fucking know what the fuck they're doing, you know? In a way, you're like, well, as if, you know, can you have people just run around doing whatever they want to do? Yeah, you can. There's a lot of places that are like that. Brazil's like that. You just do whatever you want to do. But you do pay. You eventually pay. If you're bad, it catches up with you. It's part of the system. Nature doesn't approve of shit like this. Nature doesn't approve with fucking being bad all the time. Eventually, people will get you. That goes even to the primate kingdom.
Well, shit bites you in the ass.
Yeah. So the legal professions and everything are just basically more like they're kind of in some ways they're kind of just officializing what happens in nature anyway. That's my 2 cents on the whole thing. They're just making money off of it. Making sure that it's okay. Like a double check, you know.
So let's talk about...
They're wrong too, though.
Let's talk about Lisa Hayden Johnson. Now, if you're from the UK, you probably know of this woman. Because this woman was allegedly, supposedly, the mother of the illest child in Britain. So I kind of feel like I said, if you saw the movie Run, this is kind of like this kind of situation. I don't know if this was what this was based on. I think it was based on another case, but this is kind of similar. So what this woman did, she had a son who in the UK press, if you're a minor and you didn't like commit a crime, because this kid didn't, they don't release your name to the press. So I'm not entirely sure what this kid's name was. But the mom, what she would do, she told everybody, and she told the son also, that he had an intolerance to sunlight. She told him that he couldn't walk, and had him in a wheelchair, and said that he had like all kind of problems, like he had to be fed through a tube. So she's like, he had all these kind of problems. She would even do shit like she would send him to school in the wheelchair, obviously, because she told him he couldn't walk. And she put like this really like super bright green, like green and yellow hat on him, so that if like emergency services had to get to him quickly, like they could find him because he had like this fucking hat on, right? Now, she goes to the press talking about like her, like I said, she's talking about her burden about like, how many illnesses this child has. So obviously people being, generally good people, being well-meaning. So they gave her like a lot of donations. Like she got a lot of money out of it. And this went on for 6 fucking years. So this woman was not only scamming like donations off of just random people in the public and stuff, but was also getting some compensation from the state because, you know, she had a handicapped child. So you get a little bit of money for that. So she was kind of like getting that as well. Now, what she would do, and remember I said earlier that a lot of times people that have this disorder will be like super, super friendly and accommodating and everything like that as long as you're going along with their shit. But the second that you question them or challenge them, they get really defensive and go full Karen on your ass. That's essentially what happened with this kind of woman. She had like that kind of personality. So, you know, she would take the kid to the hospital for whatever treatment, and they'd be like, look, we can't find XYZ like that you're saying is wrong with this kid. And then she would get like all indignant about it and be like, oh, well, I'm gonna sue you and I'm gonna do this, that, and the other. And she would like have a fucking flip out about it, and she would like go other places. So she did this she ran this scam for like fucking 6 years. She also told the doctors too that she was a qualified nurse, which she wasn't. And she's like, I know what's best for my child. I know what's wrong with him, blah, de blah. And again, would threaten them with legal action if they questioned her. Now, what ended up happening in this case, this is fucked up. So what ended up happening with this case, and like I said, if you're from the UK, you might have heard of this lady, because from what I understand, she was like pretty famous. What ended up happening was that the cops, when they started looking into the case, they found a video of the son, and they were on vacation, like on a cruise ship, and he was running around like in a bathing suit, and like he was like swimming, and he was like eating all this like fattening food and stuff like that, even though one, she'd said that he couldn't walk and was bound, wheelchair bound, and two, said that he couldn't keep solid food down because he would throw everything back up, so everything had to be like a liquid diet. So they found this video of him just like running around in swim trunks like a normal kid and eating like normal food like a normal kid, and they started to get a little bit suspicious, right? So this woman said that her kid had, I'm trying to think of like all the disorders that he supposedly had. He supposedly had diabetes. He supposedly had some kind of like neurological disorder, which was the thing that made it so that he couldn't walk properly. She also said he had cerebral palsy. She also said he had cystic fibrosis. She's really piling the shit on here. She also said that he had a metabolic disorder, a bunch of food allergies, and that he was sunlight intolerant. So like I said, she had like a whole kind of litany of stuff that she was like saying that her son had. And she was apparently obnoxious enough to like get some doctors to go along with it. Just, I don't know, just like to get her to shut up or whatever. She got about 20,000 pounds a year in benefits, which that's a lot, but she also kind of, another thing that she did though, I guess that wasn't enough for her. So she actually would go to like the press and give them this kind of like poor me story. Like, look at this kid that I have, and he has all these problems. And like I said, all these people would donate money. So she got a lot of people to pay for her and the son to go on vacation. She got on TV. She got to meet Tony Blair. It was kind of, so she was definitely doing it for money and attention, which, like I said, that would seem to preclude Munchausen syndrome, because one of the things of Munchausen syndrome is that you're doing it for reasons other than monetary gain. But in this case, this is more Munchausen by proxy. I don't know. I kind of feel like she was just doing it because she got off on it, but I also kind of feel like she was doing it just like to get fucking money also. So for a while, like, I guess the neighbors were also kind of suspicious of her. They said they'd seen the kid like run around in the yard, like playing soccer and stuff, and eating stuff that he supposedly wasn't supposed to be eating because he couldn't keep solid food down, blah, blah, blah. And a couple of them reported her, but nobody really listened. So like I said, it took a while. Like I said, it was like 6 years. But eventually, like, doctors reported it to social services, and they kind of looked into it and found out that likely it was all bullshit. At which point, when they, and this is fucked up too, when they arrested Lisa Hayden Johnson for all this shit that she was doing about her son, she tried to, like, kind of do a lateral move, and she was like, oh, I got beat up and raped, and cut her own face up to, they later determined to make it look like she'd been attacked. So she was kind of trying to, like, I guess, like I said, garner more sympathy, or, get people's attention off the allegations that she was fucking her kid up. But, apparently she kind of, like, backed off of that, though, when the police said, oh yeah, we have a suspect in custody, and then she backed, because I guess she didn't want somebody to get arrested, like, when nothing had happened. Now, interestingly, the dad of the kid was also kind of, I don't know if he was exactly in on it, but he was kind of in on it. Even though he wasn't really, like, living with them at the time, but he kind of knew what was going on, like, with the whole scam and everything. Because they weren't exactly keeping it a secret that this kid actually could really walk and, like, eat whatever he wanted. You know what I mean? Because there was video of it, so they weren't, like, that secretive about it. So I guess the dad kind of knew about it, too. She only ended up serving 3 years and 3 months in prison, however. Now, to be fair, the kid didn't die, and the kid didn't, have any horrible, like, physical, lingering symptoms from the shit that she did. It was mostly just, hey, sit in a wheelchair and pretend that you have all these, symptoms so we can get this, that, and the others. This is kind of more a scammy kind of thing, but, it comes up a lot under that case.
She told him, project sickness.
Yeah.
Projecting masculinity.
Yeah. You're projecting.
Projecting.
All right. So let's talk about Blanca Montano. Now, this is back in 2011. So Blanca had a 5-month-old daughter, and also had a son that was a little bit older. So in 2011, February of 2011, she takes them to the University of Arizona Medical Center, because they had, she said they had the flu, or they were presenting symptoms for the flu. So they do the medical tests on these kids. The medical tests showed the kids don't actually have the flu. They actually have E. coli. The boy gets treated and released, because he got better, but the girl got sicker and sicker. And like I said, the little girl was only 5 months old. She was just like a baby. So what had happened with the baby was that she was kind of like in the hospital, and then she got treated for the bacterial infection. Like I said, they figured out that it was E. coli. And then so she started to get better, but then, like, she would get sick again. And ended up, like, developing a whole bunch of different, like, bacterial diseases. At which point, like, a bunch of specialists are brought in, like, what the fuck is going on with this baby? So they did, like, a bunch of different tests on her. They did, like, a laparoscopic surgery. They did, like, bone marrow biopsy. They did, like, all kind of stuff. Like, what the hell is going on? Why does this kid have so many bacterial infections? So doctors couldn't really find anything that was, like, causing all of this, or why this would happen. So at this point, the doctors are like, okay, well, maybe her mom is doing this on purpose. So they were pretty on the ball. They were kind of like, they couldn't figure out what it was. So they're like, okay, well, let's see if that's what's causing it. So they set up hidden cameras in the hospital room to monitor the mom for 5 days. Now, what they found when they monitored the kids' room for 5 days was that the mom would come in and take the IV lines, like, and put them in her mouth, and then, like, she would adulterate them with things, right? And then, like, put them back into the baby.
Damn.
Thank you, no need for me too. Okay, I'm home and free to watch Tom model wigs.
This is not a wig modeling show. I saw these bitches in there talking about we need to get me a Pippi Longstocking wig.
Ooh, that's a good one too. Or you could also towards Tim's poop. Thank you, Tila.
Any wig you what?
Or like Wendy from Wendy's, who also has. It's kind of similar. Although Pippi Longstockings are kind of. Although the Wendy's one's.
Any wig you buy me, I will wear it. I'm the fucking clown of this fucking show.
He has no shame.
No. No, of course not.
He has no shame at all. Yeah, so like I said, so they capture this woman adulterating the kids' IV lines, putting them in her mouth, like putting things in them. They couldn't really see what it was. She also did shit like trying to cover up the lens of the camera. I guess she found the hidden camera at some point. She was like trying to put cotton over it, shit like that. So when they confront her about it, she's like, oh, that was totally explainable. I was just like playing with the girl's feet, or I was just like, her IV lines were tangled. It was like totally fine. So at this point, like the hospital workers are like, yeah, okay. So they kind of meet with her. She kind of stonewalls them. So then they call the police department in Tucson, Arizona. And, they're like, hey, check that out. And they also called CPS, probably really so. So CPS takes custody of the baby in March of 2011. Now, a strange thing, though, is that one of the social workers they brought in from CPS that interviewed Blanca Montano alleged that Blanca Montano, when they were interviewing her, actually said that she was surprised nobody had called CPS before now. So she apparently, I don't know. So she apparently knew that she was like doing something bad. And she's like, oh my God, it took you guys forever to finally get around to calling CPS. Holy shit. Okay, so doctors, like, basically CPS were like, yeah, we're taking your baby away. Like I said, probably rightfully so. So they took the kid away, and when the kid was out of the mom's custody, like I said, not surprisingly, no new bacterial infections developed. So they determined, yeah, this is probably like the mom. She was, they found out later what she was doing. Thank you, David June. Everyone else is handing out $1. I want to be included. Okay.
Thank you very much. Keep them flash bulbs rolling, people.
Otherwise he'll take his pants off.
I'll take my pants off and y'all will fucking be stunned.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah.
Well, you know.
It's just about the fucking... I'm just trying to put on a good show, that's all. Jenny's doing a good job, though, people.
Well, I'm trying to get through the cases, and you're just, like, fucking being ridiculous.
No, I'm not being ridiculous. I'm talking to everybody in the crowd while you're working. And
yeah, I'm too hot and arrogant to answer these questions.
I'm too hot and arrogant to answer these goddamn... They're asking me about the damn... Pippi Longstocking.
It's so distracting.
I can't
have to talk about a case.
I can't fucking answer.
I'm talking about dead babies, for Christ's sake.
I know
Jesus Christ.
They're asking me all these damn questions about Pippi Longstocking wigs.
And somebody says you need a bowl cut wig also, which would
They're fucking with me. They're fucking with me.
Yeah, you could be like Mo from the Three Stooges. Yeah, thank you, Tila. Dagnabbit, keep them clothes on. See, the more you threaten to take your pants off, the more people are like, no, please.
Yeah, see, I got them. I got this whole system gamed.
Yeah, so basically what this bitch was doing, they determined later. Because if y'all remember, when the kids first got brought into the hospital in 2011, and they said, yeah, they don't have the flu, they have E. coli. Yeah, you know why that was? Is because she was putting, like, poop molecules in their fucking
Where
IVs.
was she getting the poop molecules from?
From her butthole, I guess.
Damn.
I don't know, like, you can get poop molecules pretty much anywhere, but poop molecules are kind of everywhere. Rub the shit off your toothbrush. Did you guys see that Mythbusters? This is why I keep my toothbrush in a drawer.
There's nobody in here that would fucking fuck with your toothbrush. What are you talking about? I wouldn't fuck with your toothbrush.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
They're saying that in a regular house that has a bathroom with a toilet that flushes, if you leave the lid up when you flush, then all the poop molecules kind of drift out, and some of them inevitably land on your toothbrush.
The thing is our toilet's in another room, though.
I know, but like I said, in a normal bathroom where it's like,
Right,
so
yeah.
that's why they suggest, keep your toothbrush, like keep a, plastic cover over it, keep it in a drawer or something like that to minimize the amount of poop molecules that are on your toothbrush. Just saying, there's poop molecules everywhere. You can't avoid it, but I just think it's funny that you're saying, where does she get poop molecules? It's like, where does anybody get poop molecules? From their butt. Everybody has poop molecules
Should
in
have
their
been
butt.
farting down into the tube or something.
I don't know. I don't even want to. Well, I kind of do want to know, I admit. Because I'm, messed up like that.
Probably getting out of the toilet, putting toilet water into it and fucking injecting.
It could be.
Yeah.
Or she's just, rubbing her finger, in her butthole and then,
Putting it
putting
on
it in the
there.
fucking
That's nasty
IV.
shit, yeah.
That is nasty. But, yeah, she was doing shit like that. So, basically, she was, giving her kids E. coli.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she had a bunch of syringes in her purse they found. It's just kind of all this kind of shit. So when they confronted her with it, she actually did confess. She said, okay, well, I was making the baby sick because the dad took off and I wanted attention from him. She wanted him to come back to help her raise the baby because he had taken off, I guess.
That sounds like a lie, too.
So, well, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. Because he actually did take off, but
There's more to it than that.
I don't know. It's just like I said, it's fucking complicating.
She's just trying to justify it.
Yeah, I don't know. And it's just kind of okay, so they do a trial, and it's at the trial, they're well, basically, they're trying to prove, did she actually introduce poop molecules into the whole IV situation? Or could it be that, maybe the hospital workers, maybe they weren't, they didn't have proper hygiene. Maybe they weren't wearing gloves. They didn't wash their hands like they were supposed to. And maybe it was one of the hospital workers that did it. That was what the defense was trying to argue. But I guess the jury didn't buy it because this chick got sentenced to 13 years in prison. And that was back in 2013.
13, that's it?
13 years.
They didn't give her for attempted murder, or that was attempted murder?
Well, the baby didn't die.
Still, it's attempted murder,
And
right?
yeah, I guess it was still, but it seems like they kind of maybe lessened the sentence somewhat because, I don't know. Like I said, maybe they introduced some reasonable doubt because it's very possible because you can get infections in hospitals because, like I said, you're around a lot of sick people and people that are working with sick people. And if you don't observe proper hygiene protocols, it's very, very easy to pass infections from one person to another. So it's so it was very easy for the defense to kind of argue that it's the baby could have very easily gotten an infection from someone other than a hospital worker rather than the mom, even though they did see the mom doing some shady shit in the room, allegedly. I'm just saying. All right, so let's talk about Leslie Wilfred. What?
Peace, we got, I told you before, not you, but other people, I'm too pretty to be answering questions right now. I got the wig on. When the wig's on, I'm on pretty mode. I don't answer the questions. What the fuck happened to this here? Okay, go ahead.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
You're too pretty to answer questions.
I'm too pretty to answer questions, yeah. Like a girl. Girls are too pretty to answer questions, right?
Oh, so I answer questions, so what does that mean?
That's
what are you implying?
Okay. See how she flips shit around on me like that?
You said it, not me.
I'm just having fun. Okay,
You
stop
said
it.
it.
I ain't talking about.
No need for me to says I brush in the shower, not shows. But a lot of
Yeah,
people do that. A lot of people do that. I do that. I don't, but it's only because, we have that with just a stand-up shower, and then the sink's over here.
Yeah.
And like I said, I keep my toothbrush in a drawer.
But to answer your question, we got all kinds of shows about state penitentiaries.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we did. We had that one. Remember about that fucking, what was it? Cropsy. It wasn't a state penitentiary, but it was like a state.
Well, that was like a psychiatric hospital.
ward, and then
that was more like an urban legend.
Right.
I have been wanting to do
then the Panzeram show had a lot to do with penitentiaries.
I have been wanting to do a show
Yo.
about the Alcatraz escape.
Right. Yeah.
But I keep putting it in the poll and it never wins. I think that would be a good show.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. We have so many good topics we still have to do.
Yeah. Right. They tell me, dig that hole, Tom. Fucking, you bitch, fucking stop it. It's her. She's real good at flipping shit around on me, see? She doesn't go along with...
It's all my fault.
Well, she doesn't go along with the crazy shit that I do. She has to fucking check it.
Well, because I don't have any
She has to-
patience
she has-
for it.
she has
That's
to
why.
check it. It's all fun and games. I'm just trying to
I
have
don't have
fun.
any patience.
It's all fun and games. I'm just trying
He tries to go off at some like fucking inflated,
fuck you, bitches.
and I'm just like, stop it. I'm not having it. But yeah, so all right, so let's talk about Leslie Wilford. Okay. So now, so what happened here? Apparently, this is one of those situations where everyone thought this was like, you know, your nice normal family. You know, that's never the case, but okay. So they get married, like Leslie Wilford and her husband, Chris, got married in 2007. Now, Leslie already had 4 kids from her previous marriage. Chris had 1 kid, a son, from his own marriage. Now, 2008, Leslie, supposedly, became pregnant with twins. Now, like I said, this is one of the situations where, oh, they're so normal. It's like, oh, they're so active in the school and the church and blah, blah, blah. You was going to watch people like that, man. Not as, you don't going to watch all of them because most of them are probably like normal, but I don't know. I kind of feel like every time, like, you know, a BTK situation happens, oh my God, he was such a nice guy. He was like going to the church and he had a family and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean anything. So, you know,
a lot of times they don't know the dude.
Anybody can be a fucking psycho. So, you know.
A lot of times when they go to those cases, they actually
don't make assumptions.
They actually don't know the dude.
Mm-hmm.
They just saw him there, you know.
Yeah, it's very
church.
It's very easy to like project kind of like
Right.
a normal facade if nobody knows you.
You just keep seeing.
Right.
They don't know the dude. Right.
Yeah.
The only dude that knew him was his friend.
Yeah.
Remember that? And his friend forgave him. Remember that shit? He goes, I don't care about Dennis. You're still my friend. Do you remember that guy?
Of all the things to like drop a friend about, I kind of feel like being a serial killer be way up there on the list.
No.
Yeah, we're not friends anymore.
Go back into the Raider case.
No, I know. I know who you're talking about.
He had a friend, and he's like, everybody's talking bad about Dennis. Fucking, he did a lot of good for the community. He was a good guy. He had a problem, and fucking everybody's fucking running from him now. You know, but this is a problem he couldn't have controlled. Blah blah blah, and he's telling the news that, and he's like fucking, and he's like, Dennis, I'm still gonna write to you in prison. Fucking, I'm still your friend. These
Yeah, I
people
remember that.
Yeah, remember that? He's like, these people are turning on you, but fucking, I know, he was like, I know you had a problem, and fucking, that wasn't you, type of deal,
It still was though.
Yeah.
And like I said, of all the reasons to turn on somebody, seems like being a serial killer is probably number one.
Well, they would evidently hang out and fucking talk about stuff and fucking talk about, he was. What was funny is that, he was a similar personality type as Raider. You know what I mean? Like, you could tell they would be drinking buddies. Whatever. There's like
Sharon serial killer notes.
I don't think they did that, but they were the kind of person like, today, the fucking, the way everything's going, it's terrible, it's all fucked up. They were just kind of like those kind of guys. I don't know, it was just, somebody might be in the comment section might drop that dude's name, but his interview was quite interesting. The dynamic between a serial killer and a non-serial killer. He blew off all the psychology fucking bullshit. He's just like, yeah, he had a serious sexual problem, but it was and he was killing people, but that's not who he really was. That's how that guy rationalized it. That's not who he really was. He had some kind of mental problem, but he's still my friend. I'm standing with him. He was a good man who had something wrong with him, and that was how he rationalized it. I don't believe that, but that's how he rationalized it.
Because, like I said,
it's very interesting. Very interesting.
It is. I mean, I can go with that up to a point, but that person being a serial killer is way beyond that point. Way beyond.
I was fascinated. I was very fascinated that was his take on it, and that was evidently his best friend. He knew him the best. He didn't know about the killings, but he evidently knew him the best. He said he knew him better than his wife knew him.
Probably true.
Yeah. And he stood by it.
Dennis didn't seem like a person that would open up to a woman, because I don't think he, even though I do think, I mean, he didn't kill his wife. He did really seem to have affection for his wife to the extent that he could have affection.
Yeah, and his family. His family was a window dressing, I think, mostly for him.
Yeah, I don't really think that he could feel any deep love or empathy or anything toward anyone, particularly not a woman. So I really don't think...
Well, I don't think that's what it was.
I don't know.
He wanted to be normal. And to be normal in his mind, you had to have a wife and a family. So he did what he had to do. And I think he did care about them as much as he could. But that's not who he really was. He was a serial killer.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, to that thing, I kind of feel like, I don't know if this is some kind of, because I've thought about this a lot, actually, because I read a lot about serial killers, and I'm kind of interested in that kind of psychology. To what extent is there a real you and a fake you?
Right.
Because I do kind of feel like people still have this leftover... I feel like this is maybe like a leftover from like maybe, I don't know, the Enlightenment or even earlier, where people have like a real them that's like this core, like a little popcorn kernel like down there, but like all of this is like other shit.
Yeah. Societal stuff.
And I kind of feel like people still have that perception of there's like a dichotomy. There's like a real you, and then there's like a you that you like project to others. And I don't know if that's the case though.
The Japanese and other Eastern societies call it the public face.
Right, and I think that people still have this.
Yeah, there's a certain amount in the Westerns.
There, you know, there's a real me, but then there's like the me that I project to other people. I don't know if that's as clear cut as people think it is.
If we had a bunch of money, though, I think it would be fucking cool as shit to make a movie about Dennis and his friend. I bet you that'd be a badass movie.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting.
Because they made some that was Dahmer like that, my friend Dahmer.
Yeah. That was like a fictional movie.
It's like a fictional movie, but you do the shit real about this dude and his friend. Fucking, you know what I mean? What's his name? Fucking slipped out of my fucking mind. Who am I talking about? Rader. Dennis Rader, yeah. Fucking, I would love to see my friend Dennis. Or something like that. That dude's fucking words from his...
Although you have to be okay. So another thing too is that if let's just say, okay, so we know Dennis Rader is a serial killer, and we know that he was very good at projecting a certain facade for people. So to what extent did this friend know the real him? If Dennis Rader's whole persona was not the real him, because the real him was a fucking serial killer.
He claimed that he knew him better than his wife, that he knew him better than anybody.
But that's a subjective
I would kind of
opinion.
agree. I would kind of agree with that maybe two guys could probably exchange information that the wife wouldn't know about. So he probably did in a certain way.
But on the other hand,
I would like to know what it was.
Like
I think it was superficial, maybe.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I was just going to say. It's like, how deep was this friendship between these two dudes?
Probably not that deep.
And you know, and I don't know this dude personally, but Dennis Rader, from what I know, was very secretive and he was very interested in like projecting a facade. So the fact that he was like close friends with this dude, that doesn't mean the same thing as it would mean if somebody that wasn't a serial killer and they like actually like opened themselves up and was like vulnerable to someone else and was like had a deep friendship with somebody. I don't think he had a deep friendship with anybody because he was hiding too much.
Let me mansplain a little bit. I'm gonna mansplain.
Oh, goody.
You ready? Friendship.
Let me brace myself.
Brace yourself. Friendship between men is very different between friendship between
well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at.
And friendship between men has more to do with the exchange of information.
Well, that's what I mean. It's more based on an activity you're doing.
Right, but the thing is, for some reason, you know what I mean, I'm a man, you know what I mean? For some reason, I get more into the exchange of information than the emotional exchange of fucking feelings. I do that, but there's something real kind of men kind of bond over fucking trading information and things that they know about, or they're talking about, and it's silly shit. It's like talking about the development of World War II aircraft engines.
Yeah, I know.
What was the best race car?
That's exactly what I was getting at, is that a dude that says he was the best friend of a serial killer, I'm like, what does that mean, though? Because you were just, like, hanging out fishing.
But here's the thing. Here's the fucking thing that you're missing. For us, that's deep. There's some kind of weird
but that's
emotional...
not deep, though.
Well, that's from your opinion. Because during that time, there's some kind of a weird emotional bonding during all that. Because it's just a different way of doing it. You know what I mean? And I think some of the guys will fucking chime in. They go, yeah, it is weird. It's men's biology's different. And they might get more deep over trading information or talking about stories. And it might be something like video games or engines or something mechanical. And then there's like some kind of a relationship about that. Now, women wouldn't appreciate that. They would not. Well, that's not real.
Well, I appreciate
but
that.
Between men, it's like it is real. It's a different way of looking at things.
No, what I'm trying to get at, and I don't really think that if you're like, I don't think that you're getting this.
No, I am not getting it. Yeah, men, you know, we.
No, I'm just saying I'm not sure if you're like understand what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying, is because men's friendships are like that.
They're very different. Yeah.
I don't think that somebody who was a dude that hung out with a serial killer that said, oh, I was his best friend or whatever, I don't think that would necessarily mean the same thing as someone that was, you know, say like two women that were like best friends, or married couple that were like kind of, like I said, somebody that was in a relationship that was more based on being emotionally vulnerable to that other person and like telling them a bunch of, well, no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that because they don't have a relationship like that, you wouldn't necessarily, it wouldn't be the same as,
right.
You know, being a best friends with a serial killer. Like, if I found out my female best friend was a serial killer, holy fucking shit. Yeah. That would be like, I would be like floored, because me as a woman, like a lot of my friends, we tell each other like all kind of shit that like probably like two dude friends wouldn't tell each other.
Yeah. Friendship between men isn't like
that's what
that.
I'm saying.
It's very
so
different.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But one isn't less than the other.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I just said it was different. And I just said in the context of being a best friend with a serial killer, which is what we were talking about, I wouldn't put the same weight on a dude that was best friends with a serial killer dude, because that friendship is probably not the same as the relationship between, you know, for example, two women best friends.
So you're saying it is better.
Or, no, I didn't say that. Right. Or I just said it was different. Yeah. Or like a, you know, a man and wife type of relationship, where the whole relationship is based around being emotionally vulnerable.
Yeah, but that's not meaningful for us that much.
But that's not. Right. But see, that's what I mean. You're not getting that. That's not what I'm saying.
I'm not getting it.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
For men, I don't get it. For men, actually, friendships, the exchange of information, and is kind of like, that's our version of nurture in a way, because we're trading things that are helpful between each other. So there is kind of like a zen. There is a different vibe. Like, you know, we're aligned to each other. We're in the same clique. This is an allegiance. You know, we're helping each other. It's very different with women. Friendship between women or a man. It's very different. But it's biology, I think. That's the only way I can describe it. Maybe somebody in the comment sections can talk about it.
But see, the thing
friendship
about
is very different between men.
But but that's exactly what I'm saying, though. I don't think that you're like getting, like, you're just repeating, like, yeah, I'm acknowledging that.
Yeah.
But that's not germane to like what I'm saying, because I'm saying that in the context of, for example, being best friends with a serial killer. Yeah. I'm just saying that maybe if the serial killer was a man, because I know they're all not, like some of them are women, being a serial killer and your best friend is a man, and having that best friend say, oh, I didn't know, or I just forgive him, or something like that, that doesn't have necessarily the same impact as someone who was in like I said, like a spouse relationship with that serial killer, or someone who, you know, if the serial killer was a woman and like their best friend was a woman, that might be like a different dynamic. No one's saying it's better, or no one's saying, I'm acknowledging that it's different, and that's kind of the point that I'm making, and I don't.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the same shit, but you're just like making my point for me, but you're like arguing with me.
Well, no, I didn't mean it that way. That's just the way I heard it. Because some of these dudes who are at that level will fight to defend each other, and they've done it by not telling on each other. That's happened in some of the cases that we're talking about, and that's probably what we're talking. That's probably that same phenomenon of he's got a problem, you know, but he's my friend. You know what I mean? It's just a weird thing. I mean, you have women who love dudes who are fucking criminals, and the motherfucker's
which is also fucked up.
You know, they have women that love dudes that are criminals who are killing women, and it's that same thing. Or like with that show we saw last night, they love this dude, but he's fucking planning to rob the damn casino. You know what I mean? It's that same
Although
thing,
being a serial killer and
different.
being a bank robber, those are two different dynamics. Like, I'm not saying don't get involved with like dudes that do heists and shit, because that's also fucked up, and that ended up biting her in the ass. But, well, not really, because she didn't get caught. She turned herself in.
Yeah, but she lived on the run for years.
But she lived on the run for years, and it's not worth it.
Yeah,
but
they did it on her identification. Boy, she should have saw that coming.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's kind of like a different dynamic. Yeah. She was very young. He was much older. I think she liked the romanticism of like, ooh, we're on the lam. It's like Bonnie and Clyde. I think she was like into that because she was kind of immature. Like I get that. They didn't kill anybody. So, I get that. But, we want all this money and we're going to go like live on the lam. It'll be like she had like an idealistic, like romantic conception of it.
You see, Graham says, right, says, I have very few true bros in my life, but we tell each other everything. But even then we leave certain things out. Yeah, of course. Because I bet Dennis Rader was a riot to hang out with. Lots of church talk and how to measure lawn grass.
So like not a riot. I kind of feel like he would be like annoying as fuck. That I would
question for
like,
Tom. How many true bros does he have? And would he admit to them he was a serial killer?
Hypothetically. That's a good question, actually.
Well, shit, there's some of them from high school. There's at least 2 from my high school period, and then there's probably about 5 or 6 of them from the army period. But then once you get to a certain age, you stop making friends like that. You might have noticed that too. When you're out of your 20s, you no longer need male friends at that level.
Well, I've heard that like a lot of people, and I've heard this complaint, I don't have this problem, but a lot of people, once they're out of college, so it's very hard to make friends. They don't really want to hang out with people they work with, which I get, because I don't really want to do that either. But it's like, we don't really have the same kind of thing, because like I said, we're in the goth scene, we still go out. So we know a lot of people that are, around there. So we still hang out with a lot of those people. So I never really had a problem like making friends like later on. Yeah. But in general, I do know that that's kind of because you're not like hanging around with people every day that are into the same.
I know what he's asking me. If I were a serial killer, could I tell any of them?
Which you better not be.
No,
because I will knock your ass. I will knock your ass out.
She knows I'm not a serial killer. If I was a serial killer, could I tell any of them? And I would say, yeah, but it would only be one, and you know who it is. I could tell Steve. Steve wouldn't fucking rat on me. He would fucking try to get me help. He says, man, you can't do that. But, no, I could probably tell Steve.
Obviously.
No, but there's just certain things. But that never, of course, that's never a threat because I'm not a serial killer. You know what I mean? Now, could I fuck a motherfucker up? Could I gun somebody down? Could I do something in the line of fucking action? Hell yeah, it was my job. Same as yours. It's the same. It's just that we were protecting 2 different systems with 2 different mentalities and 2 different training philosophies. Did I like my job? Yeah, I miss it. That was the mentality I was formed in. But there's other things that I enjoyed too. So I can distract myself away from that. But no, man, fucking.
Can I just say right now, like, if you legit told me seriously that you were a serial killer, I would poison you.
Serial killer.
And I'm like not even kidding about that.
Well, I don't show any of the signs of the serial killers. That's why you're fucking even talking that way, because fucking...
That's what I'm saying.
Serial killers are sexual deviants. It's a sexually motivated murder. They have a bunch of sexual hang-ups. It is their sexual orientation. Most of them can't live for very long. It's rare that one of them can have a successful relationship. Raider was one of the few. Most of them can't do that.
And I'm pretty convinced that his family did not know.
Yeah.
They didn't seem to.
He was a very rare one.
Well, and I mean, like I said, you have to think, too, in the context of the time.
Yeah.
You know, Dad went off to work, and he was just kind of, like, distant. You didn't really get too much. Because I kind of feel like that serial killers, and maybe this is why you don't see as much nowadays, too, like, among many other reasons, is I kind of feel like, particularly in the 50s through maybe, like, the mid-70s, I kind of feel like it was normal for the dad of the family to be kind of like a little bit removed from the rest of the family. They weren't like sharing their feelings. They weren't, you know, they were just being like very superficially involved, you know, with family members and shit like that. So I kind of feel like they could get away with that kind of shit and no one would really question it all that much.
But you know the deal, Gramthars, bro. In the defense of fucking the unit or family, friends, and the self, I will fucking lay you out like fucking bacon. I will fucking fry you up. I don't have any fucking problem with that. But to kill someone for a sexual thrill, to waste some perfectly good woman over some shit like that, no, fucking no. That's bullshit right there. That's the activities of a serial rapist. And some kind of fucking freakazoid. That's a nobody. You know what I mean? It's just, sex isn't like that. Sex isn't that important. Why the fuck would you do that, man? You will go to fucking prison or be killed, and then you'd have to live
like, was it worth it?
Then you'd have to fucking live with that shit afterwards. What the fuck are you... Yeah. That's some kind of fucking weird sexual...
It's like there's millions of people out there that you could potentially have sex and enjoy yourself with.
Right, yeah.
You really don't have sex with a million people. That would take a long time. But I'm just saying there's like, you know, the potential is there.
And there's always if you need it that bad... Well, first of all, they're not doing it for sex. That is never fucking in the equation when you talk to these dudes or you hear them talk. It's not about the sex. Fucking, it's about emotion and all kinds of weird fucking shit that's going through their heads. But no, dude, they got whole armies of professional women ready to serve. If you have money, you don't need to fucking kill anybody over that.
Also, bro, just buy a sex doll.
Yeah.
Okay. Seriously,
if you're gonna be
that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we have the internet now.
Yeah.
You can see anything you want to see. You can buy a sex doll that looks almost like a real person.
Yeah.
You know, so just do that.
It was never that though. That's not what serial killing was about. When you go back and talk to those guys, it was never that. It was weird mental problems, power, hatred, and it wasn't really about the sex.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's another thing. Well, it's just, you know, and a lot of people have said this too. It's like rape is not about sex. It's about power. You want power over somebody. You want dominance over someone is what you want.
Hatred and stuff.
Yeah. So let's see. So where was I? So can I get back to my show? Well, now I was like, it took so long that now I have to go to the bathroom.
Go ahead.
Look at like you.
I'm gonna do what I want to do with the fucking show.
Do you have something to talk? Do you have something to talk about?
Yeah.
He stole my brush. I just got that today.
I'm BTK. Tom Raider is all gay Tom porno. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. I don't know what they're talking about. Talking about eating cold ham eating cold ham sandwich. Yeah. Shrimp tacos. Yes, shrimp tacos are good. Fucking Gramthars go. Fucking, I'll give Steve your call. You'll be calling soon. That's fucking funny. Nah, Steve was over here fucking, I guess about a year ago. Need to see his ass again. Steve's doing good. He just gave birth to, I think, 2 kids. Got married a young wife, got brand new fucking kids and shit. And he's an old guy. He's our age. Got a young wife and everything. Victor's saying, I already put the show on time out, and then David goes and goes, don't punish the show, bro. I don't know why he's putting the show on timeout. Victor's mad because I put his ass on timeout. But I put a bunch of people on timeout. I'm going to do that sometimes, you know what I mean? I'll put a bitch on timeout. Start acting crazy.
Who are you putting on
And then,
timeout?
I'm just talking. And then David goes, Tom, what console do you play? Want to send you a game? I actually got the new Xbox One.
He has an Xbox.
I got Xbox One. I like Xbox One. I just got the new Alien Isolation.
Having problems there?
Going through that one? Yeah, give him a hair. Alien Isolation. I bought a big package of damn Batman games. I'm only part of the way through the very first one. I think it was like Arkham Asylum and all that shit. Those are alright. But they're getting kind of stale, all that fucking jumping up on the top of the fucking gargoyles and fucking... They get kind of repetitive, you know. Alien Isolation is really good. It's kind of like a horror survival game. So far, it's been pretty good. Go ahead.
Oh, may I?
You can go, and then hold on, I'm gonna go.
Well, give me another drink.
Okay, let me see. All right.
My shit's empty.
Okay.
Can I please get back to my case
Do
now?
what you want to do. I don't care.
Do what you want to do, and then he like talks and talks. Okay, so he's gone. So we're talking about Leslie Wilfred. That's where I was. All right, so again, this is where we went off the rails because I said this looked like a normal family, right? So Leslie and her husband Chris, they get married in 2007. She had 4 kids from a prior marriage. He had a son from a marriage prior. Now, shortly after they got married, allegedly, Leslie became pregnant with twins. Now, as I said, they were very active in the church and like the school and everything like that. Like everybody said, oh, they seemed like the perfect family. Like all their kids were super well behaved, blah, blah, blah. Now, they did, because they were pretty active in like the school and the church and everything, like, so a lot of people in the community did know that 2 of their kids, supposedly, had really serious health issues, because you know what this show is about, you know where this is going. But supposedly like 2 of the kids had really serious health issues. So Leslie had a 13-year-old son whose name was Charles. Now, Charles, again, allegedly, needed a new liver, So it got to a point where the stepdad, Chris, was actually going to donate... Wait, he was going to donate his liver? I'm still like donate part of his liver? You can't donate your liver. You've only got one. So I don't know what the deal was there, but I'm just saying that's like what my notes said. He's going to donate his liver. So Charles, who was 13, had already had his gallbladder removed a few years prior to this because he had chronic vomiting, like he was throwing up all the time. So I guess he had his gallbladder removed. In hindsight, probably unnecessarily, but she also had a 9-year-old daughter named Teresa, who was supposedly dying from leukemia. Now, because everyone in the community kind of knew about this, all the like convenience stores and like shit like that in town had like those little, he has those little cans in the front where it's like, hey, this kid in town is like dying of this, that, and the other. It's like, please put some money in here. So her daughter had that. Like there were all those cans all over where people would put money in. Now there was also a thing where Chris's son, because like I said, he had one son from a prior marriage also. His name was Nathan, and he supposedly had... You didn't bring me another drink?
Oh, I forgot.
Man.
Well, I had to let the cats in, had to do all kinds of stuff. Now Pookie's in now.
He had to do all kinds. He had to do like 2 things. So he had to do 2 things and he got confused. All right, so this son Nathan supposedly had mental health issues so severe that his parents thought he was dangerous. Like he had like some kind of violent psychosis or some kind of shit like that. And that he was like attacking the family. They didn't, other people didn't ever see him around. Like he wasn't really allowed out of the house and like this kind of shit. Now, apparently what happened when this family kind of came to the attention of authorities, it happened in fall of 2008. The cops get called out to the Wilfred's household after Nathan, Chris's son, supposedly threatened the whole family with a knife. Because, like I said, he was supposedly some violent, he had some violent kind of psychosis and was, like, dangerous and whatnot. So, because this was a minor, and they were supposedly threatening the family with violence, as a standard procedure in these cases, CPS is brought in. CPS comes in, and they, over the next few months, they kind of like have several meetings with the parents about Nathan and about like what the issue could be. Now, during these appointments, though, people that worked for CPS noticed that the mom, Leslie, was acting a little weird, like enough so that they kind of noticed it. And they're like, they noticed that she made several statements saying that Nathan was responsible for like the well-being of her twins who hadn't been born yet. Or he was a danger to them, whatever. So the people from CPS started to think this was a little strange. A couple weeks after this incident, when the police were brought in, Leslie calls her family from the hospital and says, unbeknownst to anyone, I gave birth to these twins who were only 5 months old at the time, and they're both dead. A few days after that, in November 2008, there was this big fucking funeral service in town. Because like I said, this family was kind of like active in the church and the school and everything like that. So all these people came out, and all people had like donated because they supposedly had a couple kids that had like leukemia and had other problems. So a bunch of people came out and was like, oh my God, like you had twins, and they were like early and then they died and blah, blah, blah. It's so sad. So they had this fucking whole funeral service, right, at the church, like that the family went to. There were even like these 2 urns that were shaped like teddy bears. They had like framed ultrasound pictures like next to the urns and everything like that. They even Leslie had written this poem that was supposed, and this is like kind of creepy, I'm not gonna lie. She wrote a poem that was supposedly from the point of view of these 2 unborn children, called A Letter to Our Daddy, which, like I said,
damn,
it's a little fucked up. So at this point, like I said, the CPS had kind of been involved because of the Nathan situation, and some of them thought that like the mom was a little fishy.
She gonna poke.
So they started looking into the shit a little bit further. And once these twins were stillborn, they were like, yeah, we need to like further investigate this. So this employee of CPS like called the sheriff's department, and one office of the sheriff's department like looks further into the matter. At which point they determine that Leslie had not only had twins, not only not had twins that were stillborn, but had never been pregnant in the first place.
Damn.
She had pretended that she was pregnant for 5 months, then had this big tragic thing about like, oh, the baby's died. She even went online and bought 2 teddy bear shaped urns, and had a fucking funeral service. There's nothing in the urns. There was nothing in there. She wasn't pregnant. So she had this whole fucking theater going on about the fucking shit. And it turned out later, they found out that in fact, she had some 4 kids of her own. She actually could not get pregnant because she had her tubes tied prior to her getting married, which her husband, Chris, did not know. So this whole thing was like a fucking farce, right? So as the cops, that was obviously a giant red flag. So the cops like look farther into the shit. They find out that her 13-year-old son, Charles, actually, his liver was fine and he didn't need a liver transplant, at all. And also, they also thought that maybe, even though they couldn't prove this, they suspected that Charles's mom had actually maybe been poisoning him, which was what was causing his symptoms.
Poke, stop.
Stop it, Pokey. And the thing about it, like I said, the kid's gallbladder had been removed, and apparently she had to go to like a bunch of doctors before she would find one that would actually do that. You know what I mean? Like, she had to like bully somebody into doing it, because a lot of doctors were like, yeah, we don't think there's anything wrong with them. So there's that whole kind of thing. And then obviously they found out later on the daughter, Teresa, also did not have leukemia. And had not been going to the hospital for chemo. It was all, again, like theater.
Hey.
Holy crap, Pookie.
What the hell, Pook?
What the hell?
No.
She is
She's like,
being
well,
she
come
is
on.
being so bad.
Yeah.
She's being so bad. So they found out all of that. And then, okay, so remember the thing about Nathan, who was Chris's son? And he was the one that they said, oh, he's a danger to the family, and like he's gonna stab us, and that was the one like the police got called on.
Yeah.
Okay, well they found out that Nathan they had been forcing him to sleep in a 2x2 foot box every night. They would put him in a box to sleep, and they put like plastic bands around his arms to keep him from like moving around. So they were essentially like keeping him in a fucking.
Hey.
Stop, Poop! What is the matter with you?
Begging to go in there.
You
Maybe
don't.
she wants to go back outside.
Let her go in the
Maybe
closet.
she wants to go outside. Come on.
Let her go in the closet. It's too late to go outside. It's almost 10.
Okay, no, you can't go outside.
Let her go in the closet. Yeah, so Nathan, this kid who was supposedly this violent psychopath, they were actually like tying up this kid's arms and putting him in a 2x2 foot box and making him sleep in there. And their story was, oh, well, if we don't do that, like he'll bust out and like fucking Jason Voorhees our ass or some shit like that. Like they came up with some shit like that. So, so they take the kid away and they do like some psychiatric evaluation on the kid. And they're like, unsurprisingly, the only thing the matter with this kid is fucking PTSD because he's been sleeping in a fucking box.
Yeah.
There's nothing else wrong with him. He's fine.
Yeah.
So, so like I said, this woman had exhibited symptoms early on of Munchausen syndrome in that she claimed illness for herself. That was something that she did. And then once she had kids later, she kind of like fobbed it off on them as well. So, so there was that whole thing. She did have she was diagnosed with a personality disorder. They think it was probably borderline personality disorder or narcissistic personality disorder. So they sent her to court, and she pleaded guilty, including to a bunch of charges, including a bunch of counts of cruelty to children. And she actually got sentenced to 8 years in prison and 30 years of probation. Her husband was also charged with 1 count of cruelty to children because he knew about the whole putting Nathan in the box situation, and that was his biological child. The children were thankfully all taken away and put in foster care. And the parents are not permitted to contact any of their children going forward. So, like I said, not great that they're put with strangers, but better than the fucking parents that they had, obviously. So let's talk about next case. I guess this will probably be the last one because we're already going like 4 hours.
Shit,
so
4 hours.
Well, that's what happens when you like go off on your shenanigans.
She's blaming me.
I'm blaming you because it's your fault. You're just like going off on these like shenanigans.
For 4 hours. Okay. Yeah.
No, you weren't talking for 4 hours, but you kept going off on like things and like distracting me from the topic.
You guys see how it is.
Yeah. Okay. Omri Vampire says, I have a theory that Tom is possessed by man, because man said I could.
Yeah, because man said I could.
That's why he's been mansplaining to you, Jen. Dude, he always mansplains. That's all he knows how to do.
You bitches.
That's all he knows how to do.
Bitches.
All right, so let's talk about, what?
That's all I know how to do?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's true. That's like just how he talks. It's mansplain language. It's a whole...
Because I know and you don't.
Yeah, okay. See, again.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
This is just... Yeah, you see. So I just roll my eyes and just kind of...
Don't listen
keep on keeping on.
Don't listen.
So let's talk about Hope Ibarra. Now, again, this is a woman that started out displaying symptoms of Munchausen syndrome like towards herself in the beginning, and then later when she had children like manifested against her kids as well. because one thing that she did, maybe even before she had kids, was that she claimed that she had cancer and that she'd relapsed like 2 or 3 times. And her big thing was like, yo, you guys, I'm dying. And she said she'd already picked out her burial plot and she'd already picked out her coffin. So it was like a whole thing. And again, much like that bitch we were talking about earlier with the mommy blogger, this woman also had a blog where she was like detailing her experiences with cancer and how she was picking out the casket and everything. Which, like I said, if you really have cancer and you're really dying and you need to like blog to like get your feelings out about that, okay, fine. But it's like, keep in mind that there's probably like a small percentage of people that are just like making shit up. And this woman was one of those people. So, yeah, so she has this whole blog where she's talking about dying, and then she's, like, writing, like, sorrowful letters to her 3 kids about, well, it's, like, after I'm gone and all this other kind of stuff. You know what I mean? She also said that her youngest kid also had a terminal disease. So, there was that whole thing. She's spreading the shit around. Now, Hope had, like I said, she had 3 kids. She had her second kid in 1999, and this kid, she told everybody, including her husband, all her family, her friends, and stuff like that, that the kid, who was her second kid, like I said, had cerebral palsy and actually had, like, the leg braces. And she put the little girl in leg braces. But when her third kid was born in 2004, somehow, magically, the cerebral palsy that her second kid had somehow like magically disappeared, I guess, because she was like putting more attention on the third kid. Now, the third kid was actually born prematurely, and I'm not sure, like, I don't know if that like contributed, because it does seem like from everything that I've seen that her third kid was actually born prematurely. It wasn't like all made up or anything. So, there are some health issues associated with that. So it might have just been like she took that little kernel of like, oh, there's these little health issues, this little tiny kid, born prematurely, and I'm just going to like build this whole edifice of bullshit on top of it. I don't know. But so what Hope said was like, this kid, oh, she has all these medical issues, like from the time she was born. She did have cystic fibrosis, she has cystic fibrosis, like she ended up being like on a poster for that shit and everything. And it does seem like there was obviously there's some kind of like pathological thing, but Hope Ibarra was apparently not above like making money off the shit, because she did actually kind of go public and say, look, she has cystic fibrosis and I'm trying to like, I can't afford the medical bills and I'm really trying to like raise money for it. So she had a bunch of fundraisers and ended up like garnering about $100,000. So this kid went through 4 years of various tests, procedures, surgeries, various things for cystic fibrosis. And they later found out the kid probably didn't even have that. She didn't have that. So Hope Ibarra gets arrested in October of 2009, after everybody like wised up to what the fuck she was doing. Now, I was gonna say to her credit, but I don't want to give her any credit. Hope Ibarra eventually admitted, that she had been abusing her daughter, and she was like, she even admitted to like altering tests. Because she apparently like knew, again, like these people have a lot of like medical knowledge, people that have this disorder, so they know how to like fake symptoms. They know like what symptoms doctors are looking for, so they know how to like generate that.
They're reading books.
Yeah, so that's kind of, either they're in nursing or they're doctors themselves, or they just like read extensively on the internet, so they kind of like know what symptoms to present, like to get the diagnosis that they're looking for. So she wanted her daughter to have cystic fibrosis, so she basically knew like how she would have to finagle the test to make it look like that. So that's what she did, and she did eventually admit to doing that. She also said that she had stolen pathogens from where she worked, because I assume she was also in the healthcare field, and made her daughter sick with those. She also would drain blood from her daughter, which might have triggered some particular symptoms. Her daughter going into anaphylactic shock, for example. And then later, after all this came out, they also found out that all the shit that Hope Ibarra herself was saying, earlier, like before the kids were born, about her having cancer. Oh, I'm in my third, it's gone into remission, like for the third time or whatever. I'm dying. I'm picking out a cancer. Yeah, or I'm picking out a coffin. They were like, yeah, they found out that, she never really had cancer either. She had also made up some other shit, like, she had a PhD. She also pretended to be pregnant with twins at some point, just like that last one. So that seems to be a fairly common thing. She also faked a miscarriage. She also held a fake funeral for the dead babies, just like the last woman, which weird. I get it, but it's still weird. And she also maybe infected a couple of her co-workers with the pathogens that she saw from the lab, so there was also that. So she went to trial in October of 2010, and she pled guilty. She actually ended up getting sentenced to 10 years. She did admit to some of the shit, but she was also kind of like downplaying some of it as well. She was kind of like, yeah, I knew the girl wasn't that sick, but I knew she was kind of sick, and so I was trying to get her help, so I was like exaggerating. She did kind of like say that. But they have noted that even while she's been in prison, she's still kind of up to the old shenanigans. She says, oh, I get diabetic comas, and I have memory loss, and it's like, and I have hearing impairment, and all this other kind of stuff. So she's, I don't know. So she's still kind of making stories up, I kind of feel like. Mm-hmm. So, allegedly, while she was in prison. So now she was actually, like I said, she was sentenced to 10 years. So she did get out in 2018 or 2019. I think she got out in 2019 or 2020. I haven't seen much of her since she got out. However, there is a YouTube channel. And I was thinking this, I saw this earlier, and I was like, oh my God, there's a YouTube channel for fucking everything, right? Everything is on the internet. There's a YouTube channel called Munchausen Moms. Okay? What? There's a whole YouTube channel called that. And they had an interview with Hope Ibarra from this month. So she's been out of jail. I think she's been out of jail about a year, maybe more at this point. Because like I said, she served her sentence. She was only sentenced to 10 years. Her kids didn't die, which thankfully, but she still like put them through horrible fucking bullshit that they didn't have to go through. And she's, like I said, got her own problems, saying like, oh, I have cancer and I'm dying and all this other kind of crap. But at least she didn't kill anybody. But so they did still sentence her to 10 years. But she did do her time and she's out. So I didn't really watch most of the interview because I'm just going to like, I don't know if I could sit through this or not, because like, I don't know, it's just going to make me mad. But I'm just saying, she served her time, so I'm not going to like shit on her too much. But seriously, I hope she got some fucking help, because this is some fucked up shit, man. Like I said, and I don't know why I keep like associating it with, I guess because, I don't see a lot of shows about Munchausen syndrome, although I kind of feel like that's kind of like in the past few years, since 2018, 2019, I feel like there's been a lot of like true crime shows, like Investigation Discovery and stuff like that have come out about women that have that, because I feel like a lot of people are fascinated by that diagnosis. Yeah. But I feel like it's still pretty misunderstood. But like I said, I kind of feel like I'm associating it weirdly with hoarders, because we watch a lot of hoarders, and even though the two things aren't associated, you can still see
that pathological.
You can see the still pathological, because like I said, I watch hoarders, and like I said, my grandfather was a hoarder. I understand it's a pathology. I understand they can't help it. Like I understand if you have a factitious disorder against yourself, factitious disorder where you're like abusing children, I understand that's a pathology. So to a certain degree, you can't help it because a lot of it is subconscious. You don't realize fully what you're doing. I get it, but it still makes me really angry because you're still affecting other people. and not realizing. I don't know. It's just like, it makes me really mad.
I understand it.
Yeah. So this kind of like, I mean, obviously hoarders, that's not like to the same degree because they're usually only hurting themselves directly, although they're indirectly psychologically hurting their whole entire families. But this is like way worse because, like I said, it's a, you know, in cases of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, it's child abuse is what it is. And in a lot of cases, like I said, very rightfully so, CPS have taken their children away, which they should, because the thing about it is that even though they can't help it, like, you know, intent isn't magic. Right. You're affecting somebody else. You're affecting a child who doesn't understand that you have something the matter with your brain. So they really should not be cared for by a person like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, you know, getting that. Yeah, no need for me too said kids in that environment can get neglected even if there isn't any active abuse. Yeah, and like I said, it's all a matter of degree because I've seen some episodes of Hoarders where, you know, where the person, you know, was hoarding and they absolutely did have children that were living in that house and animals too. A lot of them have like dogs and cats and stuff, which is also like not forgivable. You bring in your kids up in an environment like that, that's going to fuck your kids up like forever. So that's still, again, a form of child abuse. Even if you're not beating the shit out of your kids, even if you're not injecting your children with fecal matter, like some of these people are doing, it's still, it's the same kind of thing. It's just not to the same degree, I guess. So, I don't know. So maybe that's why I'm associating those two things. I don't know. No need for me too says I lived with a few. Yeah, like I said, my grandfather was a hoarder. I grew up there off and on because, like I said, we were growing up, like sometimes we lived in my grandfather's house, so we kind of moved around a lot. The thing about it was that his house, he had like a big house, and my grandmother lived there for a time, like when I was a kid, like into the 70s. And when she lived there, it was all, you know, she kept it clean. After she left, he kind of like fell apart. He couldn't keep his shit together, and everything just went to shit. And he just hoarded everything. Like there was shit everywhere. It wasn't like a, you know, I'm pooping in a bag type of situation. It wasn't like that because, you know, we've talked about that before. But he liked to collect stuff, cars, camera equipment, jewelry.
You thought he could fix
computers. Yeah, it's like I feel like the thing about it, and I see this more with like male hoarders than women hoarders, although it's kind of like the same pathology, but male hoarders are more like, I see potential in this. Right. Although women do too, I guess, because they're kind of like, oh, I could buy this, and it's like, I could make something with it. Yeah. This could be useful in some way.
Right, people want these. This is worth money.
Right, and so I kind of feel like it's sort of the same thing. But you kind of see the thing with men where it's kind of like, you know, I'm going to, like, buy this, like, shitty car. I'm going to fix it up, and I'm going to sell it. I'm going to make all this money. I'm going to, like, get the computer parts. I'm going to, like, build a computer, and I'm going to sell it. So I kind of feel like that my grandfather had a little bit of that, like, going on. So he always had, like, electronics. It was always, like, cars, boats, electronics, shit like that. And it was just kind of like, it wasn't, his house wasn't, like, gross, but they don't really clean to any great extent. So it kind of gets to a point where there was rats, there was massive fucking spiders, there was roaches, there was that kind of stuff. He did keep the upstairs kind of clean because he, you know, our aunts and uncles, like, we lived up there for a little while. Like, he would rent out or, like, let relatives live up there if they needed to for a time. So he kind of kept that clean. But what ended up happening, though, was that after a time, the place got so bad, and then Embry-Riddle University, which is, you know, right down the street, and they had, like, a bunch of frat houses on that street, and they bought that property, and they tore that house down, which is sad, because that was a cool house. But they tore it down, and they put a frat house there, and then he moved to another house on the beach side, and in a very short time, how long did he live there? 2 years, 3 years, maybe? And he completely filled it up. And he completely filled it up to a point where when we went in there after he died, because he died kind of suddenly, like of a brain hemorrhage, and we went in there after, and it was so filled up with stuff, the stairs had collapsed.
Damn.
So you couldn't actually, and they had collapsed and he didn't tell anybody, and he was going upstairs he put like a series of buckets so he could like walk up to the second floor. We didn't know. And then like we went in there, and like my poor mom and like all her siblings were stuck having to like clean out this house. I mean, I think they did eventually like clean it out, and somebody bought it. So they were actually able to clean it out to some extent, but his old house was so fucked up that they had to tear it down. So which happens a lot on hoarders too, because you put all that crap in your house, you know, roof's gonna fall in, floor's gonna fall in, mold's gonna grow, all that rat feces and stuff like that. You know, it's just not gonna. You're just gonna have to tear it down, salt the earth, start over. What are you talking about?
Oh no, she was saying this. We were talking about fucking one of Mouse's dresses. She couldn't find it. I said it was like a fucking white Mardi Gras outfit with a little eye mask, little eye mask. She can't find it.
Huh?
It's in the Instagram folder. I tried to share it, but I couldn't share it because I couldn't get a link.
Well, probably because other people's photos are like
right. You
private.
Can't share
you can't like share them with other.
She's
because,
looking at it.
Because that would be weird if you could do that.
Right. It's kind of like a French dress, frilly, and it's all white with fucking like little white, like Demonia.
I bought one like that
mask.
to wear with my Bride of Frankenstein outfit. I haven't worn it again though. I don't look good in white.
It kind of had that New Orleans kind of, you know what I mean, voodoo kind of look. It was cool, but you can't see it. Was there anything else on this subject? Should we go ahead and shut it down?
No, like I said, I had one more case, which is Dee Dee Blanchard, but I'm pretty sure we talked about that on the Sidetrack show, and that's a pretty well-known case anyway.
Yeah, okay.
And since we've already been going for like 4 hours and 15 minutes, then probably we should like wrap it up. Like I said, I don't remember when we did it, but we did a Sidetrack show, and I'm pretty sure we talked about the Dee Dee Blanchard case, which is totally fucked up because there was whole like somebody got murdered on that shit. You know, like not the way that you think.
Yeah, Factitious says, sounds beautiful, but I can't see it in the back. You'll see it if you keep going through it. But yeah, that's an awesome dress. All those girls have fucking awesome dresses. Jenny's got all kinds of fucking awesome dresses and shit. It just depends on what event that they're gonna go to.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like unless I'm doing something, I mean, I like getting dressed up, but sometimes it depends on the event. I'm just kind of like, man, I really don't want to fucking.
She's even got Japanese stuff. She's got yakutas and stuff like that. She has one of those. It's just, you know, but for a black girl, the damn New Orleans fucking voodoo or Haitian shit, it looks. There's a lot of fucking. You can put a lot of spin on that in the gothic scene. It looks really good. Yeah. Yeah,
you can get away with a lot in our shit.
It's gotta be right, you know.
I like to have, like I said, if there's gonna be like an event, or if it's gonna be like a theme event, I like to have at least like 3 or 4 hours to get ready.
In the photo, you'll see her. She's up on top of a box in a club in that white outfit dancing and shit. It's taken it probably at her feet level. You'll see it.
Tila said, also, I went on that Voltaire YouTube channel because I was talking about that on Wednesday. Yeah. And his Halloween shows are fun. Yeah, he's like a pretty cool dude.
Yeah, he's all right.
His music is cool. Like I said, I really need to go because I saw him on, I didn't realize that he had a whole, home decoration YouTube channel until I saw him on Jade the Libra and they were doing Halloween, decor shopping. And I was like, oh shit, I should go check that. I mean, I should have known because he had like all books talking about that. I should have known that he'd like parlayed that into like a YouTube channel because, I'm into that shit. So yeah, I'll go check that out. But yeah, he seems like a nice dude. I'm just saying. Danny Rolling Ghostface says, the Gypsy Rose case has to do with Munchausen Syndrome, where the daughter and her boyfriend murdered the mother for treating her like she was sick all the time. And honestly, I have to say, like I said, I did have this lined up, but it's been going a long time, and I think we talked about it on the Sidetrack show anyway, so I don't want to repeat it. But I will say I know that Gypsy Rose got some time for essentially hiring her boyfriend to kill her mom, but her mom had been telling her that she was crippled and mentally challenged and shit like that, like her whole entire life. Not really letting her go outside, not letting her have her own internet. They had a shared Facebook, for fuck's sake. You know, so it was that kind of situation. So I'm not saying like the mom deserved to be murdered, but I find that I cannot blame her. I can't blame her because she had been abused for like so many years. And then finally she was just like, fuck this. I just can't take it anymore. So I can't really blame her. And honestly, she did get some time, but not that much.
All right, T, this is the photo I was telling you about. This is so everybody can see it. You can find it. Okay.
No Need for Me Too says, ever thought of doing a collab with another channel? I have thought about it, but I don't know. Every time I think about it, I'm like, God, that sounds like so much trouble.
Yeah. We've been guests on other channels.
We have been on a bunch of other people's shows. I've been on a bunch of other people's shows. Matter of fact, I got to do Sunday. I'm recording. I don't know when it's going to be up, but Sunday I'm recording a panel show, which is going to be all about Handmaid's Tale, which, like I said, which is why I've been watching it. I'm more than halfway through season 4, so I'm trying to finish it before Sunday. So I'm doing that. September 4th, I'm also recording another show about, I don't even know what it's about, but it's about just like whatever my projects are at the time. So we're going to like talk about true crime and all that kind of crap. Yeah, it's honestly, we've had, I don't know, like we've had like guests on the show and stuff like that. And it's like cool, but I don't know. It feels like every time it's like this big giant pain. I just like there's always like technical issues. And when it comes time to like edit it or whatever, it's just like this big giant, I don't know. Maybe it's better now, but it just always seems like such a pain. And it always seems like so daunting. Yeah. Like whenever I want to do it.
I've been there, done that. It's such a pain.
It is. It's like, it just always seems like a huge pain in the ass. It's like, it seems so like easy nowadays because we just have everything set up. It's like we just come in here, I push the button, and we just start talking, and it's just like it's fun. But every time I like try to think of it, I'm like, oh god, do I really have to like fucking?
Louis says he likes it when we are on the Conspiranormal podcast. Well, because Conspiranormal,
we've done that show like so many times, and that show is like super fun.
Yeah, they're fun.
We've done that show so many times. They ask us
crazy questions and shit, and fucking it's good. And they know more about our show than we know. Yeah,
because those guys, like Adam Sane and those guys, are like, they're like bigger, like way bigger fans. They're like super fans. So it's funny because it's one of those things. I kind of feel like now we're in a position sometimes. You know how like actors that were in like some Friday the 13th movie like 30 years ago, and they go to a horror convention and you get like all these nerds like me like coming back to, oh my god, how did it feel like doing this? Like, bitch, that was like 30 years ago. I don't remember anything that happened like 30 years ago. It's kind of like that, but it's like now he'll like ask me about something that happened on a show like that we did like 6 months ago. I'm like, did we do a show about that? I don't even remember. It's like we do so much. We do so much content. We do so many movies. We do so many books. We do so many topics. I have to check every single time, with movies, with books, with everything. Did I do this already? Because I can't remember. Yeah. I legit can't remember. At this point, we've done so much stuff that I legit can't remember if we've already done it or not. So I always have to do like a search. Is that sad? That's so fucking sad. I was doing the other day when I was doing the review, which I just put up yesterday, I think, of Under the Shadow, that Iranian movie by Babak Anbari. I put that up and I was like, Babak Anbari also directed Wounds, the movie that came out in 2019. And I was like, I could have fucking sworn. I knew that I had reviewed the book. I remembered that. Because I remember somebody said, oh, that's from a book. And like, you know, I got that. I reviewed the book. I remember that because it was a short story collection. But I could have fucking sworn that we had done the movie too, because I watched the movie and I remembered that. But we hadn't done the movie. And I was like, really? Did we really not review that movie? I could have sworn that we fucking reviewed that movie, but I guess we didn't. Because I couldn't find it.
Lenore Thomas jumps in and says, oh my God, I catch you live finally. We've never seen you here before, Lenore.
Even though you've been on... Well, because she's never caught us live before.
Yeah, never seen you here.
I mean, we're not in our best state right now because it's like up. We've been drinking for more than 4 hours.
Yeah, I know.
At this stage.
Pookie, stop it. Stop it. You cannot dig through books.
And Pookie is really, really... Wow, Pook.
Yeah.
Do you know what time it is? She doesn't care what time
She's like,
it is.
I don't care what time it is. Let me out.
Do you know what time it is? No.
My hair is coming off.
You know better.
My hair is coming off.
Pookie, it is 10:18 p.m.
Some hair, Pookie. There you go.
She's... Don't do that.
I hit her with the hair and she ran out of that.
After 10 p.m., she's not allowed to go outside.
Yeah.
And she knows that, but she still tries. She's been really a brat tonight.
Yeah. Why are you being crazy? She's back.
Come up here, Poke.
Yeah.
Come here.
Say hi to everybody.
Be on the show. Be on the show. Hey. Hi, sweet pea. Hey. What's up?
She's hiding.
What's up?
What are you doing, Poke? You having fun? Not really?
Not really.
She's like, no. Not
She's
good.
like, I don't like this. I don't like this. Okay,
go ahead.
Poor Pokey. You been outside?
Yeah, been outside all night tonight.
She's so abused. Goodness. I don't know. She's so spoiled.
Yeah. Lenore goes, drinking is awesome. Yeah. We didn't want to go out tonight. We spent so much money the past couple months.
Tila says, does Pookie like catnip?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Honestly, okay, I have to tell you guys.
We have these things called minties. It's the fucking weirdest thing.
I get them from Chewy.com.
Yeah.
They're these little. What are they? They're like a little. They're soft.
It's a little bar of fucking material. With little leaves, green leaves on either side. They're made out of damn
mint,
felt.
not catnip.
Right, mint.
But god damn it,
she loves that shit.
She'll
grab him with a single paw with her claws and rub him on her face, and she'll be on her back rubbing that shit on her face, going ah.
Beijing does it too.
Yeah,
I have a bunch of them.
She can't stand it. Minties.
She was doing it last night.
Yeah.
You have to get a new one like every few months or so because I guess the smell goes away.
Yeah.
But I bought like several of them. I think they're like $2 each or something. I get them off Chewy.
I've never seen a cat pick something up with one claw, with one paw like that, and rub it.
She's like,
and
oh
then
god,
just going, oh god. And she starts fighting it, rubbing her face with it.
She does that like for ages.
Yeah, and roll it around on her back. Ah.
So for some reason, it's like she loves those more than catnip because we have the catnip spray.
She likes those too.
She likes that too.
Yeah.
We have like the catnip sprinkle.
Yeah.
Like you can sprinkle it on the rug or whatever.
Yeah.
They like that. They like to roll around on it. But those minty toys, man, holy shit. I don't know, like, you know, all cats are different, but Pookie loves them. Beijing also loves them.
Yeah.
Because I've caught Beijing. Beijing is like, she's older. So she doesn't, I kind of feel like she feels like it's undignified for people to see her like acting all, you know, whatever. Yeah. So if you catch her like doing some shit like rubbing that mint thing all over her face, she's kind of like,
yeah, she gets embarrassed. Like,
she gets embarrassed about it.
Yeah.
But I've seen her doing it too.
Yeah, T. If your boys like catnip, get them the little mint.
Just see what happens.
They're little
like
mint things. They're
it's like it's Chewy.com and it comes. They come on like a little card. I think they're $2.99. Yeah. And it's like a little bar. And it has like little mint leaves on the end, and it has
shaped like a dog bone, kinda.
A little bit.
But it's made out of material. Like cloth.
Man, our cats fucking love those.
Yeah, they're like a green
They will just like
dog
they just
bone.
like
They can't stand them. They can't stand them.
They just rub it all over their faces.
They can't tolerate
and just roll around and roll around. It's like fucking hilarious.
It seems to be harder on them than catnip. It seems to be like it's like there's between coke and crack. That was the crack. They can't take it. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, Danny Rowling says, that's the cool thing about cats. They get high on kitty weed. Catnip, unlike dogs. Yeah, it's like, Giving him catnip is just like so fucking funny.
Yeah,
and
Esther, we have the Temptations catnip too. They eat that also, but they do like catnip, spray catnip, and just real catnip. But they actually fucking act the funniest with fucking mint.
those little mint toys.
Yeah, mint.
And like I said, I don't know if all cats react like that, but
But
our two cats, Pookie especially, like fucking loves those little minty things. And I bought so many of them, like because every now and then, like every 5 or 6 months, like when the smell goes out, like I'll buy another one, like I'll buy another couple and like throw them out.
T just saved that website to her favorites. Yeah, fucking. What are you doing, Poke? Yeah, Chewy. And Chewy.com delivers real fast.
Yeah, like usually like the next day.
Yeah, you can get Temptations and shit.
I bought a ton of shit from them.
Yeah.
I like Chewy. But like, Esther's talking about Temptations as catnip trees. Yeah, we have those. We bought all different flavors.
Yeah.
I buy them in bulk actually because
There's something called Temptations, T. If you give her something called Temptations, they won't eat anything else after that. They hardly will eat cat food after that. They want those.
honestly, like we have like fuck tons of like wet food.
Yeah.
Pookie will eat like a bite or two of wet food.
Yeah.
But she doesn't really care about it. She doesn't really care about dry food. She just wants fucking Temptations.
Temptations, yeah. Any flavor.
I don't
Doesn't matter the
know
flavor.
what the fuck they put in there.
Crack.
But honestly, it's just like, so we've taken to, I'm like, look, to get her to eat,
Yeah.
you kind of got to like leave her a bunch of like a big handful of like treats at
Yeah,
night.
Temptations and Greenies. She eats Greenies too.
Yeah, she likes
Yeah.
greenies also.
Yeah.
Temptations, I feel like she likes the chicken ones the best, although
They eat them all.
the cookout flavor is good.
Cookout.
The, like with the red, I think that's like liver.
The
and
catnip.
the catnip ones.
The salmon.
Remember there was like a milk flavor.
Yeah,
that
the
was
milk,
like the
they-
purple one.
they
They
liked the
kind of
milk.
like those,
They
but
liked it.
they kind of get sick of them after a
They
while.
eat anything. They eat anything that says Temptations.
But
on it.
like I
They
said,
love it.
I don't really know. And honestly, she's got to a point now where it's like she knows the sound of the box. So it's kind of like...
Yeah.
And if her little bowl, because we have a little bowl in the room that has like little treats in it, if there's not enough treats on it, she will like start knocking into the box. Like, so it'll make a noise like...
Pook won't eat human food. I tried to give her
No,
give her
she
tuna.
won't.
She won't eat it. The only thing she ever showed interest in was Parmesan cheese.
Yeah, same with beige.
She liked Parmesan because it stinks. Stinky Parmesan cheese. She liked that.
She likes whipped cream.
Whipped cream. Yeah. That's the weird shit.
She likes to, like, if you're eating something, she kind of like sticks her face in like, what are you eating? But then she's like, meh.
Yeah.
She doesn't care about... Beijing also does not care about human food.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, if you're eating, like, a couple times we were eating, like, something like peach cobbler or something like that, or strawberry
Pookie,
shortcake. Something like that had whipped cream on it. And for whatever reason, Pookie was really interested in that. She was like, come on, she's like, what you got? What you got? And then like Tom's like, hey, it's whipped cream. And she's like, oh, okay. And she would lick that. Normally, though, she doesn't like... She's not interested in human food at all. And Beijing isn't either. I know some cats are, but neither of our cats are interested in human food. They mostly just want treats, to be honest with you. They don't give a shit. Because most of the time we have like a bunch of different, you go to Sam's and you get like those big boxes of like different, like a variety of different wet foods. And we've tried a bunch of different ones. They seem to like some of them, but not... Most of them, you're kind of like, you put a spoonful of it out and they're just like, they smell it and they're just like, nah.
Yeah.
Not feeling it.
Yeah. They'll lick it a little bit and they're like, nah.
Nah. And then they leave.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't know what they want.
It's probably about time to shut it down.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Tila says my older boy likes spinach and kale, which is odd.
Yeah,
He's
weird.
really healthy. I used to have a cat that was really into, do you remember like those little Debbie donut sticks? For whatever reason, my cat loved those and potato chips. But I don't know. Thank you, David June. Tom, say hi to my roommate is BTK. Threaten him.
Okay.
You gotta do that.
You have to understand something.
Oh, here we go.
I've known David for a long time now. And I keep hearing that he's got a guy with him, living with him as a roommate. And it's okay, You can be David's roommate, but you don't want to get on his bad side. He might call me and I might come down there and measure your grass.
Or kill your dog.
If I'm gonna measure your grass, it's gonna have to be the proper height.
And what is the proper height, Dennis?
2 3/4 inches.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the state of that's the state of Florida. This says 2 3/4 inches at all times.
That seems a little long.
Yeah, that big.
That big.
That big.
That's considerably
Same
long.
size as my ween.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
You got to it before
yeah.
I could.
It's the ween test.
Do you take the ween out and like measure it next to it?
No, I got it memorized. A whole lifetime.
Oh my god, how fucking funny would that be if
A
you
whole
looked out the
lifetime.
window and saw a dude like just came out of the van and like he just like took his like he's like
Whole lifetime of stroking, you know. Whole lifetime of stroking.
I get that. Like
2 3/4 inches, yeah.
You have like some muscle memory.
Like a large clit. The girls are all laughing.
Not as fun as a clit, I guarantee.
Yeah, like a large clit. Like a large clit. All right, let's go.
Danny rolling ghost faces. I should pretend to be, that I'm BTK's daughter, Carrie. Oh my god, I'm not gonna do that.
Just want to say fuck you guys. I want to laugh at a man's small ween and. Yeah, okay. All right.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Dennis, it wasn't just your small ween.
Yeah, you're okay.
That is the whole gestalt of what we're laughing at.
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying.
He's laughing.
All right,
I understand, Tila. Yeah, you're laughing at these little white boys. I understand. Being all spoiled and shit. With all that BBC. You're gonna have to understand that, you know, that. Come on, man! I can't go down this direction.
Really, you can't.
I can't go down this direction. No,
You
not
can't, or you
not
won't?
in the condition that I'm in. And be like, man, man has to compensate. You know.
Well,
you bind,
yeah.
you torture, you kill.
We all know how.
yeah.
We all know about the compensation.
Yeah, it's compensation.
We all know how
It's
the
compensation.
Oh my god. Man, we gotta eat.
I know. Fucking, you keep wanting to do the show. Go shut it down. She's going to haven't had that in a while. She hadn't had the BBC. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Oh yeah, I forgot. You married a white boy. Yeah. Okay. So you go ahead with your little ween then.
So you acknowledge that white boys have little weens?
Yeah. According to fucking according to everything's a matter of perspective.
Sure.
Yeah.
Depending on what you're comparing it to.
Depends on what you compare it to. Yeah.
Are you comparing it to like some big fucking like you know that big like fucking tube of beef you get at Sam's?
Yeah.
If you're comparing it to that, yeah, it's pretty small.
Yeah.
Pretty small.
Comparing it to the best of the best.
Comparing it to how long your grass is.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, so oh my god. All right. Hopefully this has been kind of an informative show.
Tina says she's got that BWC. See.
Yeah, the big white cock. Okay,
Yeah, it's out there, you know, like
it's out there.
just like out there in the ocean,
wild
out
somewhere.
there in the oceon, you know, you never know what could happen, you know.
Well, sure. There's like
it's a great white.
There's all kind of mythical beasts.
It's a great white.
There's all kind of mythical beasts out in the ocean, sea monsters and whatnot.
Yeah.
We don't know if they exist or not. It's like Bigfoot.
Well,
You know what I mean?
They got video evidence. they got video evidence.
Do they also have video evidence of big white cock? I feel.
Yeah.
Do they?
Sure.
Fake. It's fake.
No, it's not fake.
I'm just kidding.
It's not fake.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. The wild world of porn has everything.
It does.
Pretty much.
Danny Rolling Ghostface says, I bet when Dennis was teaching the scouts how to tie knots, he probably slipped up and said, nobody can escape this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I always kind of like, has anybody done like a black comedy about that? Because I kind of feel like, I know it's fucked up, but I kind of feel like that maybe they were thinking about that. All right, so hopefully this has been an entertaining and sort of mildly informative show.
She was going, don't just say it, Jenny. She's trying to get you to say that I got a little dick.
You don't though.
Yeah, that's what she's trying to get me to say. Don't say it, Jenny.
I know how everybody wants me to say that, but
no.
that's not the case.
No.
That's not the case.
I'll pull this bitch out.
Well, everyone's like...
It wouldn't win a blue ribbon, but I'd probably get a second place. Probably get a red one. All right, fuck on.
Okay, I'm glad that you have realistic expectations.
No, I wouldn't get a blue ribbon, no. might get a red ribbon.
Which one's the red?
Second place.
Is it second?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I think everybody has their own, like, fucking parameters.
No, in horses, it's this fucking red ribbon is second place.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
And then, like, what's the third one? Like, white or silver? Or...
I forgot.
I can't remember. Or yellow?
No, green. Might have been white.
I kind of feel like it was probably white.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, hopefully, like I said, this has been entertaining, informative, blah, blah, blah. We'll be back on Sunday. I don't know. We might either talk about the Dennis Nilsson shit, because I got some thoughts about that documentary, which is on Netflix. Or maybe, since we might not go out tomorrow night, because I don't know if I can take it this weekend, we might watch some movies tomorrow night. So I don't know. So I don't know what we're going to talk about Sunday. It'll be a surprise to everybody and to us, because we don't know. But hopefully everybody enjoyed their time with us. How am I still, like, talking?
I don't know. Been talking all night.
How am I still talking?
I don't know.
And I'm still kind of, like, mostly coherent, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
Even though...
Yeah, Sandra didn't show up tonight.
Oh.
I'm going to have a spank that bitch next time I see her.
Well, that's going to be her next name, Sandra, who will be spanked next time you see her.
Yeah, that's right. That's one of my regulars. Because she says all kinds of crazy shit to keep me rolling.
Lenore Thomas says not enough alcohol. Well, there is a point where it is enough alcohol.
Yeah.
I've gotten to that point many times.
yeah. They're going to wrap it up, Jen. Shut the shit down. Look, they're telling you, just shut the shit down, Jen.
Let's go.
Yeah,
We're almost at 5 hours.
Let's go, Jenny. Fucking shut the shit down.
I'm so hungry. All I've had was a ham and cheese sandwich today.
I know. We're on a diet. Go ahead.
And alcohol.
I'm trying to get lean up in this bitch.
Well.
Okay, hold on.
Clothes came off.
Okay.
Sort of.
Go ahead. What came off?
Your clothes came off.
No.
What did you think I said?
No. It's all right.
What did you think I said? But yeah, so I definitely eat something before I go to sleep because I'm super hungry. I had a ham and cheese sandwich and that was 7 hours ago, something like that. I haven't been eating all that much. But yeah, so come back Sunday. We'll talk about a movie probably, but we don't know what it is yet. Thank you everybody for coming by. Thanks for super chats, all of that fun stuff. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Friday night. We have enjoyed our time with you. I'm so glad we had this time together. He's not picking it up on it. All right, so we'll see you guys on Sunday afternoon. Thanks for dropping by. We'll see you next time. Bye.